What's happening, everyone? This is Cosmic Wand. Get ready to experience. What if Harry had crafting system and could create new spells by combining magic? Support us by liking and subscribing. Now, let's not waste any time. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Spark That Shouldn't Exist. Chapter 1, The Spark That Shouldn't Exist. The night of October 31st, 1981, started like any other autumn evening in the small village of Godric's Hollow. Leaves scattered across cobblestone streets, jack-o'-lanterns flickered in windows, and children in costumes ran laughing between houses, their plastic cauldrons overflowing with sweets. Nobody noticed the tall figure in the dark cloak walking through the village square. Nobody saw the way shadows seemed to bend toward him, how the street lamps dimmed as he passed, or how the temperature dropped several degrees in his wake. Tom Marvell Riddle, Lord Voldemort to his followers, the Dark Lord to everyone else, had learned long ago that Muggles saw only what they expected to see. And tonight, they expected nothing more dangerous than sugar-addled children and the occasional teenager with a firecracker. He stopped before a cottage that, to Muggle eyes, didn't exist at all. The Fidelius charm should have made it invisible, unplottable, impossible to find. But Peter Pettigrew's betrayal had unraveled that protection like a loose thread pulled from a sweater. Voldemort smiled, though smile was perhaps too generous a word for the thin, cruel twist of his lipless mouth. Inside the cottage, James Potter was making toy broomsticks zoom around the living room while his infant son squealed with delight, chubby hands reaching for the enchanted miniatures. James! Lily's voice carried from upstairs, warm with exasperated affection. He's supposed to be going to sleep, not getting wound up. One more minute. James called back, grinning at his son. Right, Harry? We've got time for one more. The front door exploded inward. James didn't think. 11 years of Quidditch reflexes and 3 years of fighting in the Order had burned certain responses into his bones. He was on his feet with his wand drawn before the splinters finished falling, positioning himself between the doorway and his son. Lily, take Harry, and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off. He didn't have his wand, it was on the couch, 3 feet away, might as well have been 3 miles, but James Potter had never let impossible odds stop him before. He lunged for it anyway. The green light that struck him never gave him a chance to reach it. Upstairs, Lily Potter heard her husband's body hit the floor. She heard the footsteps on the stairs. She had perhaps 30 seconds, maybe less, and she used every one of them reinforcing the nursery door with every protective charm she knew. Her wand traced patterns in the air, leaving trails of golden light that sank into the wood, the walls, the very air around her baby's crib. It wasn't enough. She knew it wasn't enough. Nothing she could do in 30 seconds would stop the most powerful dark wizard in a century. But maybe there was something else she could do. Lily had been the brightest witch of her age. She'd spent months researching ancient protective magics, sacrificial enchantments, blood wards that the modern wizarding world had forgotten or forbidden. And she'd found something. A ritual so old it predated Hogwarts itself, so powerful that it had been deliberately erased from most texts because its cost was absolute. A mother's love, given freely. A life, offered willingly. A protection that would last as long as blood called to blood. She didn't hesitate. The door blasted open, and Lord Voldemort strode through the wreckage like death itself given form. His red eyes swept the room, the changing table, the mobile of golden snitches, the woman standing before the crib with her arms spread wide. Stand aside, he said. Stand aside, you silly girl. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead, this is my last warning, not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy. Not Harry. Not Harry. Please, I'll do anything, stand aside. Stand aside, girl. Lily Potter didn't move. And in that moment, as Lord Voldemort raised his wand to remove this obstacle to his destiny, something extraordinary happened. Something that shouldn't have been possible according to every law of magic known to wizard kind. Little Harry Potter, 14 months old and not yet capable of saying more than a handful of words, looked up at the monster threatening his mother. His bright green eyes, Lily's eyes, tracked the movement of the raised wand. And he saw something. Not with his physical vision, not exactly. It was more like. He became aware of patterns in the air. Streams of light and darkness, threads of something invisible weaving through everything. His mother was surrounded by gold, pulsing warmth that wrapped around both of them like a blanket. The bad man was wreathed in something oily and black, something that hurt to look at, something wrong. The wand tip glowed green, and Harry watched as the bad magic began to form. He saw it building, coalescing, the pure malevolent intent of a killing curse taking shape. 3 components came together, an essence of ending, of death, of severing soul from body. A form that was direct, unblockable, absolute. A catalyst of hatred and will and the spoken words of an ancient evil. Avada Kedavra. The green light struck Lily Potter in the chest, and she fell. But she fell smiling. Because as her life left her body, the magic she'd woven, the sacrifice she'd offered, completed itself. The golden light that had surrounded her didn't fade. It intensified. It transferred. All of it, every drop of love and protection and desperate maternal power, flowed into her infant son. Lord Voldemort paid no attention to such subtleties. He stepped over the woman's body with the casual disregard of someone avoiding a minor obstacle, his attention fixed on the baby in the crib. The prophecy child. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Such a fuss, he murmured, raising his wand once more, over something so small. Avada Kedavra. The green light streaked toward Harry Potter. And here's where things got really, really interesting. See, the thing about baby Harry was that he'd just watched, really watched, on a level no wizard had ever perceived before, 2 killing curses being cast in rapid succession. His newly awakened ability had catalogued every component, every thread of magic, every nuance of how death magic was constructed. And surrounding him, saturating his very being, was his mother's love, not as an abstract concept, but as raw magical potential. Protection essence in its purest form. The absolute antithesis of what was hurtling toward him. The killing curse struck the golden shield around Harry Potter. For one frozen moment, 2 incompatible magical forces met, absolute death and absolute love, destruction and protection, hatred and sacrifice. They shouldn't have been able to interact at all. The killing curse was unblockable precisely because it existed outside normal magical physics. But Harry's newly awakened perception did something unprecedented. It didn't just observe the collision. It interpreted it. In that fraction of a second, the infant mind that would become Harry Potter processed information no human had ever perceived. The killing curse, broken down, end essence, direct form, will catalyst. The protection, broken down, shield essence, encompassing form, love catalyst. And then, instinctively, impossibly, the baby combined them. End essence met shield essence and became something new, reflection essence, the magical concept of returning what was given. Direct form met encompassing form and became redirection form, a shape that could catch and throw back. Will catalyst met love catalyst, and because love is stronger than hate, the result was pure, overwhelming, irresistible. The killing curse rebounded. Lord Voldemort had exactly enough time to understand that something had gone catastrophically wrong before his own magic struck him in the chest. His body, the body he'd worked so hard to transcend, the flesh he considered an unfortunate necessity, disintegrated. But Voldemort had taken precautions against death. Multiple precautions, hidden away in objects of significance, pieces of his soul anchoring him to the mortal world. So when his body was destroyed, his spirit was ripped free rather than passing on. The wraith that had been the most feared Dark Lord in history screamed, a sound that shattered every window in the cottage and sent owls fleeing for miles around. And as that spirit fled, damaged beyond anything it had ever experienced, a tiny fragment of it, sheared off by the violence of the magical backlash, latched onto the only living thing remaining in the room. Harry Potter's forehead split open. Blood welled from a cut that would become a lightning bolt scar. The fragment of Voldemort's soul burrowed into the infant's magical core, seeking shelter, seeking survival. It found something it didn't expect. Harry's newly awakened perception recognized the intruder immediately. Foreign essence. Parasitic form. Unwilling catalyst. His magic, still buzzing with the aftermath of impossible creation, wrapped around the soul fragment and didn't destroy it. Couldn't destroy it, not completely, not yet. But it contained it. Quarantined it. Built walls around it that would hold for years, keeping the foreign presence from corrupting its host while Harry's own power grew strong enough to deal with it properly. The baby, exhausted by magical exertion that would have killed most adult wizards, slumped in his crib and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Outside, the cottage's surviving structure groaned and settled. Half the roof had caved in from the magical shockwave. Somewhere in the distance, a dog was barking frantically. Godric's Hollow had just witnessed the end of the First Wizarding War. And the birth of something entirely new. The next 10 years were not kind to Harry Potter. Anyone expecting that the boy who lived would be raised in luxury and adulation would have been horrified to discover the truth: a cupboard under the stairs, hand-me-down clothes 4 sizes too large, and the constant, grinding message that he was worthless, freakish, a burden on the good normal people forced to tolerate his existence. But here's the thing about Harry that nobody, not the Dursleys, not the wizarding world that had forgotten him, not even the ancient forces that would eventually take interest in his development, truly understood: he had never stopped seeing. That perception, awakened in the moment of Voldemort's attack, hadn't faded with his memories of that night. It had grown. Changed. Become as natural as breathing. The first time Harry consciously noticed something was off, he was 4 years old and watching Aunt Petunia cook breakfast. The stove burner flickered to life, and Harry saw, not just the flame, but the principle of the flame. Heat essence, he would later learn to call it. Consuming form. Fuel catalyst. He didn't have words for what he was seeing. He was 4. But he understood, in the wordless way children understand things, that fire was made of parts, and those parts could be taken apart and put together differently. Stop staring and set the table, boy. Aunt Petunia's voice snapped him back to reality. Harry scurried to obey, but his mind kept turning over what he'd seen. Fire was pieces. Everything was pieces. Even Aunt Petunia had pieces, though hers were dim and uninteresting compared to the flames, barely their wisps of something she never used. Over the following years, Harry conducted experiments. Quiet ones, secret ones, in the dark of his cupboard or the privacy of the school bathroom. He discovered that everyone had the dim, unused wisps, except him. His was brighter, stronger, a constant presence he could feel humming beneath his skin. He discovered that he could make things happen when he concentrated on the pieces of the world and imagined them arranged differently. The first time it happened on purpose, he was 6 and Dudley was chasing him around the school playground. Harry was smaller, weaker, slower. Getting caught meant bruises, meant Dudley's gang holding him down while their leader practiced his punches. Harry was desperate, terrified, and he wanted nothing more than to be somewhere else. He saw the air around him. Movement essence, he thought frantically, space form, will catalyst. He grabbed the pieces with his mind and pushed. One moment he was running across the playground. The next he was standing on the school roof, gasping for breath, with no idea how he'd gotten there. Below him, Dudley was spinning in confused circles, his face purpling with rage. Where'd he go? Where'd the freak go? Harry sat down heavily, his head pounding, his vision swimming. That had taken something out of him, some energy he couldn't name but definitely felt the absence of. But more than the exhaustion, more than the fear of how much trouble he'd be in when he got down, he felt exhilarated. He'd done that on purpose. He'd seen the pieces and moved them. He could do magic. Not that he called it magic, not yet. Harry Potter at age 6 had no framework for understanding wizards and wands and Hogwarts. He just knew that the world was made of pieces, and he could see them, and sometimes he could change them. The Dursleys attributed the rooftop incident to freak behavior, and locked him in his cupboard for a week. But they couldn't lock up his mind, and in the darkness of that cramped space, Harry practiced. Small things at first. Making the spider that lived in the corner move left instead of right. Brightening the thin crack of light under the door, just a little. Convincing the lock to be open instead of closed, that one took him 3 days to figure out, and left him so drained he slept for 14 hours straight afterward. But he was learning. Understanding. Every success showed him more about how the pieces fit together. Every failure taught him about compatibility and energy costs and the dangers of trying to combine things that didn't want to be combined. By the time he was 8, Harry Potter had developed an internal classification system more sophisticated than some Newt-level theoretical frameworks, all without ever knowing that formal magical education existed. He categorized the building blocks of reality into 3 groups. First, there was what he thought of as the core nature of an effect. Light, heat, movement, growth, decay. The fundamental forces that made up every phenomenon. This was essence, though he wouldn't learn that word for years. Second, there was the how, the shape and delivery mechanism. A point of light versus a wave of light versus a surrounding glow. Movement in a direction versus movement that teleported versus movement that accelerated. This was form. Third, there was the why, what triggered and sustained the effect. Willpower, spoken words, gestures, emotional states, physical contact, time, ambient conditions. This was catalyst. Any magical effect he observed could be broken down into these components. And once broken down, the components could be recombined. A heating effect with a point delivery triggered by will could become a heating effect with a wave delivery triggered by gesture. The same essence, different form, different catalyst. The result would be similar but not identical, and the energy cost would change based on how naturally the components fit together. Harry documented everything in his head. He didn't dare write anything down. The Dursleys searched his cupboard regularly, looking for anything freakish to confiscate and destroy. But his memory had always been good, and it seemed to be getting better the more he exercised this strange ability. By age 9, he could do things that would have made a Hogwarts professor's eyebrows climb right off their face. He couldn't levitate a feather with Wingardium Leviosa. He had no idea such a spell existed, but he could convince the air under an object to push upward more than the air above it pushed down, creating a localized buoyancy effect that achieved the same result through completely different magical principles. He couldn't cast lumos, but he could excite the light pieces in a small area until they became visible, creating a soft glow that didn't require a wand or an incantation. He couldn't do anything flashy or obviously supernatural. His energy reserves were still those of a child, and anything dramatic left him exhausted for days, but within his limitations, Harry Potter was essentially inventing magic from first principles. Nobody noticed. That was the tragedy of it, really. The greatest magical prodigy of his generation was rotting away in a cupboard, being told he was worthless while he quietly revolutionized the fundamental understanding of how magic worked. But the wizarding world wouldn't stay ignorant forever. Because on July 31, 1991, Harry Potter turned 11. And the letters started coming. The morning of Harry's 11th birthday started like every other morning, with Aunt Petunia's bony knuckles rapping against his cupboard door and her shrill voice demanding he get up and start breakfast. Harry rolled off his thin mattress, already cataloging the magical potential of his surroundings out of pure habit. The wood of the cupboard door had almost no inherent magic, mundane objects rarely did, but there was a faint resonance from years of his own power pressing against it. The spider in the corner, his longtime companion, had developed a slight shimmer that suggested prolonged exposure to him was affecting even non-magical creatures. Coming, Aunt Petunia. He emerged into the hallway and immediately noticed something different. Uncle Vernon was standing by the front door, his face an alarming shade of purple, holding a thick envelope like it was a dead rat. What's this? Vernon demanded, waving the envelope. What is this, boy? Harry squinted at the green ink addressing. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. I don't know, Harry said honestly. He'd never received a letter before. Who would send him one? But even as he spoke, he noticed something strange. The envelope was glowing. Not visibly, not in a way the Dursleys could see, but in that other way Harry had learned to perceive. It was saturated with magic, more magic than he'd ever seen concentrated in a single object. Don't lie to me. Vernon sputtered. Someone knows you live in the cupboard. Someone's been spying on us, and you must have told someone. I haven't told anyone anything. Vernon's piggy eyes narrowed. We'll just see about that. He tore the envelope in half, then quarters, then eighths, before stuffing the pieces into the kitchen trash. There. Probably some prank. Local hoodlums trying to make trouble. Well, they won't get a rise out of me. Petunia. More bacon. Harry watched the pieces of magic-saturated paper disappear into the garbage. Something told him this wasn't over. Something told him those particular pieces wanted very badly to be whole, to be read, to deliver their message. He was right. The next day, 3 letters arrived. The day after that, 12. By the end of the week, the Dursley household was under siege. Letters poured through the mail slot, squeezed under the doors, fell down the chimney that Vernon had frantically boarded up. Each one addressed to Mr. H. Potter, with the location description changing to match wherever Harry was currently sleeping. They'd moved him to Dudley's second bedroom in a panic, convinced the freaks were somehow monitoring them. Harry never got to read a single one. Vernon destroyed them all with increasing hysteria, moving from tearing to burning to shredding with his new industrial paper destroyer. But Harry didn't need to read them. He could see the magic in them, and he was learning to interpret that magic's intent. The letters wanted to inform him of something. They wanted to invite him somewhere. They carried traces of hundreds of different magical signatures, a school, his mind whispered, a school full of magic users. There were others like him. The thought was so overwhelming that Harry had to sit down the first time it fully registered. He'd spent his entire life believing he was the only one, a freak among humans, broken in ways nobody could understand. But the letters suggested an entire community. Teachers. Students. A school. He wanted to cry. He wanted to laugh. He wanted to run to Uncle Vernon and demand answers. He did none of those things. 10 years with the Dursleys had taught him patience, caution, the value of keeping his cards close. He would wait. He would watch. And when the opportunity presented itself, he would seize it. The opportunity came on his birthday. Vernon, driven to the edge of sanity by the letter bombardment, had packed the entire family into the car and driven them across the country to a dilapidated shack on a rock in the middle of the sea. His reasoning, such as it was, involved the letters being unable to find them if they were cut off from postal service entirely. Harry thought this was monumentally stupid. The letters were clearly magic, and magic didn't care about postal infrastructure, but he kept his opinion to himself. He curled up on the shack's moldy floor, wrapped in Dudley's old coat, and watched the storm rage outside through gaps in the wooden walls. Lightning flashed. Thunder rolled. The waves crashed against the rocks with enough force to shake the entire structure. And then, at midnight exactly, something knocked on the door. Boom. The entire shack shuddered. Boom. Dudley shot upright, squealing like the pig he increasingly resembled. Boom. The door flew off its hinges and crashed to the floor, revealing the largest human being Harry had ever seen. He had to be at least twice the height of a normal man and 5 times as wide. His face was almost entirely hidden by a wild tangle of bushy black hair and beard, but his eyes gleamed kindly in what little light the dying fire provided. He was wearing a massive overcoat with approximately 1,000 pockets, and in one hand he carried a pink umbrella that was, against all logic, perfectly dry despite the raging storm. But what captured Harry's attention wasn't the man's size or his impossible dryness or even his choice of accessories. It was the magic. This man was practically incandescent with it. Harry had never seen anything like it, not in the letters, not in himself, not in any of the small magical phenomena he'd observed over the years. The giant radiated power the way the sun radiated light, and that power was woven through with kindness, warmth, and an almost childlike enthusiasm that made Harry like him immediately. "Couldn't make us a cup o' tea, could ya?" the giant asked, squeezing through the doorway and surveying the shack's interior. "It's not been an easy journey." His eyes found Harry, and his whole face transformed into a beaming smile. "And here's Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry's heart stuttered. "You knew my parents?" "Knew them. Knew them. Course I knew them. They was," the giant broke off, noticing Vernon for the first time. The Dursley patriarch had stumbled downstairs, clutching an ancient rifle with shaking hands. "I demand that you leave at once, sir. You are breaking and entering." The giant reached over, grabbed the rifle's barrel, and tied it into a knot. Then he turned back to Harry as if nothing had happened. "Anyway, Harry, happy birthday. Got summat for ya here, might have sat on it at some point, but it'll taste all right." From one of his many pockets, he produced a slightly squashed box. Inside was a chocolate cake with "Happy Birthday Harry" written in green icing. Harry stared at it. Nobody had ever made him a birthday cake before. Nobody had ever remembered his birthday at all, except to ensure he had extra chores. "Who are you?" he managed. "True, I haven't introduced myself. Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Y'all know all about Hogwarts, oh, course." "I don't," Harry admitted, and something in his voice made Hagrid's bushy eyebrows shoot up. "Ya don't? Ya don't know about," his eyes darted to Vernon and Petunia, and something in his expression hardened. "Did you not tell him? Did you not tell him anything? Tell me what?" Harry demanded. Hagrid's response would change his life forever. "Harry, you're a wizard." Now, here's where things got really interesting. Because unlike most Muggle-raised children receiving this news, Harry didn't react with shock or disbelief. "I know," he said quietly. Hagrid blinked. "Yeah, no. I've known for years. I can see magic. I've been teaching myself, figuring out how it works. I just didn't know there were others." Harry looked up at the giant, his green eyes reflecting the firelight. "I didn't know there was a whole world out there." If Hagrid had been surprised before, he was utterly gobsmacked now. "Ya can see magic? But that's not, how's that possible? Nobody can see magic, not properly, not unless they're using revealing charm. I've always been able to. Since I was little. It's like, everything's made of pieces, and I can tell which pieces are magical and which aren't." Harry gestured at Hagrid. "You're full of it. Magic, I mean. More than I've ever seen in one person. And your umbrella has something hidden inside it, something that helps you focus." Hagrid's hand moved instinctively to his pink umbrella, his face cycling through about 7 different emotions before settling on stunned wonder. "Blimey," he breathed. "They said ya was special, but this is something else entirely." "Who said I was special?" "Everyone, Harry. Everyone in our world knows your name. Knows what ya did." Hagrid paused, seeming to gather himself for something difficult. "Do ye know how your parents died?" The Dursleys had always said car crash. Drunk driver. Irresponsible wastrels getting what they deserved. Harry had never believed a word of it. "I know it wasn't an accident," he said carefully. "There's something in me, something foreign, something wrong, that I've been keeping contained since I was very young. I don't know what it is, but I know it came from whoever killed them." The shack went very, very quiet. Hagrid was staring at Harry with an expression that mixed horror, admiration, and something that might have been fear. Even Vernon and Petunia had stopped their whispered conference, frozen by Harry's words. "Yeah, can feel the, ye've been containin'," Hagrid shook his massive head. "Harry, I need ye to tell me exactly what you mean by that." So Harry told him. He explained about the foreign presence in his head, the dark fragment that had been there as long as he could remember. He described the walls he'd built around it, magical constructions that had started as instinct and evolved into deliberate architecture. He talked about how the fragment felt, oily, hateful, hungry, and how sometimes, in his dreams, he caught glimpses of memories that weren't his own. By the time he finished, Hagrid looked like he might be sick. This is above my pay grade, this is way above. Dumbledore needs to hear about this." He pulled what looked like a normal handkerchief from his pocket, except it was the size of a small tablecloth. "But first things first. We need to get ye to Diagon Alley, get your school supplies sorted. The rest can wait until someone smarter than me figures out what to do." Diagon Alley. Hidden street in London. Where magical folk do their shopping. Best place in the world, if you ask me. "Come on, then, we've got a lot to do and not much time to do it." Harry grabbed his meager possessions, which amounted to basically nothing, and followed Hagrid out into the storm. Behind him, he heard Uncle Vernon sputtering something about not paying for freakishness, and Aunt Petunia shrieking about ungrateful burdens. He didn't look back. That chapter of his life was over. The next one was about to begin. Diagon Alley hit Harry like a physical force. They'd traveled there through methods that would have seemed impossible yesterday, a flying motorcycle that Hagrid produced from somewhere, followed by a walk through central London to a dingy pub called the Leaky Cauldron that Muggles seemed completely unable to see. The pub had been interesting enough, full of witches and wizards who stumbled over themselves to shake Harry's hand and babble about what an honor it was. But then Hagrid had led him through the back, tapped a specific brick pattern with his umbrella, there was definitely a wand in there, Harry's perception confirmed it, and the wall had melted away to reveal everything. Harry's magical perception, honed over years of observing the faint traces of power in the mundane world, was suddenly overwhelmed. Every shop, every cobblestone, every person radiated magic so intensely that for a moment he couldn't process any of it. It was like being colorblind his whole life and suddenly seeing the full spectrum, times 1,000. "Yeah, all right there, Harry." Hagrid's voice came from somewhere above the chaos of perception. "You've gone a bit pale." "There's so much," Harry breathed. He pressed his palms against his eyes, trying to dial back his magical sight. "Give me a minute. I need to adjust." Slowly, carefully, he learned to filter. It was like adjusting to bright light after darkness, painful at first, but gradually manageable. He learned to push the overwhelming background hum of ambient magic to the periphery of his awareness, focusing only on specific sources when he chose to. "Better," he said after a full 2 minutes of standing perfectly still in the middle of the alley while witches and wizards streamed around them. "Sorry. I've never been around this much magic before. No need to apologize. Take your time." Hagrid's voice was gentle. This must be a lot to take in. It was. But underneath the initial shock, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced in years, joy. These people, this place, this world, it was his. He belonged here. He could feel it in his bones, in his magic, in the way the alley's ambient power seemed to hum in harmony with his own. "Where do we start?" he asked. Hagrid beamed. "Gringotts first. The Wizarding Bank. Need to get some money out of your vault." "I have a vault." "Course ye do. Your parents left ye plenty. Didn't think they'd leave their only son with nothin', did ye?" Harry hadn't thought about it at all. He'd spent his whole life being told he was a burden, that he should be grateful for the scraps the Dursleys provided. The idea that his parents had left him an inheritance was almost as shocking as the existence of the wizarding world itself. Gringotts was run by goblins, actual goblins, sharp-toothed and sharp-eyed, radiating a type of magic Harry had never encountered before. It was denser than human magic, more mineral somehow, tied to earth and metal and ancient pacts. Harry filed away everything he observed for later analysis. His vault contained a small fortune in gold coins. His parents' vault, which Hagrid visited separately for Hogwarts business, contained something that practically screamed magical significance even through the vault's warding. Harry didn't ask about it. He'd learned that secrets tended to reveal themselves when the time was right. After the bank came the shopping. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where Harry met a pale blonde boy who radiated arrogance like a bad smell and kept going on about bloodlines and Quidditch. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Harry's excitement was almost impossible to contain, entire shelves dedicated to magical theory, to spell construction, to the fundamental nature of wizarding power. He wanted to buy everything. He settled for his required texts plus half a dozen extras that Hagrid indulgently agreed to let him add. Potion ingredients from the apothecary, where Harry's perception helped him identify which components held the most magical potential. A telescope and brass scales and a collapsible cauldron. And then, finally, the moment Harry had been waiting for without knowing it. Ollivander's. The shop was narrow, dusty, and packed floor to ceiling with thousands of long, thin boxes. The magic here was different from anywhere else they'd visited, layered, complex, the result of generations of accumulated power. Harry could barely process it all. An old man emerged from the shadows between shelves, his pale eyes luminous in the dim light. "Ah, yes," said the man. "Yes, yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." He smiled, revealing teeth that were slightly too numerous. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Mr. Ollivander." Harry guessed. "The very same. And your father favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I say your father favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Mr. Ollivander had moved closer, close enough that Harry could see his own reflection in those pale, silvery eyes. The wand-maker's gaze seemed to pierce through him, examining something deeper than flesh and bone. "And that's where." Ollivander touched the lightning bolt scar with one long finger. Harry flinched, not from pain but from the sudden intensity of perception. The wand-maker's magic was probing him, examining the very thing Harry had been containing since infancy. "Curious," Ollivander murmured. "Very curious indeed." "What's curious?" But the wand-maker was already retreating, pulling boxes from shelves with the focused energy of someone who just encountered an interesting problem. "Well now, Mr. Potter. Let's see. Which is your wand arm?" "I'm right-handed." "Hold out your arm. That's it." A tape measure with silver markings began measuring Harry on its own, shoulder to finger, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, around his head, while Ollivander pulled down boxes seemingly at random. "That will do," he said, and the tape measure crumpled to the floor. "Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry took the wand. Instantly, his perception exploded. Through direct physical contact with a properly constructed magical focus, everything he'd ever observed suddenly crystallized into perfect clarity. He could see the individual threads of dragon heartstring power wound through the beechwood core. He could perceive the enchantments that allowed the wand to channel and amplify its user's magic. He understood, in that moment of contact, more about wand theory than most wizards learned in a lifetime. But the wand itself was wrong for him. The resonance was off, the frequencies mismatched. He waved it anyway, curious to see what would happen. A stack of boxes crashed to the floor. Apparently not, Ollivander said, not seeming bothered at all. He snatched the wand back and replaced it with another. Perhaps this, maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try. Harry tried. This one was closer, the phoenix feather core sent thrills through his magical perception, but still wrong. It blew out a window. No, no, here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches, springy. Go on, try it out. The unicorn hair wand produced a cascade of silver sparks but felt somehow too pure for Harry's nature. He handed it back before it could react badly to the dark fragment contained within him. Ollivander's eyes were practically glowing now. He looked like a man who just received the best birthday present of his life. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere, I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry's fingers closed around this wand, everything changed. It was like coming home after a lifetime of exile. The hollywood hummed against his palm, the phoenix feather core sang in harmony with his magical perception, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt complete. Red and gold sparks shot from the wand tip, spiraling through the dusty air like tiny fireworks. Harry's eyes were wide, his breath caught in his throat. He could see every component of this wand, every nuance of its construction, and all of it was perfect for him. Oh, bravo! Ollivander cried. Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, how curious, how very curious. He accepted the payment Hagrid offered but kept staring at Harry with those unsettling, knowing eyes. I'm sorry, Harry said carefully, but what's curious? Ollivander leaned in close. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. But more than fear, he felt, understanding. Connection. His perception had already sensed something unique about the phoenix core, something that resonated with the dark fragment he'd contained all these years. The wand chooses the wizard, he said quietly. But what does it mean when two connected wands choose enemies? Ollivander's smile was not entirely pleasant. That, Mr. Potter, is an excellent question. I think we can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Harry left the shop with his new wand practically bonded to his palm, his mind racing with implications. He had a lot to learn. About his parents. About Voldemort. About the war that had supposedly ended the night his mother died. About the dark fragment in his head and the phoenix core connection between his wand and its brother. But for the first time in his life, he had the resources to find answers. He had access to magical education, magical books, a magical community full of knowledge waiting to be discovered. And he had something else. Something that set him apart from every other wizard who'd ever lived. He could see the building blocks of magic itself. He could take them apart and put them together in new configurations. He could create. The rest of the summer passed in a blur of preparation. Harry devoured his textbooks with the desperate hunger of someone who'd been starving for knowledge his entire life. Every chapter revealed new components, new principles, new possibilities. Where other students would learn the movements and incantations for basic spells, Harry learned the underlying structure, why those movements directed magical energy in specific patterns, how those incantations shaped and focused power, what fundamental essences each spell drew upon. His of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 was covered in handwritten notes within a week. Not corrections or clarifications, but observations, lumos, light essence, point form, verbal catalyst. Why point? Why not spread? Test variations. Wingardium Leviosa, countergravity essence, targeted form, verbal plus somatic catalyst. The Wingardium seems to specify the essence, Leviosa the form. Incantations are compressed component declarations. Alohomora, unlock essence, contact form, verbal catalyst. Interesting that unlock can be an essence. Abstract concepts as magical principles. He practiced in secret, using his wand to channel the experimental combinations he'd been doing wandlessly for years. The results were illuminating. A wand didn't just amplify power, it provided structure, stability, a framework that made complex magic easier to control. His wandless experiments had been like trying to paint with his fingers, using a wand was like suddenly having access to professional brushes. But he also discovered limitations. Standard wand magic wanted to flow through established channels, the accepted spells, the proven techniques. His creative combinations worked better when he concentrated on the underlying components rather than trying to follow the textbook instructions. September 1st arrived faster than Harry expected. King's Cross Station was crowded with muggles hurrying to catch their trains, none of them paying attention to the groups of oddly dressed families pushing trolleys loaded with owls and cauldrons. Harry, who'd taken the underground from the leaky cauldron where he'd been staying since Diagon Alley, pushed his own trolley toward platforms 9 and 10. The ticket Hagrid had given him said platform 9 3/4. Which was, according to all physical evidence, completely impossible. But Harry's magical perception had been active since he entered the station, and he could see exactly where the platform was. Between platforms 9 and 10, what looked like a solid brick pillar was actually a complex weave of magic, a permanent spatial distortion that connected two locations that shouldn't be able to connect. Concealment essence, portal form, proximity catalyst, Harry catalogued automatically. Impressive work. Must have taken decades to stabilize. He watched a red-haired family approach the barrier. There were a lot of them, a plump woman who radiated maternal warmth, twin boys who practically crackled with mischievous energy, an older boy who wore an air of self-importance like cologne, a younger boy about Harry's age looking nervous, and a young girl who wasn't old enough for Hogwarts yet. "All right, Percy, you first," the mother said. The older boy walked directly at the barrier and vanished. Harry's perception tracked him through the portal, he emerged on the other side, onto a platform that existed in a pocket dimension layered over the mundane station. Fascinating. He waited for the rest of the family to go through, then approached the barrier himself. The magic parted around him like water, and suddenly he was somewhere else entirely. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos and wonder in equal measure. A scarlet steam engine labeled Hogwarts Express dominated the platform, belching white smoke that formed shapes, dragons, phoenixes, hippogriffs, before dissipating. Hundreds of students and parents crowded the platform, hauling trunks, saying goodbyes, chasing escaped pets. The ambient magic was almost overwhelming. Harry found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in with his books. He'd only managed to read 3 pages of magical theory before the compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting there? It was the nervous-looking red-haired boy from the barrier. Everywhere else is full. Harry glanced up, automatically cataloging the boy's magical signature. Decent potential, untrained and uncontrolled, with an interesting affinity he couldn't quite identify. Go ahead. Thanks. The boy sat down across from Harry, visibly relieved. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's ears went pink. Are you really? I mean, do you have the scar? Harry pushed his fringe aside, revealing the lightning bolt. Yeah. Wicked, Ron breathed, then seemed to remember himself. Sorry, I mean, everyone's always asking you about that, probably, actually, you're the first. I only found out I was famous about a month ago. You didn't know. But you're Harry Potter. Everyone knows about you. I was raised by muggles. They didn't tell me anything about magic. Harry shrugged. I had to figure it out myself. Blimey. Ron was staring at him like he'd grown a second head. That must have been. I mean, I can't imagine not knowing about magic. My whole family's magic. I've got 5 brothers who all went to Hogwarts. Bill and Charlie already graduated, Percy's a prefect this year, Fred and George are 3rd years, and then there's me. What about your sister? Ginny? She's not old enough yet. Next year. Ron's ears went even redder. How'd you know I had a sister? Saw your family at the barrier. The little girl who was crying about wanting to go too. Oh. Ron relaxed slightly. Right. For a second I thought maybe you could read minds or something. Harry laughed. Not quite. Though I can do some things that probably seem just as strange. Before he could elaborate, the compartment door opened again. A round-faced boy stood in the corridor, looking miserable. Sorry, but have you seen a toad? I've lost him. No, sorry, Ron said. The boy's face fell further. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Gran's going to kill me, Trevor was a gift. Harry's perception had been active throughout the conversation, cataloging both boys' magical signatures. Ron's was warm, loyal, with that odd affinity he still couldn't identify. But Neville's was interesting. Different from anything he'd seen before. There was an undercurrent of something wild, something connected to growth and life and green things. Have you tried any tracking magic? Harry asked. Neville blinked. I don't know any tracking magic. I barely know any magic at all. Here. Harry pulled out his wand, focusing on the magical perception that had served him so well. He'd never tried to locate a specific living thing before, but the principles should be similar to his other experiments. Living essence, he thought. Connection form. Will catalyst. His wand tip glowed faintly. Harry concentrated on the concept of a toad, amphibian nature, moist skin, tendency to hop and hide, and let the spell seek outward. 3 compartments down, he said after a moment. Under a seat. Probably found somewhere dark and comfortable to sleep. Neville stared at him. How did you? We haven't even learned any spells yet. I've been practicing on my own, Harry said, which was technically true. He didn't mention that the spell he'd just used didn't actually exist in any textbook. Neville rushed off to retrieve his toad, and Ron was looking at Harry with new respect. That was bloody brilliant. What spell was that? Something I've been working on. I'm interested in magical theory, how spells work, why they work, whether you can combine different types of magic to make new spells. Ron's expression shifted to something between impressed and concerned. That sounds really advanced. My brother Bill's a curse breaker in Egypt, and even he doesn't talk about making new spells. Maybe that's why there's so much magic that nobody's invented yet, Harry said with a slight smile. Everyone's too busy learning the old spells to think about creating new ones. The compartment door opened for a 3rd time, revealing a girl with bushy brown hair and an authoritative manner that suggested she was used to being the smartest person in the room. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Oh, you found him, she added, as Neville appeared behind her clutching a distinctly unimpressed amphibian. Good. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough. I've been reading about the 4 houses, and I think Ravenclaw sounds best, though Gryffindor sounds good too. Harry was only half listening. His attention had been captured by Hermione's magical signature. It was dense. Layered. Incredibly organized, as if her very magic was arranged in alphabetical order. He'd never seen anything like it. Most people's magic was chaotic, instinctive, shaped by emotion rather than logic. But Hermione's practically hummed with structure. I'm Harry Potter, he interrupted her monologue. Hermione stopped mid-sentence, her eyes going wide. Are you really? I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry genuinely hadn't known that. I've mostly been reading the theoretical texts. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling is fascinating. Hermione's expression shifted from impressed fan to intellectual equal in about half a second. Oh, I love that book. His chapter on magical intent really changed how I thought about spellcasting. Though I thought some of his conclusions about wandless magic were a bit dated. They are, Harry agreed. He treats the wand as the source of magical structure, but really it's just a focusing tool. The structure comes from the wizard's understanding of fundamental magical principles. That's exactly what I thought. None of the other books I found addressed it properly, though. Do you think, Ron, who had been watching this exchange like a spectator at a tennis match, cleared his throat? Should I leave you two alone with your books? Harry laughed. Sorry. I don't get to talk about this stuff with people who actually understand it. Neither do I, Hermione admitted, and for the first time since entering the compartment, she smiled genuinely. It's nice to meet someone who takes magical education seriously. She ended up staying for the rest of the journey, and Harry found himself in the most stimulating conversation he'd ever had. Hermione's knowledge was encyclopedic. She'd memorized facts about magical history, theory, and practice that Harry had never encountered. But where she had breadth, he had depth. His understanding of why magic worked consistently surprised her, and by the time the train began to slow, they'd already outlined 3 different experiments they wanted to try together. Ron, meanwhile, had contributed regular doses of practical wizarding world knowledge that neither of them possessed. He explained about Quidditch, about wizarding families, about the house rivalries at Hogwarts. He shared chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He made both of them laugh with stories about his brother's pranks. By the time they changed into their school robes, Harry realized something remarkable had happened. He'd made friends. Real friends. People who liked him for himself, not for his fame or his name or the scar on his forehead. The train stopped. They joined the stream of students exiting onto a tiny platform in the middle of nowhere. Hagrid's voice boomed through the night, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." Harry followed the giant to a fleet of small boats that would take them across a black lake to the castle. And then he saw Hogwarts for the first time. It was a vast castle, perched atop a high mountain on the other side of the lake. Its towers and turrets were illuminated by thousands of windows, each one glowing with warm magical light. The entire structure radiated power, centuries of accumulated magic woven into every stone, every spell, every ward. Harry's perception could barely contain it all. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed. Harry didn't say anything. He was too busy trying not to cry. He was home. The sorting was held in a great hall that looked like it went on forever. The ceiling showed the night sky outside, not a painting, Harry's perception confirmed, but an actual enchantment that replicated external conditions. For long tables stretched the length of the room, each filled with students wearing robes trimmed in different colors. A 5th table at the head of the hall held the teachers. Professor McGonagall, a stern-looking witch who'd led them into the hall, placed an ancient hat on a 3-legged stool. The hat, which Harry could sense contained some of the oldest magic in the castle, burst into song about the 4 houses and their qualities. Then the sorting began. Names were called. Students approached the stool. The hat was placed on their heads, sometimes shouting its decision immediately, sometimes taking several minutes to deliberate. Granger, Hermione. Harry watched his new friend practically run to the stool, her nervousness obvious. The hat took almost a full minute before shouting, Gryffindor. And Harry could see why. Her magic had been torn between 2 directions, logic and courage fighting for dominance. Neville Longbottom was sorted into Gryffindor too, though the hat took even longer with him. Harry noticed that Neville's unusual magic signature seemed to intensify during the sorting, as if something dormant was beginning to stir. Malfoy, Draco. The pale blonde boy from Madame Malkin strutted to the stool. The hat barely touched his head before screaming, Slytherin. More names. More sortings. And then, Potter, Harry. The entire hall went silent. Then whispers exploded like a swarm of wasps. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? Harry walked to the stool, acutely aware of hundreds of eyes following him. He sat down. Professor McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and suddenly he couldn't see the hall anymore. But he could perceive the hat. It was ancient. Intelligent. A fragment of the Founder's consciousness woven into magical fabric, capable of reading minds through a connection that formed the moment it touched a student's head. Harry could feel it probing his thoughts, examining his memories, cataloging his abilities. And then it spoke in his head. Well. This is unprecedented. Harry didn't know if he could think back at it, so he tried. What's unprecedented? You, Mr. Potter. I have been sorting students for over 1,000 years. I have seen prodigies and dunces, heroes and villains, minds brilliant and minds broken. But I have never in 10 centuries, encountered a student who could perceive my own magical composition while I examined them. I can see the building blocks of magic, Harry thought. I've been able to since I was a baby. The hat's presence in his mind seemed to sharpen with interest. Yes, I can see that. I can see everything, the night of your parents' death, the impossible thing you did to survive, the years of solitary experimentation, the understanding you've developed that surpasses most magical theorists. And I can see, oh my. That is very interesting. The fragment? Indeed. You've been containing a piece of the darkest wizard of the modern age since infancy. You built walls around it without training, without guidance, purely through instinct and innovation. Do you understand how remarkable that is? Harry hadn't really thought about it. It was just something he had to do to survive. Let us discuss your sorting, the hat continued. You would do well in any house, you know. You have Slytherin's ambition and cunning, the drive to become powerful, the ability to achieve your goals through whatever means necessary. You have Ravenclaw's love of knowledge and innovation, the need to understand, to discover, to create. You have Hufflepuff's loyalty and dedication, the bonds you're already forming with your fellow students are genuine and strong. And you have Gryffindor's courage, the willingness to face the darkness in your own mind, to confront impossible challenges, to stand up for what's right even when it costs you. Then how do you choose? Normally, I look for the dominant trait. But in your case, they're remarkably balanced. The hat seemed to pause, considering. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what do you value most? Harry thought about it. Really thought. He valued knowledge, yes. The joy of understanding, of discovery, of pushing boundaries. Ravenclaw would nurture that. He valued ambition too. The drive to become more, to achieve things no one had achieved before. Slytherin would hone that. But when he imagined the future, the war that was coming, the challenges he'd have to face, what he saw wasn't a scholar in a library or a schemer in the shadows. He saw himself standing between innocent people and the darkness that wanted to consume them. He saw himself creating new magic not for its own sake, but to protect, to defend, to save. He saw courage. And he saw the friends who'd already shown him that he didn't have to face the world alone. Gryffindor, he thought. I want to be where I can do the most good, and I want to be with my friends. The hat's mental presence radiated something like approval. A wise choice, Mr. Potter. And perhaps the right one, for you and for the world. Better be. Gryffindor. The last word was shouted aloud, and the hall erupted. The Gryffindor table was on their feet, cheering wildly. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Hermione was beaming and waving him over. Even the teachers were applauding, though Harry noticed that one of them, a hook-nosed man in black robes, was not clapping at all. Instead, he was staring at Harry with an expression of mixed loathing and something else Harry couldn't identify. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table and sat down between Hermione and Neville. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor a few minutes later, completing their little group. "I knew you'd be in Gryffindor," Hermione said as Ron joined them. "You've got the right kind of bravery." "What kind is that?" Harry asked. "The kind that sees something wrong and wants to fix it, even if fixing it is hard." Harry smiled. Coming from the girl who memorized all her textbooks before term started, that's quite a compliment. The feast appeared on golden plates: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. Harry ate until he couldn't eat anymore, talking and laughing with his new friends, feeling more content than he ever had in his life. Eventually, the feast ended. Dumbledore, the headmaster, an ancient wizard with a silver beard that reached his waist and twinkling eyes that seemed to see everything, made announcements about forbidden corridors and restricted forests. Then they were led to the Gryffindor common room by a prefect, Ron's brother Percy, as it turned out, shown to their dormitories, and left to sleep. Harry's bed was warm and soft, incomparably better than his cupboard or even Dudley's second bedroom. His new wand rested on the nightstand, its phoenix feather core humming faintly in resonance with his magic. Through the window, he could see the stars over Hogwarts, sharp and clear without city light pollution. Tomorrow he would start classes. Tomorrow he would begin learning magic formally, comparing what the teachers taught to what he'd already figured out on his own. Tomorrow he would start exploring this incredible castle, discovering its secrets, understanding its magic. Tomorrow, his real education would begin. But tonight, he was just a boy who had finally found where he belonged. And as he drifted off to sleep, Harry Potter smiled. His magic hummed in harmony with the ancient castle around him. The fragment in his head stayed quiet, contained behind walls that grew stronger every day. His wand dreamed of the spells they would create together. And somewhere, in the shadows of the Albanian forest, a wraith that had once been the most feared wizard in Britain felt a faint tremor of unease. Something had changed. Something was different. Something was growing, and it wasn't going to stop. The spark that shouldn't exist had finally found fuel. And it was about to become a flame. Chapter 2, Hogwarts Express and First Impressions. Chapter 2, Hogwarts Express and First Impressions. The first morning at Hogwarts hit Harry like a splash of cold water to the face, except, in a good way. He woke up before dawn, which wasn't unusual. Years of being the Dursleys' personal alarm clock had trained his body to snap awake at ridiculous hours. What was unusual was waking up in a four-poster bed with crimson hangings, in a circular room at the top of a tower, surrounded by 4 other boys his age who were all snoring in various pitches and volumes. For a solid 30 seconds, Harry just lay there, staring at the canopy above him and remembering that this was real. All of it. The magic, the castle, the friends, the future stretching out ahead of him full of possibilities he'd never dared to imagine. Then Neville let out a snore that sounded like a chainsaw fighting a garbage disposal, and the moment was broken. Harry slipped out of bed as quietly as he could, grabbed his wand from the nightstand, and padded over to the window. The grounds of Hogwarts spread out below him like a painting come to life, rolling lawns still silvered with dew, the dark mass of the forbidden forest at the edge of the property, the glittering surface of the lake reflecting the pre-dawn sky. And the magic. Even from up here, even through stone walls and ancient wards, Harry could perceive the sheer density of magical energy that permeated everything. The castle itself was practically alive with it, centuries of spells layered on top of each other, protective enchantments woven into the very foundations, traces of 1,000 years of magical education soaked into every stone. He'd need months just to catalog what he could sense from this one window. Maybe years. Harry grinned. He couldn't wait to get started. By the time his dorm mate started stirring, Harry had already washed, dressed, and spent 45 minutes scribbling observations in the notebook he'd started keeping. His handwriting was cramped and hurried, trying to capture everything before it slipped away. Castle wards, at least 7 distinct layers. Outermost is anti-apparition, spatial lock. Second layer is muggle repelling, notice me not variant. Third is protective, damage mitigation. Need to test. Inner layers too complex to analyze from dormitory, will need closer examination. Ambient magic density approximately 400% higher than Diagon Alley. Possible explanation, accumulation over time, or active generation by the castle itself. Research whether buildings can produce magic independent of inhabitants. Interesting resonance between my wand and the castle's protective enchantments. Phoenix Feather Core seems to recognize certain magical signatures. Connection to Dumbledore. He has a phoenix, saw at the feast. Investigate. Blimey, Harry, did you sleep at all? Ron had emerged from his hangings, red hair sticking up in approximately 17 directions, squinting at Harry's hunched form by the window. A few hours, Harry said, closing his notebook. I wanted to get some thoughts down while they were fresh. Thoughts about what? Magic. The castle. Everything, really. Harry stood, stretching muscles that had stiffened from sitting too long. Did you know there are at least 7 distinct ward layers protecting Hogwarts? And that's just what I can sense from up here. Ron blinked at him. Mate, it's 6 in the morning. I don't even know what a ward layer is at 6 in the morning. Fair enough. Breakfast? Now you're speaking my language. They woke Neville, who promptly forgot where he'd put his tie, waited for Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan to stumble through their morning routines, and headed down to the Great Hall together. The castle seemed determined to make navigation as confusing as possible. Staircases moved, doors pretended to be walls, and at one point they definitely passed the same suit of armor 3 times even though they kept walking in a straight line. But Harry was having the time of his life. Every trick the castle threw at them was a puzzle to be solved. The moving staircases operated on a complex rotation pattern that he started mapping in his head. The fake doors had telltale magical signatures that distinguished them from real ones. The suit of armor that kept appearing was actually a localized space loop enchantment, probably set up as a prank centuries ago and never properly dispelled. How do you do that? Neville asked, after Harry led them around the space loop by taking an unexpected left turn. Do what? Know where to go. We've been lost for 20 minutes, and you just figured it out. Harry considered how to explain. The castle uses magic to confuse people, right? But magic always has a structure. If you can see the structure, you can work around it. You can see magic. Neville's eyes were wide. Sort of. It's hard to explain. Harry paused at an intersection, perceiving the faint traces of thousands of students who'd walked these corridors before them. This way. The Great Hall's close, I can feel the concentration of people. Ron and Neville exchanged looks that Harry didn't quite catch, but they followed him without further questions. The Great Hall was about half full when they arrived, students from all 4 houses scattered along their respective tables. The enchanted ceiling showed a crisp blue sky with fluffy white clouds, and the smell of bacon and eggs and fresh toast made Harry's stomach growl audibly. Hermione was already seated at the Gryffindor table, a book propped against a pitcher of orange juice, somehow managing to read and eat simultaneously without getting food on the pages. Good morning, she said brightly as they sat down. I've been looking at our schedule. We have Transfiguration first thing with the Ravenclaws, then History of Magic, then lunch, then double potions with the Slytherins. Double potions with the Slytherins? Ron groaned. On our first day? That's just cruel. Why's that bad? Harry asked, loading his plate with eggs and sausage. Potions is taught by Professor Snape. He's head of Slytherin House, and he hates Gryffindors. My brothers told me horror stories. Ron lowered his voice conspiratorially. Fred and George say he can read minds and knows whenever you haven't done your homework. That's almost certainly an exaggeration, Hermione said primly. Mind reading is an advanced skill called legilimency, and it's not something professors would use casually on students. Still, Ron muttered. Better do our potions homework. Harry filed away the term legilimency for later research. Mind reading could have interesting applications, and interesting defenses. Halfway through breakfast, there was a rustling sound from above. Harry looked up to see hundreds of owls streaming through windows near the ceiling, carrying letters and packages that they dropped with remarkable accuracy to students throughout the hall. A handsome tawny owl landed in front of Neville with a small parcel. Oh! Gran remembered to send my remembrall. He unwrapped it eagerly, revealing a glass ball the size of a large marble. It's supposed to tell you if you've forgotten something. See, you hold it and if the smoke turns red, the smoke inside the remembrall turned bright scarlet. Oh no! I've forgotten something, but I can't remember what. Harry examined the remembrall with interest. The magic inside it was simple but elegant: memory essence, indicator form, touch catalyst. It connected to the holder's subconscious and detected the sensation of forgetting without identifying what was forgotten. That's a clever bit of enchanting, he said. Though it would be more useful if it could tell you specifically what you'd forgotten. Can you make one that does that? Neville asked hopefully. Maybe. I'd need to study memory magic more first. Harry made a mental note. Memory-based enchanting was something he hadn't explored much. The potential applications were fascinating. The male owls were still delivering, and one, a beautiful snowy white, landed directly in front of Harry with a letter clutched in her beak. That's odd, Harry said. I wasn't expecting any post. He took the letter. The envelope was heavy parchment, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, Gryffindor First Year, Hogwarts School. There was no return address, but the magical signature on the envelope was familiar, old, powerful, and tinged with something that felt like twinkling starlight. Dumbledore, Harry realized. He opened the letter. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well rested and ready for your first day of classes. When you have a free moment this week, I would very much appreciate a conversation with you in my office. There are matters of some importance that I believe we should discuss in private. The password to my office is Fizzing Whizbees. I do enjoy a good sweet. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice, then tucked it into his robes. Dumbledore wanted to talk to him. That wasn't entirely surprising, given his reputation as the boy who lived. The headmaster probably wanted to check up on him personally. But something about the phrasing, matters of some importance, suggested this was about more than just a friendly welcome. Maybe Hagrid had passed along what Harry had told him about the fragment in his head. Everything all right? Hermione asked, noticing his expression. Yeah. Just a note from Dumbledore. He wants to meet with me sometime this week. Ron's eyebrows shot up. Dumbledore wants to meet with you? Personally? Blimey, Harry, you've been here one night. I'm sure it's just because of the whole boy who lived thing, Harry said, though he wasn't entirely convinced. Probably wants to make sure I'm settling in okay. He tried to put it out of his mind as they finished breakfast and headed to their first class. Transfiguration was taught by Professor McGonagall, who turned out to be the stern witch who'd led them into the Great Hall for the sorting. Her classroom was on the first floor, filled with desks arranged in neat rows facing a large blackboard. When they arrived, McGonagall wasn't there. Instead, a tabby cat sat on the teacher's desk, watching them with an intensity that seemed unusual for a feline. Harry knew immediately that something was off. The cat's magical signature was all wrong, too complex, too human, layered with the kind of controlled power he associated with the professors he'd observed at the feast. Animagus, he thought, remembering a passage from one of his extra books. A witch or wizard who could transform into an animal at will. The cat was McGonagall. He chose not to say anything, curious to see how this would play out. Students filed in, chattering and finding seats. Ron and Harry grabbed desks near the middle, with Hermione directly in front of them and Neville beside her. The class was shared with Ravenclaw, and Harry noticed several of them eyeing him with undisguised curiosity. The bell rang. Still no professor, just the cat, now grooming its paw with apparent disinterest. "Maybe she's running late," Ron whispered. Right on cue, the door burst open and 2 Ravenclaw students rushed in, out of breath and apologetic. "Sorry, Professor, we got lost," one of them started. And then the cat changed. One moment it was a tabby. The next, it was Professor McGonagall, standing on her desk with her arms crossed and her expression distinctly unimpressed. The class gasped collectively. Harry, who'd been watching the transformation with his magical perception, was fascinated by the mechanics. The human form had been compressed somehow, folded into a smaller configuration, and the shift back was like origami unfolding. "Perhaps I should transfigure one of you into a pocket watch," McGonagall said dryly. "Then perhaps one of you would be on time." The late students turned scarlet and scrambled to their seats. "Now then." McGonagall stepped down from her desk and faced the class properly. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She launched into a lecture about the basic principles of transfiguration, changing one object into another through focused will and proper technique. Harry listened intently, comparing what she said to his own understanding of magical structure. According to McGonagall, transfiguration worked by imposing a new form onto existing matter through a combination of incantation, wand movement, and mental visualization. The difficulty scaled with the complexity of the change. Turning a match into a needle was simple, while turning a desk into a pig was newt-level work. But that wasn't quite how Harry perceived it. To him, transfiguration was about essence manipulation. Every object had a fundamental magical identity, its essence, that determined what it was. A match's essence was fire starter or small wooden stick. A needle's essence was sharp thin metal tool. Transfiguration changed one essence to another, forcing matter to reorganize itself to match the new identity. The incantation and wand movement weren't doing the actual transformation. They were communicating with the ambient magic, telling it what change was desired. The real work happened when the wizards will impressed a new essence onto the target object. "Mr. Potter." Harry snapped back to attention. McGonagall was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "Perhaps you'd like to share what's so interesting about my demonstration." She'd been showing the proper wand movement for turning a match into a needle. Harry had apparently been staring into space with a slightly glazed expression. "Sorry, Professor. I was thinking about the underlying theory." "Oh. And what thoughts did you have?" Several students snickered. They clearly expected Harry to fumble through an embarrassing non-answer. Harry considered his response carefully. "I was wondering about the essence transfer mechanism. The incantation and wand movement seem to be about communicating the desired change rather than causing it directly. Is the actual transformation handled by the wizards while imposing a new fundamental identity on the target object?" The snickers died abruptly. McGonagall's eyebrows rose several millimeters. "That," she said slowly, "is a remarkably sophisticated question for a first-year student. Where did you encounter the concept of essence transfer?" "I worked it out myself, mostly. By watching how different types of magic interact." Harry hesitated. "I can kind of perceive magical structure. The components that make up spells and enchantments. I've been developing a framework to understand what I'm seeing." The classroom had gone completely silent. Even the Ravenclaws, who prided themselves on intellectual superiority, were staring at Harry like he'd just claimed he could fly without a broom. McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Something in her expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Come see me after class, Mr. Potter. I believe we have things to discuss." She turned back to the full class. For now, let's see if anyone can actually perform the transformation. Take your matches. The remainder of the lesson was spent trying to turn matches into needles. Most students made no progress at all. The matches sat there, stubbornly match-like, refusing to cooperate with desperate incantations and flailing wand movements. Hermione's match went silver and pointy after 15 minutes of concentrated effort, earning Gryffindor 5 points and cementing her reputation as the overachiever of the year. Harry took a different approach. Instead of following McGonagall's instructions exactly, he focused on what he described, the essence of the match versus the essence of a needle. He visualized the fundamental change required, felt the ambient magic responding to his intention, and pushed. His match didn't just turn into a needle. It turned into a perfect needle, gleaming and sharp, with a tiny eye at one end that the demonstration example hadn't even had. McGonagall stared at it for a full 5 seconds before speaking. 10 points to Gryffindor, she said quietly. And Mr. Potter, definitely stay after class. When the other students filed out, Harry approached McGonagall's desk. She had his needle in her hand, examining it with an expression of academic fascination. This is exceptional work, Mr. Potter. Newt-level quality, achieved in a single class period without any prior transfiguration training. She looked up at him. How did you do it? I focused on changing the match's fundamental identity rather than just its appearance. Most of the other students seemed to be trying to force the shape of a needle onto the match, but the match was still a match underneath. I changed what the match was, and the appearance followed. McGonagall set the needle down carefully. Mr. Potter, I have been teaching transfiguration for nearly 40 years. I have taught students who went on to become the finest transfiguration masters of their generation. And I have never encountered a first year who intuitively understood the deep theory of essence manipulation. I've had a lot of time to think about magic, Harry said. Growing up with Muggles, I couldn't just rely on knowing how things were supposed to work. I had to figure out the underlying principles for myself. Hagrid mentioned something of your unusual perceptive abilities. McGonagall's voice was careful, probing. He seemed quite astonished by what you told him in that shack. About seeing magic, and about other things. So Hagrid had told people. Harry wondered how much, and who else knew. It's hard to explain exactly what I see, he said. Everything magical has a structure to it. Components that make up its function. I can perceive those components and, sometimes, imagine how they might be rearranged. And you've been doing this since childhood? Without instruction? Since I was about 4 or 5, I think. It's just how I experience the world. McGonagall was quiet for a moment, her eyes searching his face. Mr. Potter, Harry, I want to be clear about something. What you're describing isn't a standard magical ability. It isn't something taught in any curriculum or mentioned in any textbook. If your perceptions are accurate, if you truly can deconstruct and reconstruct magical principles by observation alone. She trailed off, as if unsure how to complete the thought. I could create new spells, Harry finished. New types of magic. Things nobody's done before. Yes. The word came out weighted with significance. And that possibility carries both tremendous potential and tremendous responsibility. Magic isn't just about power, Harry. It's about consequences. Every spell ever created changed the world in some way, for better or worse. If you have the ability to create new magic, then I need to be careful about what I create and why, Harry said. I know. I've thought about it a lot. McGonagall's severe expression softened into something almost like a smile. I believe you have. You're remarkably thoughtful for an 11-year-old. I've had a lot of practice dealing with situations where thoughtfulness was the only advantage I had. She nodded, understanding more than he'd explicitly said. Very well. I won't pretend to understand your ability fully, but I want you to know that my door is always open if you need guidance. Transfiguration, more than any other branch of magic, deals with fundamental transformation. I may be able to help you understand aspects of what you're experiencing. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate that. Now. McGonagall's tone shifted back to business. I believe you have history of magic next. Professor Binns doesn't take attendance, but I'd recommend going anyway. The theoretical context can be useful, even if the delivery is dry. Harry gathered his things and headed for the door. Just before he left, McGonagall spoke again. Harry. The headmaster will have received my report about today's class by dinner time. I suspect he'll want to see you sooner rather than later. Harry nodded. Between Hagrid's information and now McGonagall's observations, Dumbledore was certainly going to have questions. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. History of magic was exactly as dry as McGonagall had implied. Professor Binns was a ghost, literally a ghost, a pale, translucent figure who drifted through the blackboard at the start of class and proceeded to lecture in a droning monotone about goblin rebellions. Harry wasn't sure if Binns had been boring when he was alive or if death had somehow removed whatever personality he'd once possessed. Either way, most of the class had glazed eyes within 15 minutes. Harry used the time productively. While Binns rambled about the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, Harry pulled out his notebook and started a new section, Hogwarts Observations. History classroom, low ambient magic, possibly due to Ghost Professor drawing on it for manifestation. Test theory by comparing magical density in rooms with versus without ghost presence. Binns himself is interesting. Standard ghost composition, emotion essence, spectral form, death catalyst, but unusually stable. Most ghosts drift and fade over centuries. Binns has been teaching for, how long? Research required. Note, ghost magic might be applicable to other preservation challenges. If consciousness can persist after death under the right circumstances, what else can be preserved? Memories? Intentions? Spells? Hermione, despite her usual dedication to note-taking, had abandoned any pretense of paying attention to Binns after the first 10 minutes. She was reading ahead in their Transfiguration textbook, occasionally shooting Harry curious glances. When class ended, Harry had never been so grateful to hear a bell. She cornered him in the corridor. What McGonagall said about your perception, she said without preamble. Is it true? Can you really see how magic works? More or less. Harry glanced around to make sure no one was listening too closely. It's hard to describe. I see, components. Building blocks. The pieces that make up magical effects. Hermione's eyes were bright with academic hunger. That's incredible. Do you realize what that means? The theoretical implications alone, if magical structure can be directly observed, then our entire understanding of spell development could be revolutionized. Can you show me? Can you teach me to see what you see? I don't know if it can be taught, Harry admitted. I've had the ability as long as I can remember. It might be something unique to me, or something that happened because of. He hesitated. Because of the night my parents died. Hermione's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. Oh. Of course. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, it's fine. Really? Harry managed a small smile. I'd rather talk about magic than feel sorry for myself. And honestly, having someone to discuss theory with is amazing. Nobody at the Dursleys cared about any of this. The Dursleys? My aunt and uncle. Muggles. They raised me. Harry's voice went flat. They weren't exactly supportive of my magical development. Hermione looked like she wanted to ask more, but had enough social awareness to recognize that this wasn't the time. Well, she said instead, I may not be able to see what you see, but I'm very good at research and analysis. If you ever want help understanding your observations, or testing theories, or documenting your experiments properly. I'd like that a lot, actually. Harry pulled out his notebook and showed her a few pages. I've been keeping notes, but my system is pretty disorganized. A second perspective would help. Hermione's eyes went wide as she scanned his handwriting. Harry, some of these observations, you're describing theoretical frameworks that contradict established magical understanding. This note about essence versus form, the standard texts don't make that distinction at all. Maybe the standard texts are incomplete. Maybe. Hermione looked up at him with an expression caught between admiration and slight irritation. You know, I spent my entire summer memorizing everything in our required reading, and 5 minutes talking to you makes me feel like I haven't learned anything at all. That's not true. You have information I don't have. Historical context, established theory, the conventional understanding. I just have a different perspective on the underlying mechanics. We need both. Both, Hermione repeated, then smiled. I suppose we do make a good team. Ron appeared behind them, looking slightly green. Is Binns always like that? I nearly fell asleep 3 times. Seamus actually did fall asleep, started snoring and everything, and Binns didn't even notice. Apparently he's been teaching the same way for over a century, Hermione said. There's some speculation that he doesn't even realize he died. How do you not realize you're dead? Denial is a powerful thing, even for ghosts. They headed to the Great Hall for lunch, comparing notes on their morning classes. Harry found himself relaxing into the easy camaraderie, the kind of friendship he'd never had before. These people liked him. Not because he was famous, not because they pitied him, but because they genuinely enjoyed his company. It was still a little hard to believe. The good mood lasted exactly until double potions. Professor Snape's classroom was in the dungeons, a cold, dark space filled with pickled animals floating in glass jars and the faint smell of something that might have been sulfur or might have been despair. The Slytherin students were already there when the Gryffindors arrived, and Draco Malfoy smirked at Harry like he knew something unpleasant was about to happen. Snape entered without fanfare, robes billowing dramatically despite the apparent lack of any breeze. He started calling roll, and when he reached Harry's name, he paused. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Several Slytherins snickered. Harry said nothing, but his magical perception was working overtime, analyzing Snape's signature. There was something familiar about it. Not the surface level, that was just standard wizarding power, competent but not exceptional, but deeper down, an emotional undercurrent that Harry couldn't quite identify. Potter. Snape's voice cracked like a whip. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry's mind raced. He'd read about both ingredients, but, I'm not sure, sir. Clearly fame isn't everything. Snape's lip curled. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat. It's used as an antidote for most poisons. A flicker of something crossed Snape's face, surprise, maybe, that Harry had known that one. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also known as aconite. Silence stretched. Snape's eyes bored into Harry's, and for a moment, Harry felt something brush against his mind, a probing pressure, like someone testing a locked door. Legilimency, he realized. Snape was trying to read his thoughts. Instinctively, Harry did what he'd been doing for years, he reinforced the walls in his mind. Not just around the dark fragment, but around everything. He imagined his thoughts as a fortress, his surface consciousness as a blank shield. Snape's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. The pressure vanished. 2 points from Gryffindor for failing to answer the first question, he said after a moment, his voice slightly strained. And 1 point to Gryffindor for the bezoar answer. Don't let it go to your head. The class began, and it quickly became clear that Snape had no intention of making things easy for Gryffindors. He stalked between the workstations, praising the Slytherins for merely adequate work while criticizing every tiny mistake the Gryffindors made. When Neville's potion started releasing green smoke, Snape vanished it entirely and assigned him 0 marks for the day. Harry focused on his own potion, a simple boil curing solution, and tried to apply what he knew about magical perception to potions making. The ingredients had magical properties, essences that interacted when combined. The instructions in the textbook were basically a recipe for getting those essences to merge in a specific way. But the textbook didn't explain why certain combinations worked. It just listed steps to follow. Harry found that frustrating. "Sir," he said, raising his hand. "Why do we add the nettles before removing the cauldron from the fire?" Snape turned slowly, his expression suggesting that Harry had just asked why water was wet. "Because that's what the instructions say, Potter." "I understand that, but what's the theoretical reason? Is it a temperature requirement? Does the nettle essence need direct heat to properly integrate, or is it about the timing of the magical reaction?" Several students were staring. Ron looked like he wanted to sink through the floor. Hermione, on the other hand, was leaning forward with interest. Snape's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. "The nettle essence requires initial heat activation but becomes volatile if overexposed. The timing allows proper integration while preventing breakdown. Is that sufficiently theoretical for you, Potter?" "Yes, sir." "Thank you." Snape stared at him for a long moment, then swept away to torment someone else. But Harry noticed that for the rest of the class, the professor kept glancing back at him with an expression that was hard to read. When the lesson ended, Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement. "Harry, that was brilliant. I've never thought to ask about the why behind potion instructions. The textbook just presents it as steps to follow, but if we understood the underlying principles, we could adapt and improvise," Harry agreed. "Instead of just following recipes, we could actually understand what we're doing." "You two are mental," Ron said, but he was grinning. "Only you could turn potions with Snape into an intellectual discussion." Speaking of Snape, Harry lowered his voice as they walked toward the Great Hall. "Did you notice how he reacted when I asked that question? And at the beginning, with all those random questions, I think he was expecting me to fail." "He was trying to embarrass you," Hermione said. "It's obvious he has something against you." "But why? We've never met before. What could I have possibly done to make him hate me before I even walked into his classroom?" Ron shrugged. "Maybe he hated your parents. My dad mentioned once that there was some kind of rivalry during the First War. Death Eaters versus the Order of the Phoenix. Snape's got the look of a former Death Eater, if you ask me." "Ron." Hermione looked scandalized. "You can't just accuse a professor of being a former Death Eater." "I'm not accusing, I'm speculating. There's a difference." Harry filed that information away. Snape's hostility clearly had history behind it. And the legitimacy attempt suggested that the professor was genuinely trying to figure Harry out, not just bullying him for the sake of it. Something to investigate later. The rest of the week settled into a rhythm. Classes during the day, charms with tiny Professor Flitwick, herbology with round, dirt-smudged Professor Sprout, defense against the dark arts with stuttering, turban-wearing Professor Quirrell, astronomy at midnight on Wednesdays. Each subject offered new insights, new magical components to catalog, new theoretical frameworks to explore. Harry quickly developed opinions about his classes. Charms was excellent, Flitwick was enthusiastic and actually explained the theory behind spellwork. Herbology was unexpectedly fascinating, magical plants had their own essences that could be harvested and combined. History of magic was useless for anything except catching up on sleep. Defense was disappointing. Quirrell seemed terrified of his own subject and spent most of his lectures warning about various dark creatures without actually teaching how to deal with them. And potions was a constant battle of wills with Snape, who seemed determined to catch Harry making mistakes but also, paradoxically, couldn't quite hide his interest whenever Harry asked a theoretical question. Free periods were spent in the library with Hermione, researching everything they could find about magical theory, spell construction, and the history of magical innovation. Ron joined them sometimes, though he preferred practical exercises to reading. "I don't see why you need to understand why a spell works," he said one afternoon, watching Harry and Hermione pore over an ancient text on the principles of enchantment. You just need to know how to cast it. But if you understand why, you can adapt, Harry explained. What if you're in a situation where the standard spell doesn't work? Or you need to combine effects that nobody's combined before? Then you're probably in a situation where you should be running away instead of experimenting with new magic. Ron has a point, Hermione admitted. There's something to be said for knowing when to apply existing solutions versus when to innovate. Sure. But I'd rather have both options available than be limited to only one. By Friday, Harry had filled nearly half his notebook with observations and theories. He'd also received 2 more notes from Dumbledore, gentle reminders that the headmaster was still eager to meet with him whenever Harry had time. He'd been putting it off. Not because he didn't want to talk to Dumbledore, but because he wanted to have a better understanding of his own abilities first. If Dumbledore was going to ask questions about his magical perception and the dark fragment in his head, Harry wanted to be able to answer intelligently. Friday evening found him in the Gryffindor common room, trying to organize his thoughts while the fire crackled and other students chatted around him. "You're thinking too hard again," Ron said, flopping into the chair next to him. "Your face gets this scrunched up look when you're thinking too hard. I need to meet with Dumbledore tomorrow. He's been asking all week." "So? It's just Dumbledore. He's not scary." "It's not that he's scary. It's..." Harry struggled to articulate it. "I don't know what he wants. What he knows about me. What he expects." Hermione looked up from her homework. "Maybe that's exactly what the meeting is about, letting him explain what he knows and expects. You've been treating it like a test you need to prepare for, but it might just be a conversation. Conversations with powerful wizards who've been watching you since birth aren't just conversations." "How do you know he's been watching you?" "Someone decided I should go to the Dursleys instead of..." "I don't know, anywhere else in the wizarding world. Someone made sure my Hogwarts letter found me even when my relatives tried to run away. Someone's been keeping track of me for 11 years. Harry shook his head. "That someone is almost certainly Dumbledore." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. "When you put it that way," Ron said slowly, "it does sound a bit creepy." "I don't think it's malicious," Harry said. "The protection at my aunt's house is real, I can feel it, blood-based wards tied to my mother's sacrifice. Dumbledore probably had good reasons for the decisions he made. But that doesn't mean I'm going to walk into his office without thinking about what I want to share and what I want to keep private." "Fair enough." Hermione's expression was thoughtful. "What are you planning to tell him about your abilities?" "The truth, mostly. He's going to find out eventually. McGonagall already reported about my transfiguration work, and Hagrid told someone about what I said in the shack. I'd rather explain things on my own terms than have people speculating." "And the other thing?" Hermione lowered her voice. "The fragment?" Harry had told her and Ron about it earlier in the week, after swearing them to secrecy. Ron had gone pale and stammered something about dark magic, but Hermione had immediately started researching, looking for any mention of similar phenomena in the library's accessible sections. "That's the tricky part," Harry admitted. "I don't know how much Dumbledore already knows, or what he'd do with the information. If he decides I'm dangerous and needs to be watched more closely." "You're not dangerous," Ron said firmly. "You've been containing that thing for 10 years without any problems. Whatever it is, you've got it handled." "Thanks, Ron." Harry smiled slightly. "I hope you're right." Saturday morning, Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle at the entrance had accepted, fizzing whiz-bees, without comment, leaping aside to reveal a moving staircase that carried him upward. The door at the top swung open before he could knock. "Ah, Harry. Do come in." Dumbledore's office was exactly as chaotic and fascinating as Harry had expected. Strange silver instruments puffed smoke on spindly tables. Portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses snoozed in their frames. A magnificent phoenix perched on a golden stand near the window, watching Harry with intelligent eyes. And Dumbledore himself sat behind a large, claw-footed desk, looking exactly as he had at the feast, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, an expression of benevolent curiosity. "Please, sit." "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you, sir." Harry took the chair across from the desk, his magical perception working overtime. Dumbledore was powerful. More powerful than anyone Harry had encountered, including the ambient magic of Hogwarts itself. The old wizard radiated controlled energy like a banked fire, immense potential held carefully in check. And there was something else, a connection to the Phoenix, a thread of magic linking them that suggested a partnership deeper than mere pet and owner. "I expect you're wondering why I asked to see you," Dumbledore said. "I have some guesses." "Then perhaps you'd like to share them, and save us both some time." Harry considered. "You want to know about my magical perception? How I can see the structure of spells and enchantments? What it means for my abilities and my future?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "A good start. Continue. You also want to know about the fragment." "The piece of Voldemort," Dumbledore's eyebrows rose at the name, but he didn't interrupt, "that got stuck in me the night he killed my parents. How I know it's there, what I've been doing to contain it, whether it poses a danger." "Remarkably perceptive, Harry. Though I confess, I'm curious how you deduced that second topic. Hagrid mentioned you'd said something about foreign magic in your mind, but the details were vague." "I've known about it for years," Harry said. "It feels wrong. Foreign. Like a splinter that doesn't belong. I built walls around it when I was little, instinct, mostly, and I've been reinforcing them ever since. It can't influence me, can't access my thoughts, can't do anything except sit there, contained." Dumbledore was very still. "You're certain of this?" "Completely. I can perceive my own mind the same way I perceive external magic. The walls I built are solid. The fragment is isolated. That is, remarkably good news." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, something like relief crossing his aged face. "I had concerns, Harry. Serious concerns. The scar you bear is no ordinary wound, and the magical residue within it has been a source of worry for many years." "You knew all this time?" "I suspected. There were signs, the scar's dark aura, certain predictions made by those with the gift of prophecy, the unusual connection between you and Voldemort that allowed you to survive when no one else ever has." Dumbledore's voice was gentle but serious. "I didn't know the full extent of what happened that night until you confirmed it just now. But I had theorized something along these lines." Harry felt a flash of anger. "And you left me with the Dursleys anyway? Knowing I might have a piece of a Dark Lord in my head?" "I left you with the Dursleys because of the protection your mother's sacrifice provided. Blood wards, Harry. As long as you lived with someone who shared Lily's blood, you were safe from Voldemort and his followers. It was the strongest protection I could give you. Safe from external threats, maybe. But alone. Unloved. Treated like a freak for 11 years. Harry's voice was sharper than he intended. "Did you know about that too?" Dumbledore's face fell. "I knew the Dursleys were not ideal guardians. I did not know the extent of their treatment. I believed. I hoped that blood connection would translate to some familial affection. I was wrong, and I am truly sorry." The apology took some of the wind out of Harry's anger. He could see that Dumbledore meant it. The old wizard's magical aura was suffused with genuine regret. "What's done is done," Harry said finally. "I survived. I even figured out some things that might not have happened if I'd had a normal magical childhood. But I'm not going back there after this year if I can help it." "We can discuss alternatives," Dumbledore agreed. "The blood protection will remain as long as you can call that place home, but home is a flexible concept. A few weeks each summer, perhaps, would be sufficient to maintain the wards." "Fine. Now, what did you actually want to talk about? Dumbledore smiled. Directly to business. I can respect that. Very well, Harry, I have 3 things I wish to discuss with you. First, your unique magical perception and what it might mean. Second, the fragment in your mind and how we might eventually deal with it. Third, the prophecy that binds you to Voldemort's fate. Harry's heart stuttered. Prophecy? You didn't know. Dumbledore sighed. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. The prophecy is not public knowledge, and those who know of it have kept it closely guarded. But you have a right to know, Harry. It concerns you more than anyone. He stood and moved to a cabinet against the wall, withdrawing a glowing glass sphere. As he returned to his desk, Harry could see words swirling inside the sphere like trapped smoke. This is a prophecy orb, Dumbledore explained. A recording of a prophecy made shortly before your birth. It spoke of a child who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. A child born at the end of July to those who had thrice defied him. Me. Or Neville Longbottom. The prophecy could have applied to either of you. But Voldemort chose to interpret it as referring to you, and in doing so, he marked you as his equal. The very act of trying to kill you fulfilled the prophecy's conditions. Harry absorbed this. What exactly does the prophecy say? Dumbledore touched the orb, and a ghostly voice filled the office. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The voice faded. Harry sat in silence, processing. Either must die at the hand of the other, he repeated. So one of us has to kill the other. That is one interpretation. Prophecies are notoriously vague, and their fulfillment often comes in unexpected ways. Dumbledore returned the orb to its cabinet. But yes, the implication is that the conflict between you and Voldemort will only end when one of you is destroyed. And the power the Dark Lord knows not. I have theories. Dumbledore sat back down, his expression thoughtful. Originally, I believed it referred to love, the power of your mother's sacrifice, your capacity for connection and compassion. But now, having learned of your unique abilities, you think it might be my magical perception. The ability to see and create new magic. It is certainly a power that Voldemort does not possess and likely cannot comprehend. His approach to magic has always been about domination and control, using existing power rather than creating new forms. If your ability allows you to innovate in ways he cannot anticipate. Harry's mind was racing. A prophecy that bound him to Voldemort. A power that might give him an edge. A fragment of the Dark Lord himself contained within his own mind. It was a lot to take in. What do you want me to do with this information? He asked. I want you to learn, Dumbledore said simply. Study. Grow. Develop your abilities to their fullest potential. Not because you must fight Voldemort tomorrow, or next year, or even in the next decade, but because the day will come when that conflict is unavoidable, and I want you to be as prepared as possible. And the fragment? For now, your containment seems to be working admirably. But eventually, it will need to be dealt with properly. Destroyed, if possible. I will research options and share what I find. In the meantime, continue to strengthen your mental defenses. Harry nodded slowly. Okay. I can do that. I also want you to know that my door is always open. If you have questions, concerns, discoveries you want to share, come to me. I may not have all the answers, but I have resources and experience that might help. Thank you, sir. Dumbledore smiled, and the warmth in it seemed genuine. Thank you, Harry. For your honesty, and for your courage. This conversation could not have been easy for you, but you've handled it with remarkable maturity. I've had practice dealing with difficult situations. So I gather. Dumbledore rose, signaling that the meeting was ending. One last thing. The Phoenix, his name is Fawkes. He's taken an interest in you, which is unusual. Phoenixes are excellent judges of character. I suspect you'll be seeing more of him in the years to come. Harry glanced at Fawkes, who trilled a single, pure note that resonated somewhere deep in Harry's magical perception. It was beautiful, and somehow, reassuring. Goodbye, Professor. And, thank you for telling me the truth. It was long overdue, Harry. Far too long overdue. Harry emerged from the headmaster's office with his mind spinning. A prophecy. A destiny. A piece of Voldemort lodged in his head like shrapnel from an explosion. The knowledge that someday, somehow, he would have to face the darkest wizard of the age and only one of them would survive. But underneath the weight of that revelation, Harry felt something unexpected: determination. He wasn't helpless. He had abilities that nobody fully understood, not even Dumbledore. He had friends who would stand with him. He had years to prepare, to learn, to grow stronger. And most importantly, he had the power to create. Voldemort was a master of existing magic, but Harry could make new magic. Could craft spells that had never existed before. Could solve problems in ways that the Dark Lord, for all his power, couldn't anticipate. The prophecy said he would have power the Dark Lord knew not. Well, Harry was going to make sure that was true. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, looking up expectantly as he came through the portrait hole. "How'd it go?" Ron asked. Harry sat down heavily between them. "I have a lot to tell you. And then, I think we need to start planning." "Planning for what?" Hermione asked. Harry looked at his friends, his first real friends, the people he trusted more than anyone else in the world, and made a decision. "For war," he said quietly. "Or at least, for what comes before a war. Because one's coming, whether we're ready or not. And I intend to be ready." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Then, without a word, they both nodded. "Okay," Hermione said. "Where do we start?" Harry pulled out his notebook, the one filled with observations and theories and the beginnings of something that might change everything. "We start," he said, "with understanding what we have. And then we figure out how to make it stronger." The fire crackled. The common room buzzed with the ordinary sounds of students living their ordinary lives. And in a corner by the window, 3 first-years began to plan for a future that would be anything but ordinary. Chapter 3, The Art of Unlearning. Chapter 3, The Art of Unlearning. October came to Hogwarts like a slow exhalation of breath, the castle settling into autumn with all the grace of an ancient creature preparing for winter. The leaves on the grounds turned gold and crimson, the lake grew darker and more mysterious, and the corridors filled with the particular kind of chill that made hot chocolate mandatory and roaring common room fires essential. Harry barely noticed any of it. He was too busy taking everything he thought he knew about magic and systematically tearing it apart. The problem had become clear within the first few weeks of formal education: the way Hogwarts taught magic and the way Harry naturally understood magic were fundamentally incompatible. Not wrong, exactly, the standard methods worked, obviously, or they wouldn't have been used for centuries, but incomplete. Like teaching someone to cook by giving them recipes without ever explaining what heat did to proteins or why certain flavors complemented each other. Take charms, for instance. Professor Flitwick was an excellent teacher, enthusiastic and patient, and his explanations of wand movements and incantations were perfectly clear. But when he taught the levitation charm, he described it like this: swish and flick. Swish and flick. And remember to pronounce it properly: Wingardium Leviosa, with the emphasis on the gar and the o. Common mistakes include saying Leviosa wrong and flicking too hard. Which was fine. It worked. Most students could eventually get a feather floating by following those instructions. But Harry's perception showed him something entirely different. When Flitwick demonstrated the charm, Harry saw the magical energy flowing from the wand in a specific pattern, a wave form that matched the swish portion, followed by a directional spike corresponding to the flick. The incantation wasn't just words, it was a compressed instruction set, a way of encoding intent that the ambient magic could interpret. Wingardium specified what, lift, while Leviosa specified how, float, sustained. The pronunciation mattered because magic was linguistic. The emphasis patterns shaped the energy distribution. Say it wrong and you got gibberish, or worse, you got a different spell entirely. Understanding this didn't just help Harry perform the charm. It helped him optimize it. He realized that the swish and flick motion was training wheels, a way to guide untrained magical energy into the right pattern. Once you understood the underlying waveform, you could achieve the same effect with subtler movements, or with different movements that produced the same pattern more efficiently. By the end of the second week, Harry could levitate objects with a gesture so small it was nearly invisible. This did not make him popular with his classmates. "It's not fair," Seamus Finnegan complained after Harry casually floated his feather to the ceiling while everyone else was still struggling with basic lift. "You're making the rest of us look bad." "I'm not trying to show off, Potter," someone muttered from the back. Harry didn't catch who. Even Ron, his closest friend, seemed uncomfortable sometimes. "Mate, could you maybe not be brilliant at everything? Just for a day. Give the rest of us a chance to feel competent." Harry knew Ron was joking, mostly, but it stung anyway. He wasn't trying to show off. He was just curious. Every new spell was a puzzle to be solved, a magical structure to be analyzed and understood. He couldn't help that understanding came easily once he could see the components. Hermione, at least, shared his enthusiasm. Their study sessions in the library had become the highlight of Harry's week, 2 hours every evening where they could discuss theory without worrying about making anyone feel inferior. "I've been thinking about what you said about incantations being compressed instructions," Hermione said one evening, surrounded by a fortress of books. "If that's true, then theoretically, we should be able to create new incantations for new effects. Like, programming. Write new code for new functions." "That's exactly what I think is happening," Harry agreed. The founders didn't discover spells. They invented them. Coded them into magical language and standardized the execution methods so others could replicate the effects. But the books say spells are discovered, not invented. That magic exists in certain forms and wizards just learn to access those forms. The books are wrong. Or at least, oversimplified. Harry pulled out his notebook, now nearly full of observations and theories. "Look, I've been cataloging the components of every spell I observe. There are patterns, but they're not natural patterns. They're designed patterns. Someone decided that lumos should produce light in a point source form. Someone chose that specific waveform, that specific pronunciation, that specific wand movement. It could have been designed differently." Hermione's eyes were bright with intellectual hunger. "Can you prove it? Can you actually create a new spell?" "I've been trying. Small things. Modifications to existing spells, mostly." Harry hesitated. "It's harder than I expected. The theory makes sense, but translating theory into practice, there are variables I don't fully understand yet." "Like what?" "Energy costs, mainly. And stability. When I try to combine components that don't naturally go together, the result tends to be volatile." He showed her his left hand, where a faint scar traced across the back of his palm. "What happened?" "Tried to combine a heating essence with a shielding form. Thought I could make a defensive barrier that would burn anyone who touched it. Instead, I made a small explosion that burned me." Hermione looked horrified. "Harry. You could have been seriously hurt." "I know. That's why I'm being careful now. Taking notes, working out the theory, not rushing into practical experiments." He smiled ruefully. "The scar's a good reminder that innovation has costs. You need safety protocols. Controlled environments. Someone to monitor your experiments in case something goes wrong. Hermione, I'm 11 years old working in a dormitory room. Controlled environment isn't really an option. Then we make it an option. Hermione's jaw set with determination. There has to be somewhere in the castle suitable for magical experimentation. An unused classroom, or, oh, the room of requirement. The what? I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. There's supposedly a room on the 7th floor that only appears when someone really needs it, and it transforms into whatever they require. It's probably just a legend, but if it's real, it would be perfect. Harry's mind was already racing with possibilities. A room that could become whatever he needed, proper safety wards, experimental equipment, space to work without interruption. We should look for it. Not right now, obviously, it's nearly curfew. But soon. Harry nodded, making a note. Room of requirement, 7th floor, investigate. They gathered their books and headed back toward Gryffindor Tower, still discussing theoretical frameworks and experimental protocols. Harry was so absorbed in the conversation that he almost didn't notice the wrongness. Almost. He stopped abruptly in the middle of a corridor, his magical perception flaring with warning. Harry? What is it? Something's off. He turned slowly, scanning the shadows. The ambient magic in this corridor, it's disturbed. Like something passed through recently. Something that didn't belong. Hermione drew her wand, though they both knew she couldn't do much with it yet. What kind of something? I don't know. It's fading, but... Harry concentrated, trying to read the residual traces. Dark. Cold. Hungry. They stood in tense silence for a moment. Then the sensation faded entirely, dispersed into the castle's background magic like smoke dissipating in wind. Whatever it was, it's gone now, Harry said, relaxing slightly. But we should report this. Tell someone. Tell them what? That you sense something weird in a corridor. They'll think we're imagining things. Maybe. But better to report and be wrong than stay quiet and have something bad happen. They hurried to the common room, where Harry wrote a brief note describing what he'd perceived and its location. He gave it to one of the older students heading to Dumbledore's office for some reason. Probably nothing, Harry told Hermione and Ron that night. But I've got a bad feeling about this castle. There's something here that shouldn't be. Ron snorted. Mate, there's loads of things in this castle that shouldn't be. Peeves, 4-1. Giant squid in the lake. A forest full of monsters right on the grounds. One more weird thing is just Tuesday. This felt different. But Harry couldn't explain how, exactly, and eventually they went to bed. He dreamed of darkness and cold and something hunting through endless corridors. The Halloween feast was supposed to be a celebration. The Great Hall had been decorated magnificently, live bats swooping overhead, jack-o'-lanterns floating instead of the usual candles, the smell of pumpkin and spices filling the air. The house elves had outdone themselves with the menu, pumpkin soup, roasted meats, caramelized vegetables, and enough desserts to give a dentist nightmares. Harry tried to enjoy it. He really did. But his perception kept prickling with unease, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He picked at his food, half listening to the conversations around him. Ron was debating Quidditch with Dean Thomas. Seamus was showing off a spell he'd allegedly learned from his mother, it kept blowing up in his face. The Weasley twins were plotting something that involved levitating pudding toward the Slytherin table. Normal Halloween chaos. Nothing to worry about. So why couldn't Harry relax? The answer came about halfway through the feast, when Professor Quirrell sprinted into the Great Hall with his turban askew and his face the color of old porridge. Troll, he screamed. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. Then he fainted. The hall erupted into chaos. Students screaming, food flying, people leaping up from their seats in panic. Harry's perception flared as hundreds of magical signatures spiked with fear simultaneously, creating a cacophony of emotional energy that was almost painful. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. The students froze, turning toward the staff table where the headmaster stood with his wand raised. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. The prefects began herding students toward the doors. Harry moved with the crowd, but his mind was racing. A troll in the dungeons. The same dungeons where the Slytherin common room was located. The same dungeons that had seemed perfectly fine when Harry passed through them earlier that day. And Quirrell, who taught defense against the dark arts, had fainted at the mere mention of it. Something didn't add up. Wait, Hermione said suddenly, grabbing Harry's arm. Where's Ron? Harry looked around. Ron had been right next to them a moment ago, but the crowd had separated them. He probably got pushed ahead, Harry said. We'll find him in the common room. But as they climbed toward Gryffindor Tower with the mass of students, Harry's unease grew. Something was still wrong. The castle's ambient magic was disturbed in a way that didn't match a single troll in the dungeons. There was something else. Something more. And then he heard it. A scream, distant but unmistakable, coming from somewhere above them rather than below. That wasn't the dungeons, Hermione whispered. No. It wasn't. Harry made a decision. A stupid, reckless, completely Gryffindor decision. He grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her out of the stream of students, ducking into a side corridor before the prefects could notice. Harry, what are you? Someone's in trouble. The troll isn't in the dungeons, or there's more than one. We have to help. We should tell a teacher. The teachers are all going to the dungeons. By the time we find one and convince them to come back up, whoever screamed could be dead. Hermione's face was pale, but she squared her shoulders. Fine. Let's go. They ran toward the source of the scream, Harry's perception guiding them through the labyrinthine corridors. The wrongness grew stronger as they climbed, that same cold, dark, hungry signature he'd sensed before, but concentrated now, focused. It's in the third-floor girls' bathroom, Harry said, skidding to a halt outside a door that hung half off its hinges. The smell hit them first. Mountain trolls, Harry would learn later, had a distinctive odor that combined raw sewage with rotting vegetation and something indescribably foul. This particular troll apparently hadn't bathed in decades. The sound came next, crashing, splintering, grunting. And underneath it all, whimpering. Harry burst through the ruined door. The bathroom was destroyed. Sinks ripped from walls, stalls smashed to splinters, water spraying from broken pipes. In the middle of the destruction stood a mountain troll, 12 feet of gray, lumpy, impossibly ugly muscle, swinging a club the size of a small tree. And cowering in the corner, soaking wet and bleeding from a cut on her forehead, was a girl Harry didn't recognize. First year, probably, she was small, with brown hair plastered to her face by water and tears. The troll raised its club for a killing blow. Harry didn't think. He just acted. His perception exploded outward, analyzing the troll in a fraction of a second. Magical resistance, high, most spells would bounce off that thick hide. Intelligence, minimal, driven by instinct, not thought. Weaknesses, slow, stupid, vulnerable to its own momentum. Counterattack options, none viable with standard first-year spells. Need something new. The club descended. Harry reached into the magical structure of the air around the troll's head and twisted. He'd been experimenting with combining concepts for weeks, with mixed results. But this time, desperation fueled his creativity. He took the essence of pressure, the same force that made ears pop at altitude, and gave it a spherical form centered on the troll's skull. Then he triggered it with pure will. The effect was like a balloon inflating inside the troll's ears. The creature roared in pain and confusion, dropping its club to clutch at its head. The swing that would have killed the girl went wild, smashing into the wall instead. Hermione, get her out. Harry shouted, already reaching for another attack. Hermione didn't hesitate. She sprinted across the flooded floor, grabbed the injured girl, and half-dragged her toward the door. The troll recovered faster than Harry expected. Its small, piggy eyes locked onto him with animal fury, and it lunged. Harry dove sideways, rolling through water and debris. His mind raced through options. The pressure trick had worked once, but the troll was ready for it now. He could see its magic resistance hardening, adapting. He needed something else. Something that bypassed that resistance entirely. Physical manipulation, he thought desperately. Not magic against the troll, magic affecting the environment. The club lay on the ground where the troll had dropped it. Harry focused on it, perceiving its weight, its balance, its momentum potential. He couldn't move something that heavy directly, the energy cost would flatten him, but he could change its properties. Make it slippery. Make it impossible to grip. The troll reached for its weapon just as Harry's modification took effect. The club squirted out of its grasp like a wet bar of soap, skittering across the floor. Good, but not enough. Need to end this. The troll was between Harry and the door. Hermione and the other girl were gone, safe, hopefully. But Harry was trapped, facing a furious monster with nothing but his wits and whatever experimental magic he could invent on the fly. His eyes fell on the water streaming from the broken pipes. Water conducted. Water flowed. Water could be directed. Harry had never tried hydromancy before. He'd theorized about it. Water was just an element like any other, with its own essence and forms, but theory and practice were very different things. No time for doubt. He gathered his will, focused on the streams of water spraying from every direction, and commanded them. The water responded. Streams converged into a single flow, wrapping around the troll's ankles. Harry pushed more energy into the effect, solidifying the water's grip, making it hold. The troll stumbled, confused by this new attack from an unexpected direction. Now the finishing move. Harry looked up at the ceiling, where a massive chunk of stone had been loosened by the troll's earlier rampage. It was barely hanging on, tons of rock waiting to fall. He couldn't levitate something that heavy. But he could change the balance. Nudge it just enough. A tiny adjustment to the forces holding the stone in place. A whisper of released tension. The ceiling collapsed onto the troll's head. The crash was deafening. Stone and dust and water exploded in all directions. Harry threw himself backward, shielding his face, praying he'd calculated correctly. When the debris settled, the troll lay motionless under a pile of rubble. Not dead, Harry could still sense its life force, dim but present, but thoroughly unconscious. Harry sat in the flooded wreckage, gasping for breath, his whole body shaking with exhaustion and adrenaline. He'd done it. He'd taken down a mountain troll. An 11-year-old first year with 2 months of formal magical education. I just invented 3 new magical techniques under combat pressure, he thought dizzily. That's either brilliant or insane. Probably both. The bathroom door burst open again, and Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell rushed in. McGonagall's face went from stern to shocked to horrified in rapid succession as she took in the scene, the destroyed bathroom, the unconscious troll, the small boy sitting in the middle of it all. What in Merlin's name? There was a girl, Harry said, his voice rough. The troll was going to kill her. Hermione got her out. I improvised. You improvised? Snape's voice was incredulous. Against a mountain troll? It was either improvise or die. I chose improvise. McGonagall's mouth opened and closed several times. Then she did something Harry had never expected, she laughed. A short, disbelieving laugh, but genuine. Mr. Potter, in my 40 years of teaching, I have never encountered a student quite like you. She surveyed the destruction around them. 5 points to Gryffindor for sheer audacity. And a week of detentions for leaving the group without permission. Fair, Harry managed. Can you stand? I think so. He tried. His legs shook badly, but they held. The magical exhaustion was worse than anything he'd experienced before, like he'd run a marathon and then climbed a mountain, but the energy was already starting to, slowly. Quirrell was staring at the unconscious troll with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. There was fear there, yes, but something else too. Something calculating. And Snape was staring at Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. The hospital wing, McGonagall decided. Now. Madame Pomfrey will want to examine you. I'm fine, really, that was not a request, Mr. Potter. Harry submitted to being escorted out of the ruined bathroom, leaving the teachers to deal with the troll. His mind was already churning over the evening's events, cataloguing what he'd learned, noting the implications. The troll had been let in deliberately. Quirrell's convenient fainting had sent all the teachers to the wrong place. And the dark, cold, hungry presence Harry had been sensing for weeks, he'd felt it again, tonight, threading through the castle's corridors. Something was very wrong at Hogwarts. And Harry was starting to suspect that the Halloween troll was just the beginning. The hospital wing was quiet and clean and smelled of antiseptic potions. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, clucked over Harry like an irritated mother hen, forcing him to drink 3 different potions, one for magical exhaustion, one for minor cuts, and one that was apparently just general restorative, before declaring him lucky to be alive. Foolish boy, what were you thinking, trolls, honestly? Hermione appeared about an hour later, looking pale but determined. The girl's going to be fine, she reported, sitting on the edge of Harry's bed. Her name's Morag McDougal, she's a Ravenclaw first year. She missed the feast because she was sick, and when the troll alarm went off, she panicked and ran the wrong direction. How'd a troll get into the castle anyway? Aren't there wards? That's what I've been wondering. Hermione lowered her voice. I did some reading while you were being treated. Mountain trolls are class XXXX magical creatures, extremely dangerous, almost impossible to control. They don't just wander into heavily warded castles by accident. Someone let it in. Someone had to have let it in. And then Quirrell conveniently showed up to report it and fainted, sending all the teachers in the wrong direction while the troll attacked students elsewhere. Harry sat up straighter, ignoring Madame Pomfrey's warning glare from across the room. You think Quirrell let the troll in? I don't know. But I think we should find out. Agreed. Ron arrived next, looking equal parts worried and impressed. Bloody hell, Harry. You actually fought a troll. Like, properly fought it. It wasn't exactly a formal duel. More like desperate flailing with magic I was inventing as I went. Still. A troll. Fred and George are going to be so jealous. Harry laughed despite himself. The exhaustion was fading, replaced by the warm glow of friendship and the particular satisfaction of having survived something that should have killed him. Tell me everything, Ron demanded. Every detail. I want to know exactly how you dropped a ceiling on a mountain troll. So Harry told them. The pressure trick, the slippery club, the water manipulation, the final desperate gambit with the falling stone. With each description, he explained the magical theory behind it, the essence-form catalyst framework he'd been developing, the way he perceived and manipulated the building blocks of reality. By the end, Hermione's eyes were shining with intellectual excitement, and even Ron looked impressed in a way that went beyond simple awe. You really can create new magic, Hermione breathed. Not just modify existing spells, actually invent new techniques on the spot. Under pressure, apparently. Harry rubbed his eyes. I wouldn't recommend it. The crash afterward is brutal. But the potential, Harry, do you understand what this means? If you can innovate that quickly, that effectively, under combat conditions. It means I might actually survive whatever's coming. Harry's voice was quiet. The prophecy, Voldemort, all of it. If I can keep getting better, keep pushing boundaries. You won't have to face it alone, Ron said firmly. That's what mates are for. Absolutely, Hermione agreed. We're in this together. Whatever this turns out to be. Harry looked at his friends, really looked at them. Ron, loyal and brave despite his insecurities. Hermione, brilliant and determined, her mind racing with possibilities. They'd both risked themselves tonight without hesitation. They'd trusted him, followed him into danger, done what needed to be done. Thanks, he said, and meant it more than he could express. Both of you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably something stupid and heroic, Ron said cheerfully. So it's a good thing we're here to provide backup. And documentation, Hermione added. We need to record everything about tonight. The techniques you used, the energy costs, the recovery time. Proper experimental data. Only you would think about scientific method after we nearly died, Ron groaned. That's exactly when you should think about scientific method. How else will we improve? Harry laughed, and kept laughing until Madame Pomfrey kicked them all out for disturbing her other patients. The aftermath of the Halloween incident rippled through the school for days. Morag McDougal became Harry's unexpected ally, cornering him in the corridor after she was released from the hospital wing to deliver a fierce, tearful thank you that ended in a hug that nearly cracked his ribs. I would have died, she said flatly. The troll was about to kill me, and you saved my life. I owe you a debt. You don't owe me anything, I owe you a debt, she repeated, her Scottish accent thickening with intensity. My family takes debt seriously. If you ever need anything, anything at all, you call on me. Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded. The other students treated him differently after Halloween. Some with awe, some with suspicion, some with something that looked uncomfortably like hero worship. The whispers followed him through corridors. That's Harry Potter, the one who killed the troll. I heard he used dark magic. Don't be stupid, he's 11, he can't know dark magic. Then how'd he drop a ceiling on a mountain troll? The teachers, too, had shifted their attitudes. McGonagall watched him with a new intensity, equal parts concern and fascination. Flitwick started asking him theoretical questions during Charms class, probing the limits of his understanding. Even Snape had moderated his hostility slightly. The potions professor still favored Slytherins and criticized Gryffindors, but his attacks on Harry had lost their vicious edge. Most surprisingly, Dumbledore summoned Harry for another private meeting. The reports of your encounter with the troll have been illuminating, the headmaster said, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Professor McGonagall described your techniques in considerable detail. She believes you invented at least 3 novel magical applications during the fight. I did what I had to do. Indeed. And that, Harry, is precisely what concerns me. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Your ability to innovate under pressure is remarkable, potentially invaluable. But it's also dangerous. Not just to you, but to others. I saved someone's life. Yes. And you also manipulated magical forces you don't fully understand, in ways that could have had catastrophic consequences. What if your pressure spell had ruptured the troll's eardrums permanently? What if your water manipulation had escalated into something you couldn't control? What if the ceiling collapse had triggered a structural failure that buried not just the troll, but you and the girl you were trying to save? Harry hadn't considered any of those possibilities. He'd been too focused on survival to think about collateral effects. I see you understand, Dumbledore said gently. Harry, I'm not criticizing your actions. You showed extraordinary courage and creativity in a desperate situation. But I want you to understand something important. Magical innovation is not just about can you do something, but should you do it, and what happens when you do. Power and responsibility. Exactly. The power to create new magic is extraordinary. But it must be tempered by wisdom, by caution, by an understanding of consequences. Voldemort had vast magical power, and he used it without restraint. The results were catastrophic. I'm not Voldemort. No. You are very much not Voldemort. Dumbledore's expression softened. But you have something he never had, the ability to create rather than simply dominate. That gift could change the world, Harry. I want to help ensure it changes it for the better. What are you suggesting? Additional training. Not instead of your regular classes, but supplemental. I can teach you things about magical theory and history that aren't in any Hogwarts curriculum. More importantly, I can help you develop frameworks for ethical innovation, ways to ensure your creations help rather than harm. Harry considered the offer. Part of him wanted to refuse, the independent part that had learned to survive without help, that was suspicious of authority figures offering guidance. But the rational part recognized that Dumbledore was right. He was playing with forces he didn't fully understand. The troll fight had worked out, but it could easily have gone wrong. Okay, he said finally. I'll accept the additional training. But I want one thing in return. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. And that is? Honesty. No more secrets about my past, my parents, or Voldemort. If I'm going to be preparing to face him someday, I need to understand what I'm up against. The headmaster was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. A fair request. I cannot promise to reveal everything immediately, some information is dangerous, and timing matters, but I will commit to telling you more than I otherwise might. And I will not lie to you, Harry. That I can promise absolutely. Then we have a deal. They shook on it, the most powerful wizard in Britain and an 11-year-old boy who'd just begun to understand what he might become. The weeks after Halloween became a blur of activity. Regular classes continued, charms, transfiguration, potions, all the rest, but Harry approached them differently now. He wasn't just learning spells, he was cataloging components, noting variations, building his understanding of how the magical world really worked. His supplementary sessions with Dumbledore happened twice a week, usually in the headmaster's office surrounded by whirring silver instruments and the occasional phoenix trill. They covered topics that ranged from ancient magical history to the philosophy of ethics to advanced theoretical frameworks that made Harry's head spin. Magic, Dumbledore explained during one memorable session, is not simply a tool or a force. It is a language. The first wizards discovered how to speak that language, how to express their intent in ways the universe could understand and respond to. The spells we teach at Hogwarts are essentially vocabulary words and grammar rules. Useful, certainly. But limited. And my ability to see magical structure is like having an innate understanding of the underlying linguistics. Where others must learn the vocabulary word by word, you perceive the grammatical principles that make vocabulary possible. You can construct new words, new spells, because you understand the language itself. But there are rules to the language. Limits. Yes. Magic has grammar, and grammar has rules. Violate them, and your sentences become nonsense, or worse, they become destructive. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. This is why your training matters. You must learn not just what the rules are, but why they exist. Some limits protect us from consequences we cannot handle. Others protect reality itself from changes that would unravel its fundamental structure. It was heavy stuff for an 11-year-old. But Harry absorbed it with the desperation of someone who knew his survival might depend on understanding. Meanwhile, his friendships deepened. Hermione became his primary research partner, her encyclopedic knowledge complementing his intuitive perception. They developed a system. Harry would observe and describe magical phenomena, and Hermione would search through texts for relevant historical or theoretical context. Together, they built an increasingly sophisticated understanding of magical principles. Ron, though less academically inclined, provided something equally valuable: perspective. He kept Harry grounded, reminded him that not everything had to be about training and preparation and the weight of prophecy. Sometimes you just needed to play wizard chess and complain about homework and argue about Quidditch. You know what your problem is? Ron said one evening, after Harry had spent 3 hours straight analyzing the magical structure of a simple illumination charm. You never turn off. It's always analyze this, catalog that, optimize the other thing. When's the last time you just, relaxed? I don't have time to relax. There's too much to learn. There's always going to be too much to learn. If you burn out before you're 12, you'll never make it to whatever big confrontation you're worried about. Harry wanted to argue, but he couldn't. Ron had a point. The intensity of the past few weeks was taking a toll. He wasn't sleeping well, wasn't eating properly, wasn't taking care of himself the way he should. Fine, he sighed. What do you suggest? Ron's face lit up. Quidditch. I don't know how to play Quidditch. That's the beauty of it. You'll be so busy trying not to fall off a broom that you won't have time to think about anything else. It turned out Ron was absolutely right. Flying lessons had started earlier in the term, taught by Madame Hooch, a hawk-eyed woman with short gray hair and a no-nonsense attitude. Harry had taken to it immediately. Something about the freedom of flight resonated with his magical perception in a way ground-based magic didn't. But recreational flying was different from structured lessons. Ron borrowed a school broom and dragged Harry to the Quidditch pitch one Saturday afternoon, where the Weasley twins were running an informal practice session with whoever wanted to join. Potter. Fred, or possibly George, called out. Heard you dropped a ceiling on a troll. Think you can handle a bludger? I don't even know what a bludger is. Perfect. Learn by doing. That's the Gryffindor way. What followed was 2 hours of chaotic joy. Harry learned about quaffles and snitches, about beaters and keepers and seekers. He got hit by a bludger twice, Ron swore it built character, and nearly fell off his broom 3 times, also character building, apparently. By the end, he was exhausted, bruised, and happier than he'd been in weeks. See? Ron said smugly as they trudged back to the castle. Sometimes the best thing for your brain is to give it a break. You might be onto something, Harry admitted. From then on, Saturday Quidditch became a regular feature of Harry's schedule. A time to forget about prophecies and dark lords and the weight of expectations. A time to just be a kid, flying and laughing and crashing into his friends. It wasn't a solution to his problems. But it helped him remember that the problems weren't everything. November arrived with early snow and increased tension. Harry's perception had continued to alert him to wrongness in the castle, that cold, dark, hungry presence he'd first sensed in October. It seemed to be concentrated around a third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had warned students away from during the opening feast. Something's being guarded there, Harry told Ron and Hermione one evening. I can sense the wards, multiple layers, ancient and powerful. And something inside that's, calling to whatever else is wrong in this castle. Calling how? I don't know exactly. Like a beacon, maybe. Or a lure. Harry shook his head in frustration. My perception shows me structure, not intent. I can see that something is happening, but not why. Maybe we should investigate, Hermione suggested. Carefully, she added, seeing their expressions. Not charge in blindly. Just, observe. The corridor's forbidden for a reason, Ron pointed out. Last time we went looking for trouble, Harry ended up fighting a troll. Last time, we weren't being careful. This time we would be. Harry considered. His curiosity was nearly unbearable, the mystery of the third-floor corridor had been nagging at him for months. But Ron's caution wasn't wrong either. Compromise, he said finally. I'll use my perception to scan the corridor from a distance. See what I can learn without actually going inside. If I sense anything immediately dangerous, we back off. The others agreed, and that Friday night, when the corridors were quiet and the prefects were occupied elsewhere, they made their way to the third floor. The forbidden corridor looked like any other stretch of Hogwarts hallway, stone walls, flickering torches, ancient tapestries. But Harry's perception told a different story. The wards start about 10 feet ahead, he murmured, his eyes half closed in concentration. Anti-intrusion, alarm triggers, and something else. Something organic. Organic? Alive. There's a living creature behind that door. Harry's brow furrowed. Large. Very large. And it's got multiple heartbeats. No, that's not right. Multiple heads. A hydra? Hermione guessed. Or a Cerberus, Ron said, his voice strained. My brother Charlie told me about those. Three-headed dogs. Used as guardians. There's a three-headed dog in our school. Hermione sounded outraged. That's incredibly dangerous. Students could wander in and, that's why Dumbledore warned everyone away. He knows what's in there. But why? What's so important that it needs a Cerberus guarding it? Harry pushed his perception deeper, trying to see past the living guardian to whatever lay beyond. The wards resisted him, ancient magic, far more sophisticated than anything he'd encountered, but he caught glimpses. There's more than one protection, he said slowly. The dog is just the first layer. Beyond it, traps. Challenges. Each one keyed to a different type of magic. He opened his eyes, blinking against the sudden return to normal vision. It's not just a vault. It's a gauntlet. Something's being protected by multiple layers of defense, and whoever set it up expected serious attempts to breach it. Voldemort, Ron breathed. Maybe. Or whoever's working for him. Harry thought of Quirrell's convenient fainting, the troll let loose as a distraction, the wrongness he'd been sensing all term. Someone in this castle is trying to get past those defenses. And I think we need to figure out who before they succeed. The investigation was on. The next few weeks were a careful balance of schoolwork, training, and detective work. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered information from every available source. They researched Cerberuses, Cerberi, and found that they could be subdued with music. They mapped the teachers' movements, looking for anyone who spent unusual amounts of time near the third-floor corridor. They even, carefully, questioned some of the older students about Hogwarts legends and hidden rooms. Piece by piece, a picture emerged. The package Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts on Harry's birthday was now inside Hogwarts, protected by those multiple layers of defense. It was small, valuable, and connected to someone named Nicholas Flamel. And someone, possibly Quirrell, possibly Snape, possibly someone else entirely, was planning to steal it. Nicholas Flamel, Hermione muttered, flipping through yet another library book. I know I've seen that name somewhere, but I can't remember where. It was Harry who finally made the connection, in the most unexpected way. He was eating a chocolate frog, Ron's contribution to their study sessions, when he looked at the collectible card inside. Dumbledore's face smiled up at him, along with a biographical note, Albus Dumbledore currently headmaster of Hogwarts. And at the bottom, is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Found him, Harry said, holding up the card. Hermione practically snatched it from his hands. Alchemy. Of course. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The what? The Philosopher's Stone. It produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Flamel's over 600 years old, he and his wife have been using the elixir for centuries. Harry's mind raced. An object that grants immortality. That's what's hidden on the third floor. That's what someone's trying to steal. Voldemort, Ron said, his voice grim. If he got the stone, he'd have a body again. Immortal, invincible, impossible to destroy. The stakes had just gotten much, much higher. Christmas approached, blanketing Hogwarts in snow and festive decorations. Most students went home for the holidays, but Harry stayed. The Dursleys certainly didn't want him, and honestly, he didn't want them either. Ron stayed too, his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania, and so did Hermione, who claimed she wanted to use the library while it was quiet but probably just didn't want to leave her friends alone. The nearly empty castle felt different. Quieter, yes, but also more mysterious. Without the constant bustle of students, Harry could sense the building's magic more clearly, the ancient wards humming in the walls, the sentient paintings whispering in the corridors, the countless secrets hidden in forgotten rooms. Christmas morning brought surprises. Harry woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed, the first Christmas presents he'd ever received. A wooden flute from Hagrid, carved with intricate patterns. A 50-pence piece from the Dursleys, he laughed at that one. A box of homemade fudge from Mrs. Weasley, who Ron had apparently told about Harry's situation. A lumpy package that turned out to be a hand-knitted emerald sweater, also from Mrs. Weasley, with a note saying, "Thought you might like your own." And one final present, wrapped in silvery cloth that shimmered even in the dim morning light. No note. No sender. Just the cloth itself, which unfolded into something that looked like a cloak but felt like liquid moonlight. Harry's perception exploded with information. The cloak was saturated with magic, not the accumulated power of enchantments, but something fundamental, something woven into its very existence. Invisibility essence, he catalogued automatically. Perfect concealment form. And the catalyst was, death. Death touched, he realized with a shock. This wasn't just an invisibility cloak. It was the invisibility cloak, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, artifacts supposedly created by death itself. Where had this come from? Who had sent it? And why now? A piece of parchment fluttered from the folds. Harry snatched it. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." His father's cloak. An artifact of impossible power, casually given to an 11-year-old. Harry sat on his bed for a long time, holding the cloak and thinking about his parents, about the war they'd fought, about the legacies they'd left behind. Then he put on the cloak and vanished. The invisibility cloak opened up new possibilities. Harry spent the Christmas holidays exploring Hogwarts in ways he never could have before. He mapped corridors and discovered hidden passages. He observed the teachers when they thought no one was watching. He slipped into the restricted section of the library and spent hours reading books he definitely wasn't supposed to have access to. One night, exploring the castle, he stumbled upon something unexpected. An unused classroom, empty except for a magnificent mirror that stood in the center. The frame was ornate gold, inscribed with words Harry didn't immediately recognize, "Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi." His reflection stared back at him, but it wasn't alone. Standing beside Mirror Harry were two adults. A man with messy black hair and glasses, grinning proudly. A woman with dark red hair and brilliant green eyes, her hand on Mirror Harry's shoulder, tears of joy streaming down her face. His parents. Harry stood frozen, unable to look away. This was what they looked like. This was who they'd been before Voldemort took them. This was the family he should have had, the life that was stolen from him. He stayed until dawn, drinking in the sight of them, memorizing every detail. When he finally staggered back to Gryffindor Tower, he felt hollowed out, wrung dry. He went back the next night. And the next. On the fourth night, Dumbledore was waiting for him. "I see you've discovered the Mirror of Erised," the headmaster said quietly. He sat in a chair that definitely hadn't been there before, looking far older than usual in the silver moonlight. "It shows what I want most." Harry's voice cracked. "My parents." "Yes. The mirror shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. You, who have never known your family, see them standing around you." Dumbledore paused. The happiest man on earth would look into the mirror and see only himself, exactly as he is. It's not real, though. They're not really here. No. The mirror gives us neither knowledge nor truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. Dumbledore rose, moving to stand beside Harry. I must ask you not to go looking for the mirror again. It will be moved to a new home tomorrow, and I would prefer you not to search for it. Why did you leave it where I could find it? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. A fair question. Perhaps I wanted you to understand something about desire, about the difference between what we want and what we need. He placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Your parents loved you, Harry. That love didn't end with their deaths. It lives on in you, in the protection it provides, in the choices you make because of the person they shaped you to be. The mirror cannot show you that. It can only show you what you lack, not what you have. Harry absorbed this slowly. His perception, which had been analyzing the mirror's magical structure since he first saw it, finally made sense of what it was doing. Not showing his desires, exactly, but amplifying them. Feeding them. Creating an emotional resonance that could become addictive. A trap disguised as a comfort. Thank you for telling me, he said finally. And for not just, forbidding me from seeing it. I find that explanation is generally more effective than prohibition with students of intelligence and curiosity. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Now, I believe you have an invisibility cloak that belongs in your dormitory, and a few hours of sleep that would do you good. Harry nodded and pulled the cloak over his shoulders, vanishing from sight. Good night, Harry, Dumbledore said to the empty air. And Merry Christmas. The rest of the school year passed quickly. Harry threw himself into his studies with renewed determination, balancing class work with his supplemental training with Dumbledore and his ongoing investigation of the third-floor corridor. The Philosopher's Stone mystery remained unsolved, but he was accumulating information steadily. Quirrell's strange behavior continued. The defense professor seemed increasingly nervous, his stutter worsening, his turban-wrapped head constantly turning as if watching for threats. Harry's perception caught flashes of that cold, dark, hungry presence around him, brief moments when the wrongness seemed to intensify before vanishing. Snape was harder to read. The potion's master clearly suspected something was happening. Harry caught him questioning Quirrell several times, their conversations tense and hostile. Was Snape protecting the stone? Trying to steal it? Both? Easter came and went. Exams approached. And then, one warm May evening, everything came to a head. Harry was walking back from a late library session when his perception screamed a warning. The cold presence he'd been tracking all year was concentrated, focused, moving, heading toward the third-floor corridor with clear purpose. Tonight was the night. Someone was going for the stone. Harry sprinted to find Ron and Hermione, explaining breathlessly what he'd sensed. They didn't hesitate. Within minutes, all three were hurrying toward the forbidden corridor, armed with everything they'd learned over the year. The Cerberus was first. 3 massive heads, each the size of a car, snarling at them from behind a magically reinforced door. But they were prepared. The flute. Hermione hissed. Hagrid said music puts it to sleep. Harry pulled out the wooden flute Hagrid had given him for Christmas and started playing. He wasn't good, the tune was simple and wavering, but it worked. The 3 heads drooped, eyes closing, massive bodies slumping to the floor. They squeezed past, dropping through a trapdoor into darkness. What followed was a gauntlet of challenges, each one testing a different type of magic. A room full of Devil's Snare, Hermione's herbology knowledge saved them. A chamber with flying keys, Harry's Quidditch skills proved essential. A giant chess set that required sacrifice, Ron's tactical mind won the game, though it cost him a concussion when the queen piece struck him down. Harry and Hermione pressed on alone, through a room with a logic puzzle, Hermione's specialty, and past the unconscious body of a troll, already defeated by whoever had come before them. Finally, they reached the last chamber. And found Quirrell standing before the Mirror of Erised. "Ah, Potter," Quirrell said, and his voice had lost its stutter entirely. "I wondered if you'd come." He wasn't alone. The turban was unwrapped, revealing the back of his head, and in that space was a face, white as chalk, red-eyed, terrible. Voldemort. Let me speak to him, the face hissed. Face to face. Quirrell turned, and Harry found himself staring into the eyes of the creature that had killed his parents. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, his voice a cold whisper. We meet again. The final confrontation had begun. Chapter 4, Through the Trapdoor. Chapter 4, Through the Trapdoor. The chamber was cold. Not the natural cold of underground spaces, but something deeper, a chill that seeped into Harry's bones and made his magical perception flicker with warning. Voldemort's presence saturated the air like poison, that cold dark hungry signature he'd been sensing all year now concentrated into a single point of malevolent focus. Quirrell's body stood between Harry and the Mirror of Erised, but it was clearly Voldemort who was in control. The face on the back of Quirrell's head, pale, serpentine, with eyes like burning coals, watched Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Such a pleasure, Voldemort whispered, to finally meet the boy who defeated me. Though defeated is perhaps too strong a word. You were merely an obstacle. A temporary setback. Harry's mind raced. Hermione was behind him somewhere, he told her to stay back, to run for help if things went wrong. His wand was in his hand, but what could first-year spells do against the most powerful dark wizard in history? Think, he told himself. You don't win this with power. You win it with innovation. You're wondering how you'll escape, Voldemort continued, apparently mistaking Harry's silence for fear. You won't, of course. But I'm curious about you, Harry Potter. You've shown unexpected capabilities. Quirrell's reports have been most interesting. Reports? Oh yes. My faithful servant has been watching you all year. The troll was meant to be a distraction, but you turned it into a demonstration. The red eyes gleamed. You have potential, boy. Raw, undisciplined, but real. It would be a shame to waste it. Harry felt sick. You're offering me a deal. After you murdered my parents? I'm offering you a choice. The stone in that mirror can restore my body, grant me immortality, give me the power to reshape the wizarding world. You could be part of that reshaping. Your talents, properly directed, could make you great. Greater than your parents ever were. My parents were heroes. Your parents were fools. Voldemort's voice turned harsh. They stood against progress, against power, against the natural order of things. And they died for their foolishness. Is that what you want? To follow them into pointless martyrdom? Harry's grip on his wand tightened. His perception was working overtime, analyzing the chamber, the mirror, Quirrell's possessed body. There had to be something he could use, some vulnerability he could exploit. The mirror. It was the key. Dumbledore had moved it here as the final defense. Whatever protection it offered, Voldemort hadn't been able to bypass it. You can't get the stone, Harry realized aloud. That's why you're still here, talking to me instead of just killing me. The mirror won't give it to you. Voldemort's expression flickered, annoyance, quickly suppressed. The mirror is problematic. It shows only the deepest desires, and those who desire to use the stone cannot obtain it. A clever trap. The red eyes fixed on Harry. But perhaps you can solve this puzzle for me. Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see. Quirrell's body moved, shoving Harry toward the mirror with surprising strength. Harry stumbled, catching himself against the ornate frame, and found himself staring into his own reflection. For a moment, he saw his parents again, James and Lily, standing beside him, smiling with pride. His heart ached at the sight. But then the image shifted. His reflection reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone. The reflection winked at Harry, then slipped the stone back into its pocket. And Harry felt something heavy appear in his real pocket. He had the stone. The mirror's protection had worked, he'd wanted to find the stone, not use it, and so the mirror had given it to him. All he had to do now was escape without Voldemort realizing what had happened. "Well?" Voldemort demanded. "What do you see?" "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore," Harry lied, keeping his voice steady. "I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor." Voldemort's face twisted with frustration. "He lies. I can feel it. Let me speak to him directly." "Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this." Quirrell turned fully, presenting Voldemort's face to Harry. The Dark Lord's presence crashed against Harry's mental defenses like a wave against a seawall, cold, invasive, trying to penetrate his thoughts and see the truth. But Harry had been preparing for this moment his entire life. The walls he'd built around the fragment in his mind, the piece of Voldemort's soul that had been with him since infancy, were stronger than anything the weakened Dark Lord could muster. Harry pushed back, reinforcing his defenses, keeping the stone's location hidden. "Impressive," Voldemort hissed. "Your mind is, surprisingly well fortified. But no matter. If I cannot see the truth in your thoughts, I will simply take it by force." "Quirrell, seize him." Quirrell's hands reached for Harry's throat. And something unexpected happened. The moment Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, the professor screamed. His hands blistered, smoking, as if touching Harry had burned him. He recoiled, staring at his damaged flesh in horror. "What is this?" Voldemort demanded. What magic, Harry understood in a flash. His mother's protection. The sacrificial magic that had saved him as a baby. It was still active, still working, still defending him against the creature that had killed her. And now Harry knew how to use it. He lunged forward, pressing both hands against Quirrell's face. The professor's scream was inhuman. His skin blackened and cracked, the damage spreading from every point of contact. Voldemort's voice joined the cacophony, howling with rage and pain as his host body began to disintegrate. But Harry didn't stop. He pushed deeper, channeling his mother's love through his hands, letting the protection do what it was designed to do. His perception showed him Voldemort's spirit trying to flee the dying body, that cold dark hungry presence clawing desperately for escape. No, Harry thought. You don't get to run. He reached with his magic, not any spell he'd learned, but pure intuitive power, and grabbed the fleeing spirit. His mother's protection flared, wrapping around the spiritual form like chains of golden light. Voldemort screamed. Harry screamed too, because containing that much dark energy was agony. The fragment in his own mind resonated with its source, straining against the walls he'd built, trying to reunite with its master. He felt himself being torn apart from the inside. But he held on. He held on because his parents had died for this moment. He held on because his friends were counting on him. He held on because letting go meant letting evil win. He held on until everything went black. Harry woke in the hospital wing, surrounded by flowers and candy and the concerned faces of his friends. He's awake. Ron shouted. Hermione, he's awake. Hermione's face appeared above him, pale and streaked with dried tears. Harry. Oh, thank goodness. We thought, when Dumbledore carried you out, you looked dead, Ron finished bluntly. You looked dead, mate. Like, properly dead. Gave us all a heart attack. Harry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Every muscle in his body ached, and his head felt like it had been used as a bludger. How long was I out? 3 days, Hermione said. Dumbledore's been in and out constantly. He said to tell him immediately when you woke up. The stone, destroyed. Dumbledore's voice came from the doorway. The headmaster swept into the room, looking simultaneously relieved and exhausted. Nicholas and I agreed it was the wisest course. The stone was too dangerous to exist, not with Voldemort still out there searching for ways to return. But Flammel, without the elixir, Nicholas and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to put their affairs in order, then they will die. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. They've lived 600 years, a good run, by any standard. Harry absorbed this. The stone destroyed. Flamel choosing death over the risk of Voldemort getting immortality. Heavy stuff. What about Voldemort? I grabbed him, somehow, when he was trying to escape. Dumbledore pulled up a chair and sat beside Harry's bed. That was remarkable. And somewhat alarming, if I'm honest. You managed to momentarily contain Voldemort's spirit using your mother's protection as a binding agent. It was an application of sacrificial magic that, to my knowledge, has never been attempted before. Did it work? Partially. You couldn't hold him indefinitely, he's too strong for that, even in his weakened state, but you delayed his escape long enough for his connection to Quirrell's body to completely sever. The resulting backlash damaged him significantly. He won't be attempting another possession for quite some time. Harry slumped back against his pillows. So he's still out there. Yes. Voldemort is not truly gone, and likely never will be until certain conditions are met. Dumbledore's expression was carefully neutral. The prophecy, Harry. We discussed it earlier this year. The battle between you and Voldemort is not yet finished. I know. Harry stared at the ceiling. But at least I know I can hurt him now. My mother's protection, it works against him. If I can learn to use it better, to channel it more effectively. That is an avenue worth exploring. Though I caution you against relying on any single weapon. Voldemort is adaptable, cunning, and will not be caught by the same trick twice. Then I'll have to keep inventing new tricks. Dumbledore smiled, the twinkle returning to his eyes. Indeed you will. And I have every confidence you'll rise to the challenge. He rose, patting Harry's shoulder gently. Rest now. Heal. There will be time for planning and preparation later. For the moment, just be a boy who survived something terrible and deserves a respite. He left, and Harry's friends immediately crowded closer. What happened down there? Ron demanded. Hermione told me bits, but she said you sent her away before the end. So Harry told them. Everything, the confrontation with Voldemort, the mirror's protection, the discovery that touch was deadly to Quirrell, the desperate attempt to contain the fleeing spirit. He didn't hold anything back, because these were his friends and they deserved the truth. When he finished, Hermione was crying quietly and Ron looked like he might be sick. You almost died, Hermione whispered. Multiple times. If one thing had gone wrong, but it didn't. But it could have. She wiped her eyes fiercely. Harry, you can't keep doing this. Throwing yourself into danger, improvising desperately, hoping you'll come up with something that works. Sooner or later, you'll run out of luck. I know. Harry met her eyes. That's why I need to get better. Stronger. More prepared. So that next time, and there will be a next time, I don't have to rely on luck. We'll help, Ron said immediately. Whatever training you need, whatever research, whatever support, we're in. All the way. All the way, Hermione echoed. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest, not the warmth of his mother's protection, but something equally powerful. The warmth of friendship. Of family. Thank you, he said. Both of you. For everything. Don't mention it, Ron said gruffly. That's what mates are for. The end of term came quickly after that. Harry spent another day in the hospital wing before Madame Pomfrey reluctantly cleared him for discharge. He returned to classes for the final week, sitting through exams that seemed almost absurdly mundane after facing the Dark Lord in underground combat. Question 3, describe the proper wand movement for the levitation charm. Harry stared at the exam paper and almost laughed. He'd improvised magical techniques that didn't exist in any textbook, contained a piece of Voldemort's soul with his bare hands, and they wanted him to describe swish and flick. He answered the questions anyway. Hermione would kill him if he failed his exams. The leaving feast was a Slytherin celebration. They'd won the House Cup for the 7th year running, and the Great Hall was decorated in green and silver. Draco Malfoy looked insufferably smug at the Slytherin table, shooting triumphant glances toward the Gryffindors. Then Dumbledore stood to make announcements. "Another year gone," he said cheerfully. "And I have a few last-minute points to award. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points." The Gryffindors erupted in cheers. Ron's face went redder than his hair. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. The noise was deafening. Harry did a quick mental calculation. They were tied with Slytherin now. The green and silver decorations suddenly seemed less secure. Dumbledore held up a hand for silence. There are all kinds of courage. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. The Great Hall went mad. Gryffindor had won. The decorations changed from green to red, from silver to gold. Slytherin's 7-year streak was broken. Harry found himself laughing, caught up in the celebration despite everything. It felt good, he realized. To win something normal. To be part of something bigger than prophecies and Dark Lords. Just for a moment, he was just a kid who'd helped his house win a trophy. It was nice. The Hogwarts Express rolled through the English countryside, carrying students back to London and summer holidays. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the landscape flow past and thinking about the months ahead. "You'll write, won't you?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Both of you? I want to know how your summers are going." "Course we'll write," Ron said. "Mum'll make me anyway, she's adopted Harry mentally, I think." "You'll probably get a sweater at Christmas, mate." Harry smiled. "I'd like that. What about you, Harry?" Hermione's voice was careful. "Going back to the Dursleys. Have to. At least for a few weeks." The thought made his stomach clench. Dumbledore said the blood protection needs renewal. "But I won't be staying longer than necessary." "If it gets bad, you can come to the Burrow," Ron offered. "Mum won't mind. She loves having extra people around." "Thanks, Ron. I might take you up on that." The train continued its journey. They played Exploding Snap, shared chocolate frogs, talked about everything and nothing. Normal kid stuff. It was nice. When the train finally pulled into King's Cross, Harry gathered his things with mixed feelings. The summer ahead would be difficult, the Dursleys, the loneliness, the gap between his magical life and his mundane imprisonment. But it wouldn't last forever. Harry Potter. A small red-haired girl was waving frantically from the platform, half hidden behind Mrs. Weasley. Ron's little sister, Ginny. "Mum, look. It's Harry Potter. Can I go on the train and see him?" "Oh, Mum, please, Ginny, don't be rude." Mrs. Weasley was bustling toward them, already enveloping Ron in a hug. "Harry, dear, how are you? You're looking peaky. Have they been feeding you properly at that school?" "Yes, Mrs. Weasley. I'm fine." She looked skeptical. "Well, you write if you need anything." "Anything at all. Arthur and I worry about you all alone with those Muggle relatives." "Thank you. I will." Hermione's parents appeared next, two very normal-looking people who seemed slightly overwhelmed by the magical chaos around them. Hermione hugged Harry quickly before joining them. "Read everything you can," she called as they walked away. "And practice your theory. We'll compare notes in September." Harry waved until she was out of sight. Then he turned to find his own relatives. Uncle Vernon was waiting by the barrier, looking like a man facing a particularly unpleasant dental procedure. Aunt Petunia stood beside him, her neck craned as if trying to see the freakishness that might be following Harry through. "Come on, boy," Vernon grunted. "Don't dawdle." Harry picked up Hedwig's cage and his trunk. He took one last look at the Hogwarts Express, at the magical world he was leaving behind for the summer. "Harry." He turned. Ron was jogging toward him, looking slightly awkward. "I forgot to tell you, George gave me this to pass along. Said you earned it." He pressed something into Harry's hand. A small card with the Gryffindor lion on one side and handwritten text on the other. "Welcome to the family, Potter. You've got the lion spirit in you. FNG Weasley, purveyors of chaos." Harry smiled, tucked the card into his pocket, and walked toward the Dursleys. The summer would be hard. But he'd faced worse. And in September, he'd return to Hogwarts. To his friends. To his training. To the future he was building, one spell at a time. Voldemort was still out there. The prophecy was still hanging over his head. The war was still coming. But Harry Potter was ready to keep fighting. The summer at Privet Drive was exactly as miserable as Harry had expected, but also different in ways that surprised him. The Dursleys were terrified of him now. Not openly, of course. Uncle Vernon was still blustering and demanding, Aunt Petunia still sharp-tongued and critical, Dudley still a bullying oaf. But underneath all that, Harry could sense their fear. They'd heard about the wizarding world, about the dark forces that hunted their nephew, about the power he possessed. They didn't understand any of it, but they knew enough to be scared. Harry used that fear judiciously. He didn't threaten them, didn't flaunt his abilities, didn't do anything that would violate the decree for the restriction of underage sorcery. He simply let them wonder. Let them notice the small signs of his magical nature. Let them draw their own conclusions about what he might be capable of. The result was a much more tolerable living situation. Harry got Dudley's second bedroom permanently. He got proper portions at meals. He got left alone most of the time, free to study his textbooks and practice his perception and plan for the future. He also got letters. Lots of letters. Hermione wrote twice a week, detailed missives about her summer research and the books she was reading and the theoretical questions she wanted to discuss. Ron wrote less frequently but more entertainingly, describing life at the Burrow with its chaos and warmth and endless supply of gnomes that needed degonoming. Even Dumbledore sent occasional notes, suggestions for reading, questions to ponder, gentle guidance on his continuing development. But the most important work Harry did that summer was internal. Every night, before sleep, he spent time examining the fragment in his mind. The piece of Voldemort that had been with him since infancy. He'd contained it successfully all these years, but containing wasn't enough. He needed to understand it. To know his enemy from the inside. What he discovered was disturbing. The fragment was incomplete. A shattered piece of something that had once been whole. It had memories, glimpses of Voldemort's past, of rituals and murders and terrible acts of dark magic, but they were fragmented, incoherent. It had emotions too, in a limited way, rage, hunger, ambition. But no higher thought. No planning. No real consciousness. It was like a parasitic echo, too damaged to be a true soul but too persistent to simply fade away. And it was connected to something else. Something outside Harry's mind. A thread of dark magic stretching out into the world, linking the fragment to, what? Other fragments? The main part of Voldemort's soul. Something else entirely. Harry couldn't trace the connection to its source, but he documented everything he could observe. When he returned to Hogwarts, he'd share his findings with Dumbledore. Together, they might be able to figure out what the fragment's existence meant and how to deal with it permanently. In the meantime, Harry practiced. His room became a secret laboratory. He experimented with his perception, pushing its limits, learning to see magical signatures at greater distances and in finer detail. He practiced wandless magic in tiny, energy-efficient ways that the Ministry's detectors wouldn't notice. He developed new theoretical frameworks and tested them against the magical principles he'd learned. By the time September arrived, Harry Potter was a very different person than the boy who'd left Hogwarts 2 months earlier. He was stronger, smarter, more disciplined. And he was ready for whatever came next. The Hogwarts Express felt like coming home. Harry found Ron and Hermione in their usual compartment, already deep in conversation about their summers. They fell silent when he entered, then immediately started talking again, faster than before, filling him in on everything they'd learned and discovered and thought about. The library in Edinburgh had an entire section on theoretical magic, Hermione reported breathlessly. I found 3 references to something called essence manipulation, that match your descriptions exactly. It's apparently a lost art. Practitioners were persecuted during the Middle Ages because their abilities made normal wizards uncomfortable. I found out Dad knows some stuff about the war, Ron added. Not a lot, he doesn't like talking about it, but some. Apparently there were people in the Ministry feeding information to you-know-who. Some of them might still be there. Harry absorbed this grimly. So Voldemort had spies everywhere. Probably still does, in whatever form he's in now. We should compile everything we know, Hermione suggested. Create a proper dossier. Evidence, connections, theories. Treat this like the research project it is. Good idea. We can use the library. Actually, Hermione's eyes gleamed, I had another thought. Remember the room of requirement? The room that becomes whatever you need? If it's real, it could provide exactly the kind of private research space we need. Harry grinned. Then finding the room of requirement is our first priority. The train continued its journey. They talked and planned and argued about magical theory. When the food trolley came by, they bought far too many sweets and ate until they felt sick. It was good. It was normal. Outside the window, the landscape changed from English farmland to Scottish highlands. Hogwarts was getting closer. And somewhere in the world, unseen and unknown, the forces that would shape Harry's future were already moving. Voldemort's wraith drifted through Albania, recovering from its latest defeat, planning its next move. A small, red-haired girl in a second-hand robe dreamed of the boy who'd saved the wizarding world, unaware of the darkness that would find her soon. A house elf named Dobby heard rumors of terrible plans and wondered if there was anyone brave enough to stop them. And in a hidden chamber deep beneath Hogwarts, something ancient and hungry stirred in its slumber, disturbed by the passage of a boy with the power to see what should not be seen. Year 2 was about to begin. The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station just as the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Harry stepped onto the platform and took a deep breath of Scottish air, feeling the castle's magical signature washing over him like a warm welcome. Furs years. Furs years over here. Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform, and Harry waved to the giant before joining the flow of older students toward the horseless carriages. Except, they weren't horseless. Harry stopped dead, staring at the creatures harnessed to the nearest carriage. They were skeletal horses, black and leathery, with wings folded against their sides and blank, white eyes that seemed to look right through him. Harry? What's wrong? Don't you see them? Harry pointed at the creatures. The things pulling the carriages. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. There's nothing pulling the carriages, Hermione said slowly. They move by themselves. They always have. But I can see, Harry cut himself off, realizing. His perception had changed over the summer. Grown stronger, more refined. He was seeing things now that others couldn't. Death magic, he understood suddenly. These creatures, whatever they were connected to death somehow. And he could see them because he'd touched death. In the chamber with Voldemort, when he'd nearly died himself. Something in that experience had opened his perception to aspects of magic he'd been blind to before. Never mind, he said, climbing into the carriage. Must have been a trick of the light. But he watched the skeletal horses all the way to the castle, adding them to the growing list of mysteries he needed to solve. The sorting ceremony welcomed a new batch of first years, including a small, blonde girl who gazed around the great hall with dreamy eyes and was sorted into Ravenclaw. Harry caught her looking at him several times during the feast, her expression unreadable. Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor, to no one's surprise but her obvious relief. Ron cheered loudly, and Harry made a point of welcoming her to the house. "Thanks," she squeaked, going red and immediately staring at her plate. The feast was excellent as always. Dumbledore made his traditional announcements: the Forbidden Forest was forbidden, the list of banned items had expanded, and the defense against the dark arts position had been filled by Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore announced, gesturing to a man with wavy blonde hair and a blindingly white smile who stood and waved to the students like a celebrity greeting fans. Harry's perception immediately went on alert. Lockhart's magical signature was strange. Weaker than it should be for someone claiming the achievements listed in his books. Layered with something Harry didn't recognize. There was something fundamentally dishonest about the man's entire presence. "Isn't he wonderful?" someone sighed nearby. Half the female population of the school seemed to be gazing at Lockhart with starry eyes. "He's a fraud," Harry muttered to Ron. "How can you tell? His magic doesn't match his reputation. Whatever he claims he's done, he didn't do it with his own power." Ron looked intrigued. Hermione looked skeptical. "You can't know that just by looking at him," she protested. "Want to bet?" Hermione considered, then shook her head. "No. Because you're usually right about this stuff, and I don't want to lose." Harry filed Lockhart away as a problem for later. There were more pressing concerns, like finding the room of requirement and setting up their research base. The search took almost a week. They checked the 7th floor corridor multiple times, trying different approaches based on the legends Hermione had found. Pacing back and forth. Thinking hard about what they needed. Even trying specific phrasings of requests. Nothing worked. "Maybe it doesn't exist," Ron suggested after their 5th failed attempt. "Maybe it's just a story." "The stories have to come from somewhere," Harry insisted. "This whole section of corridor has strange magical resonance. There's something here." He closed his eyes and really looked, pushing his perception to its limits. The wall in front of them seemed solid, but underneath. There. A folded space. A pocket dimension, collapsed and hidden, waiting to be opened. "I need a place to practice magic," Harry murmured, pacing. "A place to experiment safely. A place to train with my friends." He walked past the stretch of blank wall 3 times, concentrating on that need. And a door appeared. "Blimey," Ron breathed. They pushed through into a room that defied belief. It was huge, far larger than the corridor outside could possibly contain, with high ceilings and practice dummies along one wall and bookshelves along another. Training equipment, matte iron cushions, even a small laboratory space with magical safety wards already in place. "It's perfect," Hermione whispered. Harry walked to the center of the room and turned slowly, taking it all in. "This is where we train. This is where we prepare. This is where we become strong enough to face whatever's coming." "The room of requirement," Ron said, testing the name. "Our secret headquarters." "Our war room," Hermione corrected, and her voice held none of its usual bookish hesitation. "Because make no mistake, we're preparing for war." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of prophecy settling onto his shoulders once more. But this time, he had a place to prepare. Tools to use. Friends to stand beside him. This time, he was ready to start fighting back. The weeks that followed established a routine. Classes during the day, where Harry continued to excel while trying not to stand out too dramatically. Lockhart's defense lessons were useless, The man spent most of his time reenacting scenes from his books and awarding himself points for dramatic poses, but Harry used that time to practice subtle magical techniques under the guise of boredom. Evenings were split between homework and room of requirement sessions. The three of them developed a training regimen, physical conditioning first. Hermione had researched the connection between physical fitness and magical stamina, and the data was clear: a healthy body supported stronger magic. They ran laps around the room's suddenly expanded interior, did stretches and basic exercises, built endurance they'd need in a real fight. Then magical practice. They drilled standard spells until they could cast them reflexively, building the foundation that more advanced work required. Ron turned out to have a natural talent for defensive magic. His shield charms were surprisingly robust for a second year. Hermione's precision was unmatched, her spells hit exactly where she intended, every time. Harry, of course, focused on innovation. He demonstrated his perception to his friends as best he could, showing them how he broke spells down into essence, form, and catalyst. He couldn't teach them to see what he saw, but he could teach them to think about magic differently. Most wizards treat spells as finished products, he explained one evening, demonstrating with a simple lumos. They learn the incantation, the wand movement, the intent, and they cast. But that's like learning to type without understanding language. You can produce words, but you can't write poetry. So what do you do differently? Ron asked. I look at the poetry. Harry dimmed his lumos, then brought it back brighter. Then changed its color from white to blue to green. Then split it into multiple points of light dancing around the room. Same spell. Same basic components. But once you understand how those components interact, you can remix them. That's incredible, Hermione breathed. That's the goal. For all of us. Not to become me, my perception is probably unique, but to understand magic deeply enough that you're not limited to what the textbooks teach. They practiced. They studied. They grew stronger. And all the while, something dark was building in the castle around them. The first petrification happened in early November. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was found hanging from a torch bracket, stiff as a board, her eyes wide and staring. Written on the wall beside her in what looked disturbingly like blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school went mad with speculation. The Chamber of Secrets, a legendary hidden room supposedly built by Salazar Slytherin himself, containing a monster meant to purge the school of Muggle-born students. Most people dismissed it as myth, but the message on the wall suggested otherwise. Harry's perception went into overdrive. He examined the scene before it was cleaned up, cataloging every magical trace he could detect. The writing wasn't blood, it was some kind of organic paint, possibly made from ingredients found in the castle. The cat wasn't dead, just frozen, petrified, as if every cellular process had been suspended simultaneously. And underneath it all, the faintest trace of something ancient. Something cold and reptilian and deeply, deeply wrong. The monster, he told Ron and Hermione in the room of requirement that night. Whatever's in the chamber, it's real. I can sense residue from its magic. And it's old. Incredibly old. Whatever Slytherin put down there, it's been waiting for centuries. But what is it? Hermione demanded. What could petrify people without killing them? And how is the air controlling it? I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. The investigation began. More petrifications followed. Colin Creevey, a Muggle-born first year who followed Harry around with a camera. Justin Finch-Fletchley, another Muggle-born. Even nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. Each attack taught Harry more about the creature's magic. Each scene gave him new data points. Slowly, a picture began to emerge. The victims were all looking at something, he realized one evening, pacing the room of requirement. Not directly, Colin was looking through his camera, Justin was looking through nearly headless Nick, but their eyes were pointed at the source. Eye contact causes petrification. Hermione frowned. That's consistent with several magical creatures. Gorgons, basilisks, some types of cockatrice. Basilisks can kill with eye contact, Ron said, looking pale. My dad told me about them once. King of serpents, born from a chicken's egg hatched under a toad. Their gaze is lethal. But these victims were petrified, not killed. Because they weren't looking directly, Harry said slowly. Colin's camera. Nick's ghostly form. They were protected by the indirect viewing. But if someone looked a basilisk straight in the eyes, they'd die, Hermione finished. Harry, if there's a basilisk loose in the school, then we need to find the chamber before anyone looks it in the eyes. The hunt intensified. They researched Salazar Slytherin, the chamber's history, every possible entrance. Harry spent hours wandering the castle with his perception maxed out, searching for traces of the ancient magic he'd sensed at the attack sites. He found it in the most unexpected place. The girls' bathroom on the second floor. The one haunted by Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who died 50 years ago under mysterious circumstances. This is it, Harry said, standing before a sink that didn't quite match the others. The entrance to the chamber. I can feel the magic sealed behind this wall. How do we open it? Ron asked. Harry examined the sink more closely. There was a symbol carved into one of the taps, a tiny snake, barely visible. And underneath it, the faintest trace of linguistic magic. It's keyed to Parseltongue, he realized. The language of snakes. You have to speak to it in serpent tongue to open the entrance. Can you do that? Harry focused on the snake carving, remembered the way he'd communicated with snakes as a child, a ability he'd discovered but never understood. Open, he hissed, and the word came out in a language that wasn't English. The sink glowed, then began to move. The entire section of wall shifted, sliding away to reveal a dark tunnel that dropped straight down into the depths of the castle. The Chamber of Secrets was open. They didn't go down immediately. Despite the urgency, they weren't stupid. We need backup, Hermione insisted. We should tell Dumbledore, get the teachers involved. The teachers have been useless so far, Harry pointed out. Lockhart's worse than useless. McGonagall's trying, but she doesn't know about the Parseltongue requirement. Dumbledore's been absent more than present lately. Then we go prepared, Ron said. Plan it out. Bring everything we might need. And we go when we're ready, not when we're panicking. They spent 3 days preparing. Hermione researched basilisks obsessively, identifying weaknesses and defensive strategies. Roosters crowing was supposedly fatal to them, but all the school's roosters had been mysteriously killed earlier in the year. That left indirect options, mirrors to deflect the gaze, ways to attack without making eye contact. Ron contributed tactical planning, mapping out approaches and contingencies. Harry practiced his combat techniques, refining the innovations he'd developed against the troll. They were almost ready when disaster struck. Another attack. Seamus Finnegan burst into the Gryffindor common room, white-faced and shaking. A student's been taken, actually taken into the chamber. Harry's blood went cold. Who? Ginny Weasley. Ron made a sound like all the air had been punched out of him. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever, Seamus continued, clearly reciting what he'd heard. That's what the message says. The air wrote it on the wall. There was no more time for preparation. The Chamber of Secrets was everything the legends promised and more. Harry, Ron, and Hermione slid down the tunnel into a cavern of ancient stone, their wands lighting the darkness. Bones crunched underfoot, small animals, mostly, the basilisk's centuries of meals. The air was cold and damp and smelled of decay. Ginny! Ron shouted, his voice echoing off the walls. Ginny! Shoo! Hermione hissed. We don't know where the basilisk is. They crept forward through tunnels carved from living rock, past shed snakeskins the size of trees, toward a massive door decorated with intertwined serpents. "Open," Harry commanded in Parseltongue. The door swung wide. The chamber proper was a long, dimly lit hall flanked by pillars carved with more serpents. At the far end, a massive stone face dominated the wall, Salazar Slytherin himself, Harry guessed. And at the foot of that statue, two figures lay crumpled on the floor. Ginny Weasley, pale and motionless. And Tom Riddle. Harry recognized him from the diary they'd found months ago and foolishly ignored, a dark artifact containing the memory of a Hogwarts student from 50 years past. Now that memory stood over Ginny's body, looking far too solid for a ghost. "I was wondering when you'd come," Tom said, and his smile was cold. "Harry Potter. The famous boy who lived. Let her go." "I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, she's been very useful. Pouring her heart and soul into my diary, letting me grow stronger, giving me what I needed to become, this." He gestured at his increasingly solid form. "Soon I'll be real again. And the world will tremble before Lord Voldemort." Harry's blood ran cold. Tom Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Rearrange the letters. "I am Lord Voldemort." Clever boy. Riddle's smile widened. "Yes. I am what the Dark Lord was, preserved in a diary for 50 years, waiting for the right vessel. And young Ginny was perfect, lonely, insecure, so eager for a friend who understood her. She told me everything. Her fears, her dreams, her deepest secrets. And with every word, she fed me strength." "You're a Horcrux," Harry realized. The fragment in his own mind, the diary, Riddle's impossible preservation, it all connected. A piece of Voldemort's soul, stored in an object. Very clever indeed. "I see the fragment I accidentally created in you has been educational." Riddle's eyes gleamed. "Yes, I know about that. Ginny told me about the famous Harry Potter, the boy who somehow survived my killing curse. I've been so curious to meet you. To understand what makes you special. You won't find out by killing me. I don't intend to kill you myself. That's what the basilisk is for." Riddle turned to the massive stone face and hissed in Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth opened. Something moved in the darkness within. And Harry heard the basilisk coming. "Don't look at its eyes." Harry shouted to Ron and Hermione, already moving. The basilisk emerged from Slytherin's mouth, 60 feet of muscular serpent, scales the color of poison, fangs like curved swords. Its eyes were huge, yellow, and fixed directly on Harry. He looked away just in time. "Kill them," Riddle commanded. "Kill them all." The serpent lunged. What followed was chaos. Harry dove one direction, Ron another, Hermione a third. The basilisk's head smashed into the stone floor where Harry had been standing, cracking ancient rock. It recovered immediately, swinging toward Hermione. "Over here." Harry shouted in Parseltongue, hoping his command might override Riddle's. "Look at me. I'm the one you want." The basilisk hesitated, confused by competing commands. That moment of hesitation saved Hermione's life. But it wasn't enough. Harry couldn't fight this thing directly, one look at its eyes would kill him, and even without eye contact, those fangs were venomous. He needed something else. Something new. His perception exploded outward, analyzing the basilisk's magical structure. Ancient creature, saturated with death magic. Its gaze was enchanted, a killing curse woven into the very structure of its eyes. But the body itself was just flesh and scale, vulnerable to physical damage if you could get close enough without dying. The eyes, Harry thought desperately. Destroy the eyes, and it can't kill with its gaze. But how? Fox. The phoenix appeared from nowhere, a burst of red and gold flame that materialized in the air above the basilisk's head. Before Riddle could react, before the serpent could defend itself, Fawkes dove. Talons met eyeballs. The basilisk's scream was deafening, a sound of ancient pain and blind fury. It thrashed wildly, slamming into pillars and walls, trying to dislodge the bird that had stolen its sight. "Kill the bird!" Riddle shouted. "Then kill them." But a blind basilisk was still a basilisk. Even without its killing gaze, the creature was 60 feet of muscle and venom, enraged beyond reason. It struck at anything that moved, anything it could hear or smell. Fawkes led it away from the students, trilling defiantly. But even a phoenix couldn't hold the monster's attention forever. Harry made a decision. "Get Ginny out of here," he shouted to Ron and Hermione. "I'll deal with the basilisk." "Harry, you can't, G.O." They went, Ron practically carrying his sister's limp form. Riddle tried to stop them, but he was still not fully corporeal, and his magic passed through them like smoke. That left Harry alone with the blinded serpent. And, somewhere in the shadows, the Sorting Hat. Harry didn't question why it was there. He grabbed it, feeling the familiar magical signature, and thought desperately, "I need a weapon. Something to kill this thing." The hat produced a sword. Silver, gleaming, rubies set in the hilt. The blade sang with old magic, goblin-forged steel, Harry's perception told him, capable of absorbing anything that made it stronger. The sword of Gryffindor. The basilisk found him by sound and smell, lunging with jaws wide enough to swallow him whole. Harry didn't run. He planted his feet, raised the sword, and waited. At the last possible moment, he moved. The basilisk's mouth closed around him, around the space where he'd been. But Harry was inside now, sliding past teeth the size of his forearm, driving the sword up through the roof of the serpent's mouth. Into its brain. The basilisk convulsed. Harry felt the death throes, felt one fang rake down his arm, felt the venom begin to spread. But he held on, driving the blade deeper, until the ancient creature finally went still. Harry fell from the serpent's mouth, the sword clattering beside him. His arm was burning, the venom spreading like liquid fire through his veins. He had minutes at most. But Riddle was already dying too. Harry had fallen beside the diary, and in his wounded collapse, he'd instinctively grabbed it. The basilisk venom on his hand, on the fang still embedded in his arm, had touched the artifact. The diary was dissolving. Riddle screamed as his nearly solid form began to flicker and fade. "No. I was so close. He dissolved into nothing." Harry lay on the cold stone floor, watching the ceiling spin above him, feeling his life draining away with every heartbeat. At least, he thought dimly, I took him with me. Then Fawkes landed on his chest, and the phoenix began to cry. Phoenix tears. The most powerful healing substance in the magical world. They soaked into Harry's wound, burning away the venom, closing the torn flesh, pulling him back from death's door. He was going to live. Later, much later, Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, wrapped in a blanket and clutching a cup of hot chocolate. Ginny was in the hospital wing, recovering from her ordeal. Ron and Hermione were with her, keeping vigil. "You killed a basilisk," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying a weight that Harry couldn't quite parse. "A 1,000-year-old serpent, with nothing but a sword and your own courage. Even knowing what you're capable of, I am impressed. I had help. Fawkes went to you because he sensed your need and your worth. Phoenixes do not serve lightly." Dumbledore picked up the destroyed diary, examining its ruined pages. "And this. Another piece of Voldemort's soul, destroyed. You realize what this means? He made more than one Horcrux." "Yes. The fragment in you, this diary, and likely others. Each one anchors him to life, prevents him from truly dying." Dumbledore set the diary down with a sigh. "We have much work ahead of us, Harry. Finding the remaining Horcruxes, destroying them, preparing for the day when Voldemort returns in full strength. I know. But that work can wait for another day. Tonight, you should rest. Heal. Celebrate the fact that you're alive when by all rights you shouldn't be. Harry nodded, but his mind was already turning to the future. More Horcruxes to find. More training to complete. More innovations to develop. The war was far from over. But Harry Potter was still fighting. And that counted for something. The end-of-year feast was a subdued affair. Gryffindor won the House Cup again, largely thanks to the special services to the school, points awarded for Harry, Ron, and Hermione's actions in the chamber. But the victory felt hollow. A student had nearly died. A monster had lurked beneath the school for centuries. The heir of Slytherin, or at least one of his servants, had attacked students for nearly a year. Ginny Weasley was quiet and pale throughout the feast, eating little and speaking less. Harry made a point of sitting near her, offering silent support. She'd been through something terrible, manipulated by one of the darkest wizards in history. It would take time to heal. But she would heal. Harry would make sure of it. The Hogwarts Express carried them back to London the next day. Harry sat with his friends, discussing plans for the summer, feeling lighter than he had in months. I think, he said as the English countryside flowed past, this year actually went pretty well. Ron choked on his chocolate frog. You killed a giant snake and almost died of venom poisoning. That's your definition of pretty well. Nobody died permanently. We destroyed a Horcrux. We learned a lot about Voldemort's weaknesses. Harry shrugged. Could have been worse. You're mental, Ron said, but he was smiling. Maybe, Harry agreed. But I'm getting better. The train rolled on. The future waited. And Harry Potter, the boy with the power to see magic itself, was ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 5, Voices in the Walls. Chapter 5, Voices in the Walls. The summer after second year was different. Harry could feel the change in himself, a settling, a solidifying, like wet clay finally beginning to harden into something permanent. He'd killed a basilisk. He'd destroyed a Horcrux. He'd stared death in the face and walked away with nothing but a scar and some nightmares. The nightmares were manageable. Mostly. Privet Drive was the same as ever, manicured lawns, identical houses, the suffocating normalcy of suburban England. But Harry approached it differently this time. He didn't see it as a prison anymore. He saw it as a training ground. Every morning, he woke before dawn and ran. Not magical running, just the regular kind, feet pounding pavement, lungs burning, body protesting. The physical conditioning he'd started at Hogwarts continued here, away from magical shortcuts and convenient solutions. Every afternoon, he studied. His trunk was packed with books he'd borrowed from the Hogwarts library, theoretical texts, historical accounts, anything that might help him understand the nature of Horcruxes and how to find them. Hermione had copies of everything too, and they exchanged notes by owl post almost daily. Every evening, he practiced. Not spellcasting, the Trace would catch that, and the Ministry would come down on him like a ton of bricks. But perception didn't require a wand. Neither did Mat-Ion, mental exercises, or the careful strengthening of his occlumency barriers. The fragment in his mind had been quiet since the chamber. Harry suspected that destroying the diary Horcrux had somehow affected the peace lodged in his own skull, weakened it, maybe, or frightened it into dormancy. Either way, he used the respite to reinforce his mental defenses, building walls within walls within walls. By mid-July, his inner fortress was nearly impregnable. You're different, Aunt Petunia said one morning, watching him eat breakfast with an expression caught between suspicion and something almost like respect. More, focused. I've had a lot to think about. That business at your school. The attacks. She pursed her lips. Mrs. Figg mentioned something about it. Said you were involved somehow. Harry looked up sharply. Mrs. Figg, the batty old woman down the street who'd watched him sometimes as a child. He'd always assumed she was just a lonely muggle who liked cats. But if she knew about Hogwarts business. Mrs. Fig knows about the wizarding world. Petunia's face closed off immediately. I've said too much. Finish your breakfast. Harry filed that information away for later investigation. Mrs. Fig. Possible magical connection. One more mystery to unravel. The letter arrived on July 31st, his birthday, though the Dursleys certainly weren't celebrating. It wasn't from Ron or Hermione. The envelope was made of strange material, somewhere between parchment and cloth, and it was sealed with wax that shimmered with unstable magic. Harry's perception screamed warning before he even touched it. He didn't open it immediately. Instead, he examined it from every angle, cataloging the magical signatures woven into its construction. Old magic, unfamiliar patterns, something that felt almost servile. House elf magic. He recognized it now, from brief exposures at Hogwarts. But why would a house elf be sending him letters? Carefully, using a pencil to break the seal rather than his fingers, Harry opened the envelope. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts this year. Terrible things are planned. Danger awaits. Harry Potter is too important to risk. A friend warns you. Heed this warning. No signature. No explanation. Just the warning itself, pulsing with desperate magical energy. Harry sat back, thinking hard. Someone, a house elf, apparently, was trying to keep him away from Hogwarts. Warning him of danger. But the warning was vague, unhelpful. What kind of danger? From whom? And why would a house elf care about Harry Potter's safety? Unless the elf's master was the source of the danger. House elves were bound to serve their families. They couldn't directly betray their master's secrets. But a clever elf, one who wanted to warn someone without technically disobeying, might send an anonymous letter full of ominous implications. Terrible things are planned. Someone was planning something at Hogwarts. Something dangerous enough that even their own servant was trying to prevent it. Harry needed more information. The house elf appeared 3 nights later. Harry was lying in bed, not quite asleep, when his perception detected an incoming magical signature. He was on his feet with his wand drawn, ministry be damned, before the creature fully materialized. Harry Potter. The elf was small, even for his kind, with huge tennis ball eyes and ears like satellite dishes. He wore what appeared to be a filthy pillowcase and was wringing his hands with almost comic anxiety. Harry Potter must not be angry. Dobby only wants to help. Dobby? Harry lowered his wand slightly. You sent the letter? Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby has heard of your greatness, sir, your triumph over he who must not be named, and Dobby could not let Harry Potter walk into danger. What danger? Who's planning what? Dobby's eyes went even wider, which Harry wouldn't have thought possible. Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby's family would punish Dobby terribly if Dobby revealed their secrets. But you can tell me there is danger. Yes, sir. Terrible danger. Harry Potter must stay away from Hogwarts. Harry studied the elf carefully. His perception showed a magical signature that was fundamentally different from human magic, older, more bound, tied to service and obedience in ways that seemed almost biological. And underneath that, genuine concern. This creature really did want to protect him. Dobby, Harry said slowly, I can't promise to stay away from Hogwarts. It's where my friends are. Where I'm supposed to be. But I can promise to be careful. If you give me more information, anything you can share without betraying your family directly, I'll be better prepared for whatever's coming. Dobby vibrated with conflicting impulses. Harry could almost see the magical bindings wrestling with the elf's personal desires. Dobby cannot say who, the elf finally managed. Cannot say what, exactly. But Dobby can say this, history repeats, Harry Potter. What happened before will happen again. And this time, it will be worse. What happened before? At Hogwarts, sir. Long ago. Before Dobby was born. A terrible thing. People died. Dobby was shaking now, clearly pushing against his limits. The chamber, Harry Potter. The chamber that was opened last year, it was opened before. And the one who opened it then. He couldn't finish. The binding magic flared, cutting off his words. But Harry understood. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened before. 50 years ago, if the diary's dating was accurate. Tom Riddle, young Voldemort, had opened it then, released the basilisk, killed a student. Moaning Myrtle. And now someone else was planning something similar. Another attack on Hogwarts. Another use of Slytherin's legacy. But the basilisk was dead. Harry had killed it himself. So what weapon would this new threat use? Thank you, Dobby, Harry said. You've helped more than you know. The elf burst into tears. Harry Potter thanks Dobby. No wizard has ever thanked Dobby before. Your family sounds terrible. They are, sir. They are. Dobby wiped his eyes with his pillowcase. But Dobby cannot leave them. Dobby is bound. Maybe someday that will change. Harry meant it. The elf's obvious suffering bothered him in ways he couldn't fully articulate. For now, can you tell me anything else? Any detail, no matter how small. Dobby thought hard, his enormous ears twitching. There is an object, Harry Potter. Something dark. Something that was hidden and is now found. Dobby's master was very pleased when it was discovered. Very pleased indeed. What kind of object? Dobby doesn't know, sir. Only that it is old. And powerful. And connected to the dark times. The elf shuddered. Dobby must go now. If they discover Dobby is missing. He vanished with a crack, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. An old, dark object. Something connected to Voldemort's era. Something that pleased a master who was apparently planning terrible things at Hogwarts. Another Horcrux. It was possible. Dumbledore had said there were likely multiple soul anchors. If one of the old Death Eater families had been entrusted with a Horcrux, or had found one somehow, they might be planning to use it. Harry needed to warn someone. Dumbledore, probably. But he also needed to be subtle about it. If Dobby's family realized their elf had been talking, the consequences could be severe, for Dobby and for Harry's investigation. He pulled out parchment and quill, composing a careful letter to the headmaster. He explained what he'd learned without revealing his source, framing it as rumors he'd overheard rather than information from a house elf spy. It was the best he could do for now. The rest of the summer passed in a blur of preparation. Harry's warning letter to Dumbledore received a brief acknowledgement. The headmaster was looking into the matter and appreciated Harry's vigilance. Not particularly reassuring, but at least someone at Hogwarts knew something might be coming. Ron's letters were full of family chaos and Quidditch excitement. His father had won a prize at work and was planning to use it for a family trip to Egypt. The Weasleys wouldn't be around much this summer, but they'd be back before term started. Hermione's letters were more useful. She'd been researching Horcruxes obsessively, compiling everything she could find about soul magic and dark artifacts. The process of creating a Horcrux requires murder, she wrote in one particularly grim missive. The act of killing tears the soul, and a piece can then be separated and stored in an object. But the texts are deliberately vague about the details. Apparently, even dark wizards found the practice too horrifying to document clearly. I've also found references to a destruction cascade, the theory that Horcruxes are somehow connected, and destroying one might affect the others. This could explain why the fragment in your mind has been quieter since the diary was destroyed. Worth investigating further. Harry appreciated her thoroughness, even as he wished they were discussing something less morbid. 13 years old and researching soul mutilation. Not exactly a normal summer activity. But then, nothing about Harry's life had ever been normal. The Hogwarts Express felt different this year. Not in any physical way, the Scarlet steam engine looked exactly the same, the platform was crowded with the same mix of anxious parents and excited students, the whistle blew at exactly 11 o'clock as it always did. But Harry's perception, sharper than ever after a summer of intensive practice, picked up undercurrents that would have escaped him before. Fear. Suspicion. Lingering trauma. Last year's attacks had left scars on the student body. Muggleborns especially seemed nervous, staying close to friends, avoiding isolated corridors. The memory of petrified classmates, of messages written in blood, of a monster loose in the school, it wasn't something you just forgot. Harry found his usual compartment and settled in to wait for Ron and Hermione. They'd agreed to meet on the train, since the Weasleys' trip to Egypt had run long and Hermione's family was traveling from France. The door slid open, but it wasn't his friends. Harry Potter. The voice was dreamy, disconnected, as if its owner was only partially present in the current reality. Harry looked up to find a small blonde girl with enormous silvery eyes and an expression of mild curiosity. "That's me," he said cautiously. His perception was going haywire. This girl's magical signature was unlike anything he'd encountered. Not stronger or weaker than average, just different. There were patterns in it that didn't match any template he'd developed. "I'm Luna Lovegood. May I sit here? The other compartments are full of Raxperts." Raxperts? They're invisible creatures that float into your ears and make your brain go fuzzy. Luna sat down without waiting for permission, tucking her legs beneath her in a way that suggested she might be part cat. "You don't have any. That's unusual. Most people are quite infested." Harry didn't know how to respond to that. Was she crazy? Joking? Or did she somehow perceive something real that others couldn't? "How can you tell I don't have any?" "I can see them." "Not everyone can." Luna's enormous eyes fixed on him with unsettling directness. "You can see things too, can't you? Different things than me, but things that most people miss." Harry's heart rate picked up. "What makes you say that?" "The way you look at the world. Like you're reading a book everyone else thinks is blank." She smiled, and there was something genuinely sweet about it beneath all the strangeness. "I've heard stories about you, Harry Potter. Not the ones in the newspapers, the real ones. About how you see magic differently. About how you killed a basilisk by thinking faster than it could strike. Those aren't real stories. They're just rumors. The best stories are always called rumors by people who weren't there." Luna pulled a magazine from her bag, something called The Quibbler, with a cover story about a conspiracy involving the Minister of Magic and vampire eels. "My father publishes this. Most people think it's nonsense. But sometimes nonsense is just truth that hasn't been verified yet." Harry found himself oddly charmed. Luna Lovegood was strange, certainly, but it was a compelling kind of strange. She didn't seem to care what anyone thought of her, didn't try to impress or intimidate, just existed in her own peculiar way. "What year are you?" he asked. "Second. I would have been first last year, but my birthday's in the wrong month." She flipped through her magazine without apparently reading it. "I'm in Ravenclaw, which makes people think I'm supposed to be normal smart. But I think there are different kinds of smart, and mine isn't the kind they test for." "I think you might be right about that." The compartment door opened again, and this time it was Ron and Hermione, looking travel-worn but happy. "There you are!" Hermione exclaimed. "We've been searching the whole train." "Oh. Hello. This is Luna Lovegood," Harry said. "Luna, this is Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. I know who they are. The chess master and the walking library." Luna's tone held no judgment, just observation. "You make an interesting triangle. Different kinds of strength that complement each other." Hermione's expression flickered between offense and intrigue. Ron just looked confused. Right, he said slowly. Nice to meet you. Harry, can we talk about something in private? We've got news from Egypt. Luna can stay, Harry decided, surprising himself. Something about her perception comment had struck a chord. If she could see things others couldn't, even if those things were possibly imaginary, she might understand aspects of his own abilities that his more conventional friend struggled with. Are you sure? Hermione's doubt was obvious. She already knows more about me than she should. Might as well find out how. Luna smiled serenely. I'll just read my magazine. Pretend I'm not here. She immediately became absorbed in an article about crumplehorn snorkax, giving every appearance of ignoring them completely. But Harry noticed her ears angle slightly toward their conversation. Smart girl. So what's the news? He asked. Ron launched into an excited account of their Egyptian adventure, the pyramids, the cursebreakers, the ancient tombs full of magical artifacts. But underneath the enthusiasm, there was something else. A discovery. Bill found something weird in one of the tombs, Ron said, lowering his voice. An artifact that the goblins got really nervous about. They wouldn't let anyone examine it closely, just sealed it up and shipped it back to Gringotts. But Bill managed to get a reading on it first. What kind of reading? Soul magic. The artifact was saturated with soul magic. Ron met Harry's eyes significantly. Bill said it felt like something that had been torn apart and put back together wrong. A Horcrux. Another Horcrux, sitting in an Egyptian tomb for centuries, now locked away in Gringotts. Did Bill tell anyone? Dumbledore? He wrote a letter, yeah. But here's the thing, the goblins are claiming the artifact is rightfully theirs, that it was stolen from them centuries ago. They won't let anyone from the ministry examine it. There's going to be a legal battle that could take years. Harry absorbed this. A Horcrux, possibly, trapped in bureaucratic limbo. Safe from Voldemort, but also safe from destruction. We need to tell Dumbledore directly, Hermione said. Everything we've learned, everything we suspect. He has resources we don't. He can put pressure on the goblins, investigate Dobby's warning, coordinate a real search. I agree. Harry had been coming to the same conclusion. But we also need to keep doing our own investigation. Dumbledore's busy, has other responsibilities. And he might not share everything he knows with us. Trust but verify, Luna murmured, not looking up from her magazine. Exactly. Hogwarts emerged from the Scottish mists like an old friend. Harry watched through the train window as the castle's towers and turrets came into view, feeling the familiar warmth of homecoming mixed with the newer weight of vigilance. Somewhere in that ancient building, something dark might be stirring. Someone with access to dangerous artifacts might be planning another attack. Or maybe not. Maybe Dobby's warning was overblown. Maybe the Egyptian artifact was coincidence. Maybe this year would be peaceful and uneventful. Harry didn't believe that for a second, but it was nice to pretend. The sorting ceremony introduced a new batch of first-years to their houses. Luna's comment about being in Ravenclaw despite not being normal smart resonated as Harry watched the sorting hat deliberate. How many students ended up in houses that didn't quite fit? How many spent their Hogwarts years trying to meet expectations that weren't designed for them? The staff table had a new face, or rather, an old face in a new position. Remus Lupin, looking shabby and tired but genuinely pleased to be there, was introduced as the new defense against the dark arts professor. Harry's perception went into overdrive. Lupin's magical signature was complicated. Human, definitely, but with something else layered underneath. Something canine, predatory, cyclical. Harry couldn't identify it precisely, but it raised flags. More interesting was the reaction from others at the staff table. Snape was practically radiating hostility toward the new professor, not his usual generalized disdain, but something personal and heated. And Dumbledore was watching Lupin with an expression of fondness mixed with concern, as if greeting an old friend whose presence brought up difficult memories. Professor Lupin knew my parents, Harry murmured to Ron and Hermione. I can tell from how Dumbledore's looking at him. How can you tell that from a look? The same look people give me sometimes. Nostalgia mixed with sadness. Harry made a mental note to introduce himself to Lupin at the earliest opportunity. Anyone who'd known James and Lily Potter was someone worth talking to. The feast was excellent as always, but Harry barely tasted it. His mind was churning with questions, theories, plans. Dobby's warning, the Egyptian Horcrux, Lupin's mysterious nature, Luna's strange perception, pieces of a puzzle that might not even belong to the same picture. After the feast, Harry slipped away from the crowd of students heading to their dormitories. He had somewhere to be. The room of requirement materialized as he'd left it, their training space, their war room, the headquarters of a resistance movement that didn't officially exist. Harry paced the familiar room, letting his perception wash over the space. Everything was as it should be. The training dummies, the bookshelves, the practice equipment. No signs of intrusion or tampering. You're here early. Harry spun, wand drawn, then relaxed when he recognized the voice. Hermione. How did you know I'd come here? Because it's what I would do. She stepped into the room, Ron following behind her. Check the space, make sure it's secure, start planning before anyone else even finishes unpacking. We're getting predictable. We're getting efficient. There's a difference. They settled into their usual spots, Harry by the window, Hermione near the bookshelves, Ron sprawled across a conjured couch that hadn't been there a moment before. So, Ron said. What's the plan for this year? Find more Horcruxes. Investigate mysterious warnings. Uncover whatever dark plot is supposedly brewing. All of the above, Harry said. Plus regular classes, Quidditch, and whatever unexpected disasters decide to happen. Just a normal year at Hogwarts, then. Exactly. They laughed, but it was the kind of laughter that came from shared experience rather than genuine humor. They all knew that normal wasn't really on the menu. Not for them. Not anymore. First priority, Hermione said, pulling out a notebook already half full of her precise handwriting. Information gathering. We need to know what we're dealing with before we can make plans. Agreed. I want to talk to Lupin, find out what he knows about my parents, about the First War, about anything that might be relevant. Harry paused, considering. I also want to keep an eye on Luna Lovegood. The strange Ravenclaw. Why? Because she said something on the train about seeing things others can't. If she has any kind of genuine perception ability, even a partial one, she might be useful. Or she might need protection from people who'd want to exploit her. Or she might just be crazy, Ron pointed out. Possible. But I've learned not to dismiss unusual abilities just because they seem impossible. Fair point. They divided up tasks. Hermione would research everything she could find about soul magic and Horcruxes, building on her summer work. Ron would cultivate connections among the older students, particularly those with family ties to the First War. Harry would focus on Lupin, Luna, and anything his perception flagged as unusual. One more thing, Harry said as they prepared to leave. Dobby mentioned an object that his master was pleased about. Old, dark, connected to Voldemort's era. If someone's planning something at Hogwarts, that object is probably involved. Any idea what it might be? Could be another Horcrux. Could be something else entirely. But whatever it is, we need to find it before it's used. And if it is a Horcrux? Harry's expression hardened. Then we destroy it. The same way I destroyed the diary. They left the room of requirement one by one, spacing their exits to avoid suspicion. Harry went last, pausing at the door to look back at their headquarters. This was it. Year 3. More battles to fight, more mysteries to solve, more pieces of Voldemort to hunt down and destroy. He was ready. The first week of classes established the new normal. Defense against the dark arts was a revelation. Professor Lupin was everything Lockhart hadn't been: competent, engaging, genuinely interested in preparing students for real threats. His first lesson involved a boggart, a shape-shifting creature that took the form of its victim's greatest fear. The spell to defeat a boggart is simple, Lupin explained, leading the class to a rattling wardrobe in the staff room. Ridiculous. The charm forces the boggart into a shape you find amusing, and laughter destroys it. The hard part isn't the magic, it's forcing yourself to find humor in the face of your deepest fears. Students took turns facing the boggart. It became a spider for Ron, countered by giving it roller skates, a failed exam for Hermione, countered by receiving an outstanding, a mummy for Parvati Patil, who made it trip over its own bandages. Then it was Harry's turn. He stepped forward, wand raised, watching the boggart swirl and shift as it searched his mind for his deepest fear. What would it become? Voldemort? The basilisk? His parents' graves? The boggart settled into a shape, and Harry's blood ran cold. It was himself. Or rather, it was himself as he might become, older, harder, with cold eyes and a cruel smile. Dark magic crackled around this future Harry, and when he spoke, his voice carried echoes of Tom Riddle. "You think you're so different from me," the boggart Harry said. "You think your innovations are noble. But power is power. And you want it. You need it. Sooner or later, you'll become exactly what you hate." Harry's wand hand trembled. His deepest fear wasn't death, wasn't Voldemort, wasn't losing his friends. His deepest fear was losing himself. Becoming the very monster he was fighting against. "Ridiculous," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. The boggart flickered but didn't change. "Harry." Lupin's voice was gentle but firm. "Remember, humor defeats fear. Find something funny about that image. Something funny about becoming evil. Something amusing about losing his soul to the darkness he was fighting." Harry thought about it. Really thought. And then he laughed. The boggart Harry's dramatic evil posturing, the theatrical dark energy, the cliched villain speech, it was absurd. It was every terrible fantasy villain he'd ever read about, every melodramatic Dark Lord trope rolled into one. Ridiculous. This time, the spell worked. The boggart Harry's dark robes turned into a frilly pink dress. His menacing posture became a ridiculous curtsy. The dark magic around him transformed into a cloud of glitter and butterflies. The class erupted in laughter, and the boggart dissolved into smoke. "Excellent," Lupin said, his eyes twinkling with something that might have been understanding. 10 points to Gryffindor. After class, Harry lingered until the other students had left. "Professor? Can I ask you something?" "Of course, Harry. You knew my parents. Dumbledore told me you were at school together." Lupin's expression softened with old pain. "James was one of my best friends. He and Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, we were inseparable, once. Called ourselves the Marauders." Sirius Black. Harry frowned. "That name's familiar. It would be. He's been in the news recently." Lupin's voice turned carefully neutral. "He escaped from Azkaban prison this summer. The first person ever to do so." Harry's perception caught the tension behind Lupin's words. There was more to this story than the professor was saying. Why was he in Azkaban? For murder. For betraying your parents to Voldemort. Lupin met Harry's eyes, and there was anguish there. Sirius was their secret keeper, Harry. The one person who knew where they were hiding. He gave that information to the Dark Lord. The world seemed to tilt slightly. My parents' friend betrayed them. So everyone believes. So the evidence suggests. Lupin hesitated. But I've learned, over the years, that things aren't always what they seem. Evidence can be misleading. Friends can surprise you, in good ways and bad. You don't think he did it? I don't know what to think. I've spent 12 years trying to understand how the Sirius I knew could have done something so monstrous. Lupin shook his head. But that's not your burden to carry, Harry. Whatever happened between the adults in that war, it wasn't your fault and it's not your responsibility. Everything about that war seems to be my responsibility, Harry said quietly. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, Voldemort's return, it all comes back to me eventually. Perhaps. But you don't have to face it alone. Lupin's hand rested briefly on Harry's shoulder. Your parents had friends who loved them. Some of us are still here, still fighting, still hoping. Remember that. Harry nodded, but his mind was already racing. Sirius Black. Escaped prisoner. Alleged traitor. Possibly connected to his parents' murder. One more piece of the puzzle. One more mystery to investigate. The news about Sirius Black spread through the school like wildfire. Wanted posters appeared overnight, a gaunt face with wild eyes and matted hair, screaming silently from every notice board and shop window. The escaped prisoner was considered extremely dangerous, possibly heading for Hogwarts, definitely searching for something. Or someone. He's after you, Ron said bluntly one evening in the room of requirement. Everyone's saying it. Black escaped to finish what you know who started. That's what the Ministry believes, Harry agreed. But Lupin seemed uncertain. And if Black really did betray my parents, why wait 12 years to escape? Why now? Maybe he heard about what happened last year, Hermione suggested. You defeating the basilisk, destroying the diary. Maybe he's worried you're becoming too powerful to kill easily. Or maybe there's something else going on. Something we're not seeing. Harry had been thinking about it constantly. The timing of Black's escape, Dobby's warning about dark plans, the Egyptian artifact Bill had found, they might be unconnected coincidences, or they might be pieces of the same puzzle. I want to investigate Black, he said finally. Not to hunt him down or anything stupid like that. Just to understand what really happened. Lupin's doubts suggest the official story might be incomplete. How would you even start? The library, for one thing. There must be newspaper archives, trial records, something that documents what happened. And Lupin might tell me more if I approach it the right way. Be careful, Hermione warned. If the Ministry thinks you're sympathizing with an escaped murderer. I'm not sympathizing. I'm investigating. Harry's expression hardened. My parents died because of something that happened back then. I have a right to know the truth. The investigation into Sirius Black led Harry down some unexpected paths. The library's newspaper archives painted a grim picture. Black had been captured standing over the bodies of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, laughing maniacally. He'd allegedly confessed to the crime on the spot and was sent to Azkaban without a proper trial. That last detail nagged at Harry. No trial. Even the most obvious criminals deserve due process. Unless someone had been in a hurry to close the case. The war had just ended, Hermione explained when he raised the question. People were traumatized, looking for closure. Black was a convenient villain, pure-blood heir turned Death Eater, traitor to his friends. Nobody wanted to ask hard questions. But what if they should have? He took his questions to Lupin during their next one-on-one conversation. The professor was reluctant at first, clearly uncomfortable discussing old wounds, but Harry's persistence eventually wore him down. There were things that didn't make sense, Lupin admitted. Sirius was never questioned about how he supposedly communicated with Voldemort. The explosion that killed Peter was never properly analyzed. And Sirius's behavior at the time, he was frantic, yes, but he kept saying he had to find Peter. Not kill him, find him. As if Peter was the real target. Could Black have been framed? It's possible. But by whom? Peter was the only other person who knew about the secret keeper switch. Lupin caught himself. I shouldn't have told you that. What switch? Too late. Lupin sighed heavily. Originally, everyone thought Sirius was the secret keeper. But there was a last-minute change. James told me, years later, that they'd decided Sirius was too obvious a choice, so they switched to Peter instead. It was supposed to be a clever trick. No one would suspect meek little Peter of holding such an important secret. Harry's mind raced. So Peter was the actual secret keeper. And if Peter betrayed my parents? Then Sirius was innocent. Yes. The thought has haunted me for years. But Peter's dead. Black killed him. That's what everyone believes. But they never found a body. Just a finger. Lupin's voice was barely above a whisper. I've always wondered about that finger. Why was it so convenient? Why was there a body part but no body? Harry felt the pieces clicking together, forming a picture he didn't entirely like. What if Peter faked his death? He asked slowly. What if he betrayed my parents, framed Black for it, and then staged his own murder to escape justice? It would explain a lot. But it would also mean Peter's been hiding somewhere for 12 years, letting an innocent man rot in Azkaban. Lupin shook his head. I don't want to believe it. Peter was weak, yes, but I can't imagine him being capable of such sustained cruelty. People are capable of a lot of things when they're scared enough. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the conversation pressing down on both of them. I should tell Dumbledore about this, Lupin said finally. I should have told him years ago. But I convinced myself I was wrong, that my doubts were just grief and wishful thinking. Tell him now. And if there's any way to prove Black is innocent. I don't know if there is. Without Peter, without concrete evidence, it's just speculation. Lupin met Harry's eyes. But I appreciate you pushing me to face this, Harry. Your parents would be proud of the person you're becoming. Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he just nodded and took his leave. The Sirius Black investigation continued in parallel with their other projects. Harry cultivated his relationship with Luna Lovegood, discovering that beneath her eccentricity lay a genuinely perceptive mind. She couldn't see magic the way he could, but she had a talent for pattern recognition that bordered on precognition. She noticed things others missed, made connections that seemed absurd until they turned out to be correct. You're looking for dark objects, she told him one afternoon in the library, not making it a question. Things that carry pieces of bad wizards inside them. Harry looked up sharply. How do you know that? The Raxperts told me. At his expression, she smiled slightly. That's a joke. Mostly. I just pay attention. You spend a lot of time researching soul magic and artifact theory. You react strangely whenever anyone mentions Tom Riddle or the diary from last year. And you've been carrying something dark inside yourself since you arrived at Hogwarts. Harry's hand went unconsciously to his scar. You can see that? Not see. Sense. Like a pressure, or a smell that's not quite there. Luna's enormous eyes were more focused than he'd ever seen them. It doesn't control you, whatever it is. But it's part of you, and you're working very hard to keep it contained. Luna. Harry didn't know what to say. She'd just described his most closely guarded secret as casually as mentioning the weather. I won't tell anyone. Who would believe me? She returned to her own reading as if they'd been discussing homework. But if you ever need help with it, I might be useful. I'm good at finding things that don't want to be found. Harry added Luna to his mental list of assets. The strange Ravenclaw might be exactly the ally he needed. October brought Dementors. The Ministry, in its infinite wisdom, had decided to station Azkaban's guards around Hogwarts as protection against Sirius Black. The Dementors were horrible creatures, beings of living despair that fed on happiness and left only misery in their wake. Harry's first encounter with them was on the Hogwarts Express at the start of term, when a Dementor had boarded the train to search for Black. The creature's presence had affected him more severely than anyone else. He'd heard his mother screaming, felt the cold of his worst memories, and had fallen unconscious before Lupin could drive the thing away. Now, with the Dementors stationed around the school, Harry felt their presence constantly. A subtle drain on his energy, a persistent chill at the edges of his consciousness. The fragment in his mind seemed to react to them, growing more restless, pressing against the walls he'd built. The Dementors affect you more strongly because of your history, Dumbledore explained during one of their private sessions. You have more trauma to feed on than most students. And the presence inside you, it recognizes the Dementors' magic. They deal in similar currencies. How do I fight them? The Patronus Charm. It's advanced magic, typically Newt level, but I believe you're capable of learning it. The Patronus Charm created a guardian of pure positive emotion, the antithesis of Dementor energy. It was extremely difficult because it required sustained focus on happy memories while in the presence of creatures that devoured happiness. Harry started practicing immediately. His first attempts were failures. He could generate wisps of silver light, hints of the protective form, but nothing solid enough to actually repel a Dementor. The problem, he realized, was his memories. What happy memories did he have? His childhood had been misery. His victories had all come with costs. Even his friendships were shadowed by the knowledge of the war to come. You're approaching it wrong, Lupin said during one of their practice sessions. He'd volunteered to help after learning about Harry's lessons with Dumbledore. You're looking for moments of simple happiness, like a child at Christmas. But your life hasn't been simple. Your happiness has always come mixed with other things. Then how do I find a memory strong enough? Try looking for complexity. Not pure joy, but joy that contains other emotions too. The relief of surviving something terrible. The pride of accomplishing something difficult. The love you feel for your friends, mixed with the fear of losing them. Harry closed his eyes and thought about the moment he'd first entered Hogwarts. Not the building itself, but what it represented: escape, belonging, possibility. The first time he'd realized he wasn't alone, wasn't a freak, had a place in the world. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from his wand, brighter than ever before. It didn't form into a clear shape, but it was definitely something, a shield, a presence, a wall of positive energy. Better, Lupin said with a genuine smile. Much better. Harry practiced every day after that. His Patronus grew stronger, began to take shape, something four-legged, something powerful. By November, he could produce a form solid enough to drive a Boggart Dementor back across the room. He still didn't know what animal his Patronus would become. The shape remained vague, potential rather than definition. But he knew it would be something significant. Everything about Harry Potter was significant, whether he wanted it to be or not. The Christmas holidays brought an unexpected development. Harry had planned to stay at Hogwarts again. The Dursleys were less appealing than an empty castle, and there was research to continue, but an urgent message from the Weasleys changed his plans. Harry, come to the Burrow immediately if you can. Something's happened. Can't explain in a letter. Ron. Harry traveled by flow powder, emerging into the chaos of the Weasley kitchen to find the entire family gathered around the wireless, looking grim. What is it? What's wrong? Sirius Black, Arthur Weasley said heavily. He was spotted in Hogsmeade last night. And he was carrying something, a map, according to witnesses. A map of Hogwarts. Harry's blood ran cold. He's coming for the school. That's what the Ministry thinks. They're doubling the Dementor presence, adding Auror patrols. But Ron said you had theories about Black, about him maybe being innocent. I don't know if he's innocent. But I'm not sure he's guilty either. The evidence never made sense. Harry explained what he'd learned, the secret keeper switch, the suspicious lack of trial, Lupin's doubts. The Weasleys listened with growing concern. If Black really was framed, Molly said slowly, then he's not coming to kill you. He's coming for something else. Or someone else, Harry said. The actual traitor. Peter Pettigrew. But Pettigrew's dead. Maybe. Or maybe he faked his death and has been hiding ever since. Harry's mind was racing. If I were a wizard who'd faked my own death, where would I hide? Somewhere I'd be overlooked, unremarked. Somewhere I could stay for years without attracting attention. Ron made a strange noise. His face had gone very pale. Ron. What is it? Scabbers, Ron whispered. My rat. He's been in the family for 12 years. Since just after the war ended. Since just after Pettigrew supposedly died. Harry stared at him. You think your pet rat is actually a Death Eater in disguise? I think Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus, and his form was a rat. I think he's been hiding in my family's house for over a decade, pretending to be a pet. Ron's voice grew stronger with conviction. I think he's been sitting on my shoulder while I slept, listening to everything, waiting for something. The pieces clicked into place with horrible clarity. Where's Scabbers now? Harry demanded. Upstairs. In my room. He's been acting strange lately, trying to escape, biting when I pick him up. Show me. They raced upstairs, the entire Weasley family following. Ron threw open the door to his room, pointed at the cage where Scabbers should have been sleeping. The cage was empty. The bars had been gnawed through. He's gone, Ron breathed. He knew. He knew we were getting close and he ran. Harry's perception expanded outward, searching for any trace of rat-shaped magic in the vicinity. There, a faint trail, leading out the window, across the garden, toward the distant fields. He's heading north, Harry said. Toward Scotland. Toward Hogwarts. Why Hogwarts? Because that's where Black is going. And that's where Black thinks Peter is hiding. Harry's expression hardened. We need to get back to school. Now. Before one rat finds another. The return to Hogwarts was urgent and chaotic. The Weasleys contacted Dumbledore, who arranged emergency portkey travel. Within hours, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the relevant adults were gathered in the headmaster's office, explaining everything they'd pieced together. An interesting theory, Dumbledore said when they'd finished. And consistent with certain doubts I've harbored myself. But without proof. We can get proof, Harry said. If Scabbers really is Pettigrew, he'll try to get into Hogwarts. He knows Black is coming, knows his cover is blown. He'll want to find some way to escape, or to get help from whatever allies he has left. You're suggesting we set a trap. I'm suggesting we pay very close attention to any suspicious rat activity in the castle. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his spectacles. I believe I know just the resource to assist with that. He drew his wand and spoke a summoning charm. Minutes later, the most detailed map Harry had ever seen appeared on the headmaster's desk. The Marauder's map, Dumbledore explained. Created by your father and his friends, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, during their school years. It shows every person in Hogwarts, their location updated in real time. Harry stared at the map, watching tiny labeled dots move through corridors. His father had made this. His father and the man who might be innocent and the man who was definitely a werewolf and the rat who might be a traitor. Can it detect animagi? Harry asked. It was designed by animagi. It shows their human names regardless of form. Dumbledore scanned the map, his expression sharpening. There. In the Gryffindor common room. Harry looked where the headmaster was pointing. A dot labeled Peter Pettigrew was moving through the portrait hole. He's already inside, Harry breathed. Then we'd better move quickly, Dumbledore replied. Before our rat escapes again. The confrontation happened at midnight. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Lupin, and several Aurors converged on the Gryffindor common room from different directions. The map showed Pettigrew's dot frozen in place, He knew they were coming, but he had nowhere to run. They found him crouched behind a couch, twitching and terrified, still in rat form. "Peter," Lupin said softly. "It's over." The rat squealed and tried to dart past them, but Harry was ready. His perception tracked the tiny form, predicted its movements, and his wand flashed. Stupefy. The rat collapsed, unconscious. Lupin cast a spell that forced the Animagus transformation to reverse, and suddenly a small, balding man lay on the Gryffindor carpet. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. Hidden for 12 years. Traitor to Harry's parents. "Get Sirius Black," Harry said to the Aurors. "Tell him we found the real murderer. Tell him he's free." The aftermath took weeks to sort out. Pettigrew was questioned under Veritaserum and confessed to everything, betraying the Potters, framing Sirius, hiding with the Weasleys while feeding information to the remnants of Voldemort's network. He was sentenced to Azkaban for life, while Sirius Black was formally exonerated and released. Harry met his godfather for the first time on a cold January evening, in Dumbledore's office with the headmaster as witness. Sirius looked nothing like his wanted posters. He was still gaunt, still haunted by 12 years among Dementors, but there was light in his eyes and a smile on his face that transformed him completely. "Harry." His voice cracked on the name. "You look so much like James. But your eyes. I have my mother's eyes. Everyone tells me. They're right." Sirius stepped forward, hesitated, then pulled Harry into a fierce hug. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there. I should have been the one to raise you, should have protected you. It wasn't your fault. You were framed. By someone I thought was a friend. By someone who'd been my family's pet rat, sleeping in my best friend's son's bedroom for years." Sirius pulled back, his expression hardening. "I want to make it up to you, Harry. Whatever you need, a home, support, anything, I'm here. I'm your godfather. I should have been there from the beginning." "I'd like that," Harry said quietly. "I'd like to get to know you. To learn about my parents from someone who actually loved them. They loved you too. More than anything." Sirius's voice was thick with emotion. "And they'd be so proud of the person you've become." For the first time in his life, Harry felt like he might actually have a family. The rest of the year passed more peacefully than expected. With Pettigrew captured and the truth about the Potter betrayal revealed, the Ministry withdrew the Dementors from Hogwarts. Sirius underwent extensive medical and psychological treatment at St. Mungo's, preparing to eventually take on his role as Harry's guardian. Harry's Patronus finally took form, a great silver stag that erupted from his wand during a practice session with Lupin. The same form, Lupin told him tearfully, that James Potter had taken as an animagus. "Prongs," Sirius said when he heard about it, tears streaming down his face. James was Prongs. And now his son carries him forward. The investigation into Dobby's warning continued, but no obvious threat materialized. Whatever dark plans had been brewing seemed to have been disrupted or delayed by Pettigrew's capture. The mysterious house elf sent another letter, this one expressing confused relief that the bad thing didn't happen as Dobby feared. Harry wasn't foolish enough to think the danger was over. Voldemort was still out there, still plotting, still gathering strength. More Horcruxes waited to be found and destroyed. The prophecy still hung over his head like a sword. But for now, he had a godfather. He had friends. He had skills and knowledge and the beginnings of a real plan. The war was coming. Harry Potter was getting ready to fight it. And somewhere in the darkness, the thing that had been Lord Voldemort stirred and began to plan its return. Chapter 6, The Diary's Deception. Chapter 6, The Diary's Deception. The summer before fourth year was the first one Harry actually enjoyed. Sirius's recovery had progressed faster than anyone expected. The healers at St. Mungo's attributed it to sheer stubbornness combined with the powerful motivation of having a godson to reconnect with. By mid-June, he'd been cleared to leave the hospital's long-term care ward, and by July, he'd moved into number 12, Grimmauld Place. The house was a nightmare. "Cheerful, isn't it?" Sirius said dryly as they stood in the entrance hall, surrounded by peeling wallpaper, dusty chandeliers, and the mounted heads of deceased house elves. "The noble and most ancient house of Black, in all its glory." "It's atmospheric," Harry managed. "It's a dump. But it's mine, and more importantly, it's unplottable and warded to the teeth. Safest place in Britain for someone the remaining Death Eaters might want dead." Sirius kicked a troll-egg umbrella stand out of their path. "We'll fix it up eventually. For now, just try not to wake my mother's portrait." "Your mother's portrait? Permanent sticking charm. Can't remove it. She screams blood traitor insults at anyone who makes too much noise." Sirius's expression darkened. "Delightful woman, my mother. Really made childhood special." Harry had already gathered that Sirius's family history was complicated. The Blacks had been one of the most prominent pureblood families in Britain, with a long tradition of dark magic and blood supremacy. Sirius had been the rebellious exception, sorted into Gryffindor instead of Slytherin, best friends with a half-blood like James Potter, eventually disowned for refusing to join Voldemort. "Why keep the house at all?" Harry asked. "If the memories are so bad." "Because it's useful. And because—" Sirius hesitated. "Because I spent 12 years in Azkaban thinking about how to make things right. This house represents everything wrong with my family. I want to transform it into something better. Turn the headquarters of pureblood supremacy into a base for fighting against exactly that kind of thinking. A resistance headquarters. Eventually, maybe. For now, just a home." Sirius smiled, and it transformed his gaunt face into something almost handsome. "Our home, if you want it." Harry did want it. More than he could express. The weeks that followed were the closest thing to normal family life Harry had ever experienced. They cleaned the house together, uncovering horrors in every room, cursed artifacts, dark creatures, portraits that spat insults, and one memorable incident involving a boggart that had taken up residence in a writing desk. Harry's perception proved invaluable for identifying which objects were dangerous and which were merely unpleasant. "This one's fine," he'd say, examining a tarnished silver locket. "Just needs polishing. And this one?" Sirius held up an ornate music box. Harry's magical senses screamed warning. "That one will kill anyone who opens it. Probably should destroy it." They destroyed a lot of things that summer. But they also talked. For hours, late into the night, Sirius sharing stories about James and Lily that no one else could have told. How James had proposed by enchanting 100 golden snitches to spell out, "Marry me," across the Quidditch pitch. How Lily had once hexed a group of Death Eaters so thoroughly that 3 of them had to be hospitalized. How the 2 of them had fought and loved and laughed through the darkest days of the First War. They weren't perfect, Sirius admitted one evening, nursing a fire whiskey while Harry worked through a defense textbook. James was arrogant as a teenager, we all were. He could be cruel to people he thought deserved it, and his definition of deserved was pretty flexible. Your mother actually hated him for years before she fell in love with him. Professor Snape mentioned something like that once. In his own charming way. Ah, Snivellis. Sirius's expression soured. He and James had history. Bad history. James bullied him, I won't pretend otherwise. But Snape gave as good as he got, and he was into dark magic even then. The rivalry wasn't one-sided. Snape was friends with my mother, though. Before Hogwarts. He was. They grew up together, both from Cokeworth. But he chose the dark arts and the pure-blood ideology over her friendship. Called her a mudblood in 5th year, in front of everyone. That was the end of their relationship. Sirius shook his head. People make choices, Harry. Sometimes those choices lead them down paths they can't come back from. Harry thought about that a lot. Choices and consequences. The difference between who you were and who you became. He thought about the fragment in his mind, Voldemort's choice to tear his soul apart, the consequences that had rippled across decades. He thought about Pettigrew, choosing fear over loyalty, living as a rat rather than face what he'd done. He thought about his own choices. The spells he'd created, the enemies he'd faced, the future he was preparing for. What kind of person would he become? The Boggart had shown him his fear, a version of himself consumed by darkness, power corrupted into cruelty. But fear wasn't destiny. Fear was just a warning of what to avoid. Harry chose to believe he could do better. The Quidditch World Cup was held in August, and Sirius insisted they attend. "Your father would have wanted you to see this," he said as they hiked through the pre-dawn mist toward the Portkey site. James lived for Quidditch. Played chaser for Gryffindor, could have gone professional if he hadn't been so set on fighting Voldemort. The cup was being held in England this year, Ireland versus Bulgaria, two of the strongest teams in the world. The ministry had set up a massive campground where thousands of witches and wizards from dozens of countries had gathered to watch the match. Harry had never seen so much magic in one place. His perception was overwhelmed within minutes of arriving. Enchanted tents that were mansions inside, magical creatures from every continent, spell forms he'd never encountered woven into clothing and jewelry and random objects. It was like Diagon Alley multiplied by 1,000. "You're doing that thing again," Ron observed. They'd met up with the Weasleys near the entrance. "The staring at nothing thing where you're actually seeing everything." "Sorry. There's just so much to catalog." "Catalog later." "Fanboy now." Ron was practically vibrating with excitement. "We're about to watch Victor Krum play." Victor Krum. The best seeker in the world. The match itself was spectacular, Ireland's chasers dismantling Bulgaria's defense while Krum performed aerial acrobatics that shouldn't have been physically possible. Harry split his attention between watching the game and analyzing the magic involved, the enchantments on the brooms, the spells the players used, the complex wards that kept the stadium standing. Ireland won, but Krum caught the snitch anyway. A strategic decision, Ron explained. Bulgaria was too far behind to win, so Krum ended the match on his own terms rather than let Ireland run up the score. "That's the mark of a real competitor," Sirius commented. "Knowing when you've lost but still finding a way to control the ending." Harry filed that away. Strategy. Control. Knowing when to cut your losses. Useful lessons for the war to come. The celebration after the match lasted well into the night. Harry was half asleep in the Weasleys' tent when his perception screamed warning. He was on his feet instantly, wand in hand, scanning for the threat. Outside, screams were beginning to echo through the campground. Something was very, very wrong. "Everyone up." Arthur Weasley burst into the tent, his face pale. "Death Eaters. They're attacking the Muggle campsite managers. We need to move, now." Chaos erupted. The night became a blur of running and hiding, of masked figures in dark robes terrorizing Muggles and wizards alike, of the terrible green skull that bloomed in the sky, the dark mark, Voldemort's symbol, cast for the first time in over a decade. Harry got separated from the others in the confusion. He found himself in a clearing, wand raised, facing 3 Death Eaters who had cornered a Muggle family. Well, one of them drawled. "What do we have here? A little hero, come to save the day." Harry didn't respond with words. He'd been training for moments like this, preparing for the day when talk wouldn't be enough. His perception analyzed the 3 opponents in a fraction of a second. Standard Death Eater combat stances, wands held in dueling positions, magical signatures that suggested competence but not exceptional power. He could take them. The first spell was already forming before the Death Eaters realized he wasn't going to negotiate. Harry had developed this technique over the summer, a combination of the pressure manipulation he'd used against the troll with a directional form that turned it into a weapon. Concussive essence, wave form, will catalyst. The blast of force caught the lead Death Eater in the chest and sent him flying backward into his companions. All three went down in a tangle of limbs and robes. Harry didn't wait for them to recover. He grabbed the Muggle family, a man, a woman, 2 young children, and ran, pulling them toward the sounds of Ministry officials organizing a response. This way. Stay close. More Death Eaters appeared, drawn by the commotion. Harry's combat instincts, honed by years of training and 2 major battles, took over completely. He created barriers of compressed air to deflect curses. He used wandless magic to trip opponents and disrupt their aim. He invented 3 new defensive techniques on the spot, each one building on principles he'd been developing since first year. By the time he reached the Ministry cordon, he'd incapacitated 6 Death Eaters and saved 4 Muggle families. He was also completely exhausted, barely able to stand, his magical reserves drained to nothing. Harry. Sirius appeared out of the chaos, grabbing him before he could collapse. What happened? Are you hurt? Just tired. Used too much magic. Harry managed a weak smile. Saved some people, though. You idiot. Brave, brilliant idiot. Sirius was laughing and crying at the same time. Just like your father. The Death Eaters retreated before the Ministry could catch them. The dark mark faded with the dawn. And Harry, for all his exhaustion, felt something like satisfaction. He'd faced real enemies. He'd protected innocent people. He'd proven, to himself, if no one else, that his training was actually working. The war was still coming. But when it arrived, Harry would be ready. The attack at the World Cup changed the atmosphere at Hogwarts. Students arrived for 4th year with fear in their eyes and whispers on their lips. The Daily Prophet had been full of speculation about what the Death Eater attack meant. Was Voldemort returning? Had he already returned? Were the dark days coming back? Dumbledore's opening feast speech addressed the anxiety directly. I will not pretend that the events of this summer were insignificant, the headmaster said, his voice carrying to every corner of the great hall. Dark forces stirred. Old symbols were displayed. But I want you to remember something important: darkness only prevails when good people do nothing. And in this school, in this community, good people choose to act. His eyes found Harry briefly across the crowded tables. This year, Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament, a legendary competition between the 3 great European schools of magic. Champions will be selected, trials will be faced, and the bonds between our institutions will be strengthened. I could think of no better response to those who would divide us than a celebration of what unites us. The announcement sparked immediate excitement. The Triwizard Tournament. Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang coming to compete. A chance to witness legendary magical challenges. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. His perception had been active throughout Dumbledore's speech, scanning the staff table for anything unusual. And something was unusual. The new defense professor, Alastair Mad-Eyed Moody, a legendary Auror who'd caught more Death Eaters than anyone else in history, had a magical signature that didn't quite match his appearance. It was subtle. Anyone without Harry's abilities would have missed it entirely. But there was a dissonance between Moody's physical presence and his magical core, like a photograph that had been altered slightly. Someone was impersonating the Auror. Someone skilled enough to fool everyone else, but not skilled enough to fool Harry's perception. He needed to investigate. Carefully. Whatever this imposter was planning, they'd gone to enormous effort to place themselves at Hogwarts during a year of international magical attention. This wasn't a coincidence. This was part of something larger. The investigation into Moody became Harry's primary focus outside of classes and training. He observed the imposter obsessively, cataloging every inconsistency. The way Moody moved didn't quite match the battle-scarred veteran his reputation suggested. His magical casting had a slightly different rhythm than authentic Auror techniques. And most tellingly, he kept drinking from a hip flask at precise intervals, every hour, almost to the minute. Polyjuice potion. The imposter was maintaining their disguise through regular doses of polyjuice, which required hourly renewal. Someone's impersonating Mad-Eye Moody, Harry told Ron and Hermione in the room of requirement. They've been doing it all term. They're probably connected to the World Cup attack. Are you sure? Hermione looked troubled. Moody's one of the most paranoid wizards alive. How could someone capture and replace him without anyone noticing? Very carefully, over the summer, probably before anyone was watching too closely. Harry paced the room, thinking. The question is, why? What's the imposter's goal? The tournament? Ron suggested. Whatever they're planning, it probably involves the Triwizard competition. That's my guess too. But I don't know how yet. They agreed to continue monitoring the situation while gathering more information. Harry would watch Moody for any revealing slips. Hermione would research the tournament's history for potential vulnerabilities. Ron would cultivate contacts among the older students who might have insights about the real Moody's habits. It was good intelligence work. But it wasn't fast enough. The Goblet of Fire selected its champions on Halloween night. Victor Krum for Durmstrang. Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. And then the goblet flared again, unexpectedly, and spat out a fourth name. Harry Potter. The great hall went silent. Then erupted in chaos. Harry sat frozen, his mind racing. He hadn't entered his name. He was underage, couldn't have gotten past the age line, had no desire to compete in a tournament that had historically killed its participants. But the goblet's magic was binding. Whoever had entered his name, and he knew instantly who it must have been, had trapped him in a magical contract that couldn't be broken without severe consequences. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise. Please come forward. Harry walked to the front of the hall in a daze, aware of hundreds of eyes following him. Accusations. Suspicion. Anger. The students thought he'd cheated, entered his name somehow despite the rules. But one pair of eyes held something different. Moody was watching Harry with barely concealed satisfaction, like a chess player whose gambit had finally paid off. You did this, Harry thought, meeting the imposter's gaze. I don't know how, but you did this. And I'm going to find out why. The aftermath was brutal. Half the school refused to speak to Harry, convinced he'd somehow cheated his way into the tournament. Hufflepuff was particularly hostile, Cedric Diggory was their champion, their moment of glory, and Harry had apparently stolen the spotlight. Even some Gryffindors were suspicious. Attention-seeking Potter, Seamus muttered just loud enough to hear. Always has to be special. Ron, to Harry's relief, stood firmly beside him. So did Hermione, and Luna, and Neville, and the core group they'd built over 3 years of shared secrets and training sessions. We know you didn't enter your name, Hermione said fiercely. Someone put you in that tournament against your will. The question is why? To kill me, probably. Harry's voice was flat. The tournament is dangerous. Champions have died. Whoever's impersonating Moody probably hoped I'd die in one of the tasks, a tragic accident, no one to blame. Then we make sure you don't die, Ron said. Simple. Simple. Harry laughed humorlessly. The first task is in 3 weeks, and I have no idea what it involves. Then we find out. Research, investigation, preparation. Same as always. Harry looked at his friends, loyal, determined, ready to fight beside him despite the risks. The warmth in his chest almost made up for the cold dread of the situation. Okay, he said. Let's get to work. The investigation had 2 parallel tracks. Track 1, figure out what the tournament tasks would involve and prepare accordingly. Track 2, gather enough evidence about the Moody imposter to expose them before they could strike again. Track 1 proved easier. Hagrid, dear, indiscreet Hagrid, let slip that the first task involved dragons. 4 of them, 1 for each champion, nesting mothers who would do anything to protect their eggs. Dragons, Harry said flatly when he received this news. Of course it's dragons. Why wouldn't it be dragons? You've faced worse, Hermione pointed out. The basilisk was bigger and more deadly. The basilisk wasn't trying to roast me alive with fire breath. No, it was trying to kill you with its eyes. Arguably worse. They developed a strategy. Harry's flying skills were his greatest advantage. He'd outmaneuver the dragon rather than outfight it. The summoning charm was reliable enough to call his firebolt from the castle. From there, it was just a matter of being faster and more agile than a creature designed for aerial combat. Simple. Terrifying, but simple. Track 2 was harder. The imposter was careful, never making obvious mistakes, maintaining the moody disguise with professional discipline. Harry watched obsessively but couldn't catch them in a moment of vulnerability. Until he realized he was approaching it wrong. We don't need to catch them transforming, he told Ron and Hermione one evening. We just need to prove they're not the real Moody. If I can get close enough to analyze their magical signature in detail. How would that prove anything to anyone else? It wouldn't. But it would prove it to me. And once I'm certain, I can take the information to Dumbledore. He can investigate properly, with resources I don't have. The opportunity came during a defense class. Moody was demonstrating the unforgivable curses, the killing curse, the Cruciatus curse, the Imperius curse. It was disturbing material, especially the casual way the imposter discussed torture and murder, but Harry forced himself to focus on observation rather than revulsion. When Moody demonstrated the Imperius curse on students, Harry volunteered. Brave lad, the imposter said, something gleaming in his magical eye. Let's see how you handle it. Imperio. The curse washed over Harry like warm honey, filling his mind with peaceful blankness, whispering suggestions that seemed so reasonable. Jump on the desk, the voice said. It's easy. Just jump. Harry felt his legs twitch, wanting to obey. But he'd been training his mind for years, building walls, strengthening his will against exactly this kind of assault. The Imperius curse was powerful, but it wasn't stronger than his determination. No, he thought, and the command shattered. Remarkable, Moody breathed, and for just a moment, his control slipped. His magical signature flickered, revealing what lay beneath the disguise. Harry saw it clearly. Not Moody at all. A different wizard entirely, one whose magical core was tainted with dark magic, service marks, the signature of someone bound to Voldemort. A Death Eater. Wearing Mad Eye Moody's face. Teaching at Hogwarts. Harry kept his expression neutral, pretending the revelation hadn't happened. But inside, his mind was racing. He knew who the imposter was, now. Or at least, what they were. And he knew he needed to act fast, before the tournament gave them another chance to strike. The first task arrived before Harry could expose the imposter. He stood in the champion's tent, listening to the dragons roar in the arena beyond, trying to calm his racing heart. The other champions, Cedric, Fleur, Victor, all looked equally terrified, which was somehow reassuring. At least he wasn't the only one who thought this was insane. Potter. Cedric approached him, looking uncomfortable. I want you to know, I don't think you cheated. Someone put your name in that goblet against your will, and it's not fair that you're being treated like a villain. Thanks, Cedric. That means a lot. Also. Cedric lowered his voice. I heard the dragons are nesting mothers. They're protecting eggs. If there's a way to get past them without hurting them, that's probably the key. You're giving me advice. We're supposed to be competing. We're supposed to survive. Competition can wait until we're not facing dragons. Cedric smiled slightly. Good luck, Potter. Harry nodded gratefully and watched Cedric head out for his turn. Whatever happened next, he'd remember this moment. The decency of a competitor who chose fairness over advantage. It was what Gryffindor was supposed to be about. Harry's turn came last. He emerged into the arena to face the Hungarian Horntail, the most dangerous of the 4 dragons, naturally, because nothing in his life could ever be easy. The creature was magnificent and terrifying, 50 feet of scaled muscle and flame, crouched protectively over a clutch of eggs that included one golden one that was clearly his target. Accio Firebolt. His broom responded immediately, streaking toward him from somewhere in the castle. The moment it reached his hand, Harry kicked off and shot into the air. Flying against a dragon was nothing like flying against anything else. The Horntail was fast, faster than it had any right to be at that size. Its flames reached further than Harry expected. Its tail whipped through the air with enough force to shatter stone. But Harry was faster. He dodged and weaved, drawing the dragon's attention away from the nest, making himself the target. The Horntail pursued, enraged by this tiny flying pest that refused to die. Good, Harry thought. Follow me. That's it. Just a little further. He'd planned this maneuver in advance, working out the angles with Hermione's help. Dragon vision was optimized for tracking prey at medium distances. At close range, their massive heads created blind spots. If Harry could get the Horntail to overextend, to commit to an attack that carried it past the nest. The dragon lunged. Harry dove. For one heart-stopping moment, he was skimming the ground directly beneath the Horntail's belly, close enough to touch the scales. Then he was past, rocketing toward the nest, the golden egg in his hands before the dragon even realized what had happened. The crowd erupted. The handlers rushed to secure the Horntail. And Harry landed, clutching his prize, alive despite everything that had tried to kill him. He'd done it. The first task was complete. Now he just had to survive 2 more, expose a Death Eater, and avoid whatever assassination attempt was surely coming. No pressure. The aftermath of the first task changed the school's attitude toward Harry. Watching him outfly a dragon, gracefully, brilliantly, without harming the creature, reminded everyone why they'd admired him in the first place. The whispers of "cheater" faded, replaced by grudging respect. Even the Hufflepuffs cooled their hostility, especially after Cedric publicly acknowledged that Harry's performance had been extraordinary. But Harry couldn't enjoy the validation. The imposter was still out there, still planning something, and every day that passed was another opportunity for disaster. He took his evidence to Dumbledore that evening. "You believe someone is impersonating Alastor Moody," the headmaster said, his expression unreadable. "I don't believe it. I know it. I saw through their disguise during defense class. Whoever they are, they're a Death Eater. The dark magic in their signature is unmistakable. And you're certain your perception is accurate?" "I've been developing it for years. I've never been wrong about something this fundamental." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "I've had my own suspicions. Alastor's behavior has been, slightly off. Details that someone less familiar with him might not notice, but which troubled me." He stood, moving to a cabinet filled with strange silver instruments. "If you're right, then someone went to considerable effort to place a spy at Hogwarts during the tournament. The implications are disturbing. They put my name in the goblet. They want me in this tournament for a reason." "Yes. The question is why?" Dumbledore selected an instrument and examined it thoughtfully. "The tournament ends with the 3rd task. Whatever their plan is, it will likely culminate there. Which gives us time to investigate, to prepare, to lay traps of our own. And the imposter will remain in place, for now. If we expose them prematurely, we lose the chance to learn who sent them and what they're truly planning. Better to watch, wait, and strike when we understand the full picture." Harry didn't like it, but he understood the logic. Intelligence was more valuable than immediate action. The imposter was a thread that might lead to something larger. "What should I do?" "Prepare for the tournament. Continue your training. And stay alert. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's with unusual intensity. You've grown into a remarkable young man, Harry. Your parents would be proud. And when the moment comes, I believe you'll be ready. Harry hoped he was right. The Yule Ball was supposed to be a respite from the tournament's pressures. A formal dance, held on Christmas night, celebrating the international cooperation that the competition represented. Champions were required to attend with dates, which created its own kind of stress. Harry asked Parvati Patil, who accepted graciously if without particular enthusiasm. She was pretty, nice enough, and most importantly, wouldn't expect him to be charming or romantic. It was a practical arrangement for an impractical situation. But the ball itself was anything but practical. The great hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland, ice sculptures, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling without making anything wet, fairy lights gleaming from every surface. The Weird Sisters played music that had students dancing enthusiastically if not always gracefully. Harry danced because he was expected to, but his attention kept wandering. Scanning the crowd. Watching Moody where the imposter stood against a wall, flask in hand, observing everything. What are you planning? Harry thought. What's the endgame? You're terrible company, you know. Harry blinked, refocusing on his current dance partner, not Parvati, who'd given up on him earlier, but Hermione, who'd apparently decided to rescue him from the wallflower position he'd retreated to. Sorry. Distracted. You're always distracted lately. It's exhausting watching you carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. Someone has to. No. Someone doesn't have to do it alone. Hermione's grip on his hand tightened. You have friends, Harry. People who want to help. Stop acting like you have to solve everything yourself. I'm not, you are. You've been investigating Moody alone, planning for the tournament alone, training alone whenever you can manage it. Ron noticed. I noticed. Even Luna noticed, and she's usually too busy looking for imaginary creatures to pay attention to normal social dynamics. Harry felt a flush of shame. She was right. He'd been pulling away, isolating himself, treating his friends like resources to deploy rather than partners to work with. Old habits, he admitted. I spent 10 years with the Dursleys learning that I couldn't rely on anyone. It's hard to unlearn. Then let us help you unlearn it. Hermione's expression softened. We're not going anywhere, Harry. Whatever happens with the tournament, the imposter, Voldemort, we'll face it together. That's what friends are for. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. You're right. I'm sorry. I'll do better. Good. Hermione smiled. Now, can you please actually pay attention to the dance? You've stepped on my feet 3 times. Harry laughed, genuinely laughed, for the first time in weeks, and tried to focus on the present moment rather than the threats of the future. It didn't come naturally. But with practice, anything was possible. The second task involved the Black Lake. Champions had to retrieve something precious that had been taken from them, in Harry's case, Ron, who'd been enchanted into an unconscious sleep and placed on the lake bottom. They had 1 hour to find their hostage and bring them back to the surface. Harry had prepared extensively. Hermione's research had identified several possible approaches. Harry had settled on gillyweed, a magical plant that would give him gills and webbed extremities for underwater movement. But when the task began and Harry dove into the frigid lake, he discovered something that preparations hadn't accounted for. Mere people. Grindylows. An underwater maze of kelp forests and rocky canyons. And at the center of it all, a village where the hostages hung suspended in an eerie tableau. Harry found Ron quickly, his perception cutting through the murky darkness to locate the magical signatures of the captives. But he also found the other hostages, Cedric's girlfriend Cho Chang, Fleur's little sister Gabrielle, Victor's date from the ball. And he realized, with growing horror, that Fleur wasn't coming. Something had happened to the Beauxbatons champion. She'd been pulled from the competition, injured or overwhelmed, and her little sister was still down here with the time ticking away. The rules said to take only your own hostage. The rules said the others weren't his responsibility. Harry looked at the small, silver-haired girl hanging motionless in the water, and made his choice. He grabbed both Ron and Gabrielle and swam for the surface as fast as the gillyweed would carry him. He finished outside the time limit, technically. But when Dumbledore and the other judges learned what he'd done, choosing to save a stranger's sister rather than abandon her to potential death, they awarded him full marks for moral fiber. You see, Hermione said afterward, as Harry sat wrapped in blankets and shivering from the cold. That's why you're not alone. Because you're the kind of person who dives back for someone else's family. People want to follow someone like that. Harry didn't feel like a leader. He felt like someone who'd done what anyone should have done in that situation. But maybe that was the point. The third task approached with the inexorability of fate. Harry trained harder than ever, refining his combat techniques, developing new spells for every contingency he could imagine. The maze would be full of challenges, obstacles designed to test the champion's abilities. He needed to be ready for anything. But he also continued investigating. With Dumbledore's tacit approval, Harry and his friends had been watching Moody constantly, documenting patterns, looking for weaknesses. The imposter maintained their disguise with professional discipline, but Harry's perception was unforgiving. He'd identified the rhythm of the polyjuice doses precisely. He knew exactly when the imposter was at their weakest, when the transformation was beginning to fade. He knew the magical signature beneath the disguise, a Death Eater named Barty Crouch Jr., supposedly dead in Azkaban but clearly very much alive. The question was when to strike. Not during the task, Dumbledore advised. If Crouch's masters want you in that maze, there's a reason. We need to understand their plan before we disrupt it. And if their plan is to kill me, then we'll be ready. Trust me, Harry. I won't let you face this alone. Harry wanted to trust him. But he'd learned, over 4 years of deadly adventures, that trusting others to save you was a good way to end up dead. He made his own preparations. Contingencies. Backup plans. Ways to survive if everything went wrong. He was not going to die in that maze. The night of the third task arrived clear and warm, perfect weather for the finale of the Triwizard tournament. The maze dominated the Quidditch pitch, 20-foot hedges grown impossibly dense, concealing dangers that the champions would have to overcome to reach the Triwizard Cup at the center. Whoever touched the cup first would be declared the winner. Harry stood at his entrance to the maze, wand in hand, watching the other champions at their own positions. Cedric looked determined. Victor looked focused. Fleur looked nervous but ready. Champions. Ludo Bagman's voice echoed across the pitch. On my whistle, you will enter the maze. The cup is at the center. First one to touch it wins. Good luck. The whistle blew. Harry plunged into the maze. The next hour was a blur of challenges and obstacles. Blast-ended scroots. Boggarts. Sphinx riddles. The maze shifted and changed around him, paths appearing and disappearing, forcing constant adaptation. Harry's perception worked overtime, analyzing threats, identifying paths, keeping him one step ahead of the dangers. He encountered the other champions occasionally. Helped Cedric escape an enchanted mist that was disorienting him. Found Fleur unconscious near a patch of aggressive plants and sent up red sparks to alert the teachers. Passed Victor Crumb, who seemed strangely dazed and wouldn't respond to questions. Something was wrong with Crumb. The Imperious Curse, maybe. Someone was manipulating the competition, forcing events toward a specific conclusion. Harry pressed forward faster. The cup appeared ahead of him, gleaming in a clearing at the maze's center. Cedric was approaching from another direction, limping but determined. They looked at each other. 2 champions, 1 prize. Together? Cedric suggested, breathing hard. We both grab it at the same time. Hogwarts wins either way. It seemed fair. Hogwarts had two champions in the competition, sharing the victory made sense. But Harry's perception was screaming warning. Something about the cup was wrong. The magical signature was too complex for a simple trophy, layered with enchantments that didn't belong. Cedric, wait, too late. Cedric's hand closed on one handle of the cup, and Harry instinctively grabbed the other, trying to pull the older boy back. The portkey activated, and the maze vanished. They landed hard in darkness. Harry rolled to his feet immediately, wand up, perception expanding to analyze their new location. A graveyard. Tombstones stretching into mist. Ancient magic saturating the air, old wards, dark rituals, the accumulated power of generations of death. Where are we? Cedric was looking around, confused but not yet afraid. Trap, Harry said shortly. The cup was a portkey. Someone brought us here on purpose. Who would kill the spare? The voice came from the darkness, cold and serpentine. Harry recognized it instantly. Voldemort. A flash of green light streaked toward Cedric. Harry reacted without thinking, shoving the older boy aside, raising a shield that he knew wouldn't stop a killing curse but might deflect it slightly. The curse caught Cedric in the shoulder instead of the chest. Not instantly fatal, but devastating. He went down, screaming. Harry Potter. A figure emerged from the shadows, small, hunched, carrying something that looked disturbingly like a baby. The Dark Lord is pleased you finally arrived. Peter Pettigrew. Somehow escaped from Azkaban. Carrying what could only be Voldemort's diminished form. The ritual requires your blood, Pettigrew continued, his voice shaking slightly. Unwillingly given, to resurrect the Dark Lord in full power. Harry's mind raced through options. Fight? Against Voldemort, even weakened. Flee. The portkey was out of reach, and he couldn't leave Cedric bleeding out behind him. Create something new. Improvise. Survive. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Pettigrew was beginning the ritual, drawing magic from a grave marked Tom Riddle. The tombstone cracked, dust rising to join a cauldron that Harry hadn't noticed in the darkness. He had to act. Now. Harry reached for his mother's protection, the power that had burned Quirrell, the love magic that was his unique weapon against Voldemort. He'd been developing ways to channel it actively, to use it offensively rather than just defensively. Time to test those theories. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Pettigrew cut off his own hand, screaming, adding it to the cauldron. The ritual was accelerating, building toward its climax. Harry struck. He didn't attack Pettigrew or the cauldron or even the creature that was Voldemort. He attacked the ritual itself, the magical structure underlying the resurrection, the connections being formed between components. His mother's love, channeled through his perception, disrupting the dark magic at its foundation. The cauldron exploded. Pettigrew was thrown backward, shrieking. The thing that was Voldemort howled in frustration as its new body collapsed before it could fully form. And Harry grabbed Cedric with one hand and the Triwizard cup with the other. Accio. The portkey responded to his desperate command, activating in reverse, carrying them back to Hogwarts in safety. They landed in the middle of the maze entrance, surrounded by screaming spectators and rushing teachers. Cedric was unconscious but alive, his shoulder wound already being treated by Madame Pomfrey. And Harry, exhausted beyond measure but somehow still standing, pointed his wand at Mad-Eye Moody, where the imposter stood at the edge of the crowd. "That's Barty Crouch Jr., he shouted. "He's been impersonating Moody all year. He put my name in the goblet. He made the cup into a portkey to deliver me to Voldemort." The imposter tried to run, but Dumbledore was faster. One spell, precisely targeted, and Barty Crouch Jr. collapsed, his disguise fading as the polyjuice wore off. Chaos erupted. Ministry officials demanding explanations. Students screaming. Teachers trying to maintain order. But Harry, sitting on the grass with his strength finally giving out, felt something like peace. He'd stopped the ritual. He'd saved Cedric. He'd exposed the traitor. Voldemort would try again, Harry was certain of that. The Dark Lord's return was inevitable, prophecy made flesh. But not today. Today, Harry had won. And in the war to come, every victory mattered. Chapter 7, Heir of Innovation. Chapter 7, Heir of Innovation. The aftermath of the Triwizard tournament sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. Barty Crouch Jr., questioned under Veritaserum before a full Wizengamot assembly, confessed everything. His escape from Azkaban with his dying mother's help. His year-long impersonation of Mad-Eye Moody. The plan to deliver Harry Potter to the Dark Lord for a resurrection ritual that would have restored Voldemort to full power. The ritual had failed, Harry's intervention had seen to that, but the attempt itself was undeniable proof that Voldemort was actively working toward his return. The Ministry could no longer pretend the threat didn't exist. "We stand at a crossroads," Minister Cornelius Fudge announced in a press conference that made the front page of every wizarding newspaper. "The forces of darkness are stirring. But we will not cower. We will not hide. We will meet this threat with the full strength of magical Britain." Harry watched the coverage with mixed feelings. On one hand, the Ministry's acknowledgement was a victory. Resources would be allocated. Defenses would be strengthened. People would take the threat seriously. On the other hand, Harry knew that bureaucratic preparation wouldn't be enough. Voldemort had been planning his return for years, had followers embedded throughout wizarding society, had Horcruxes anchoring him to immortality. A few extra Auror patrols weren't going to stop what was coming. The real war would be fought in shadows, with weapons the Ministry didn't even know existed. And Harry intended to be ready. The summer after fourth year was consumed by preparation. Sirius had transformed Grimmauld Place into a functional headquarters, cleaning out the worst of the dark artifacts and establishing secure meeting spaces. Dumbledore had quietly revived an organization from the First War, the Order of the Phoenix, and its members began gathering for strategy sessions that Harry was, frustratingly, excluded from. "You're too young," Sirius explained apologetically. "The Order has rules about involving minors. I'm the one Voldemort's trying to kill. I'm the one who stopped his resurrection. I'm the one the prophecy's about." Harry's frustration boiled over. "How am I too young to be involved in planning my own survival? It's not about capability. It's about protection. The less you know about Order operations, the less you can reveal if you're captured. I have better occlumency than most of the Order members. I've been training my mind for years." Sirius sighed heavily. "I know. And I've argued for your inclusion. But Dumbledore's cautious, and the older members remember too many young people dying in the First War. They're trying to protect you, even if it doesn't feel that way." Harry accepted the limitation. He didn't have a choice, but he refused to be sidelined. If the Order wouldn't share information with him, he'd develop his own intelligence network. If they wouldn't let him participate in operations, he'd conduct his own. He wrote to his friends, establishing secure communication protocols. He cultivated contacts at the Ministry through Mr. Weasley. He even reached out to Luna Lovegood's father, whose conspiracy-focused newspaper occasionally stumbled onto real information amid the nonsense. By August, Harry had a better picture of Voldemort's movements than most Order members. The Dark Lord was recovering from the failed ritual, weakened but not defeated. He'd retreated to Albania again, gathering strength, recruiting new followers from the continent's dark magic communities. His British Death Eaters were lying low, waiting for the signal to emerge. And somewhere, protected by magic Harry couldn't trace, the remaining Horcruxes waited to be found. The Horcrux hunt had become Harry's obsession. He'd destroyed the diary in second year. The fragment in his own mind was contained but not eliminated. The Egyptian artifact Bill had found was locked in Gringotts, inaccessible pending legal battles. That left an unknown number of soul anchors scattered across the world, each one a chain binding Voldemort to immortality. The question, Hermione said during one of their research sessions, is how many Horcruxes he made and where he hid them. 7, Harry said with sudden certainty. He made 7. How do you know? I don't know. I just feel it. 7 is the most magically powerful number. Voldemort's obsessed with magical significance. He would have aimed for 7 soul pieces, 6 Horcruxes plus the main fragment in his body. That's a guess, not evidence. It's an educated guess based on psychological profiling and magical theory. Harry smiled slightly. Sometimes intuition is all we have. They compiled everything they knew about potential Horcruxes, the diary, destroyed. Harry's scar fragment, contained. The Egyptian artifact, location known, access impossible. And at least 3 more, hidden somewhere in the world. Voldemort would choose objects with personal significance, Hermione reasoned. Trophies, symbols of power, connections to his heritage. He wouldn't use random items. His heritage is complicated. Muggle father he hated, magical mother who died. He rejected the Riddle name entirely, created a new identity. Harry thought about the chamber beneath Hogwarts, the heir of Slytherin's legacy. But he embraced his Slytherin ancestry. Objects connected to the founders might appeal to him. Founder artifacts. Those are incredibly rare. Most are believed lost or destroyed. Believed. Not confirmed. Harry made a note. We should research what founder artifacts still exist and who might have them. The investigation expanded. They contacted historians, examined auction records, traced provenance through centuries of wizarding history. It was tedious, painstaking work, but it was necessary. Voldemort's immortality had to be broken before he could be truly defeated. 5th year began under a cloud of tension. The wizarding world was divided between those who believed Voldemort was returning and those who thought the whole thing was exaggerated hysteria. The Ministry, despite its public statements, seemed more interested in controlling the narrative than actually preparing for war. And Hogwarts had a new defense against the dark arts professor who made Lockhart look competent by comparison. Dolores Umbridge was a Ministry appointee, a squat woman in pink cardigan who smiled constantly while spouting policies that made Harry's blood boil. Her teaching philosophy emphasized theory over practice. Students would learn about defensive magic from textbooks, but never actually cast spells in class. The Ministry believes that a theoretical understanding is sufficient for your examinations, Umbridge said sweetly during the first lesson. There is no need for wand work. You will not be attacked in my classroom. And outside your classroom? Harry asked, unable to contain himself. When Voldemort's Death Eaters come for us, should we throw textbooks at them? The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Mr. Potter. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but something ugly flickered in her eyes. The Dark Lord is not returning. The Ministry's position is clear. Anyone spreading such rumors is engaging in fear-mongering that will be dealt with appropriately. The Ministry's position contradicts the evidence. Barty Crouch Jr. confessed under Veritaserum, detention, Mr. Potter. Tonight. My office. We will discuss the importance of telling the truth. The detention, Harry discovered, involved a special quill that carved the words, "I must not tell lies," into the back of his hand using his own blood as ink. Umbridge watched with barely concealed satisfaction as he wrote line after line, the message etching deeper with each repetition. Harry recognized the technique. Blood magic. Dark magic, by any reasonable definition. Being used by a Ministry official on a student. He endured it without complaint, adding the experience to the growing list of grievances he was accumulating against the current administration. But he also made plans. If the Ministry wouldn't teach students to defend themselves, Harry would do it himself. Dumbledore's army was born in the Room of Requirement. The name was deliberately provocative, a thumb in the eye of the ministry that was trying to control Hogwarts through Umbridge's increasingly draconian educational decrees. But the organization itself was deadly serious. "We're going to learn to fight," Harry told the assembled students, nearly 30 of them, from all 4 houses, gathered in response to quiet recruitment efforts by the core group. Real fighting. Not textbook theory, not examination techniques. The kind of magic that will keep you alive when someone's trying to kill you. "Is someone trying to kill us?" a nervous third year asked. "Probably not yet. But Voldemort is rebuilding his forces. His Death Eaters are out there, waiting for orders. And when the war comes, and it will come, the people in this room will have a choice, fight or die." "That's not very reassuring," someone muttered. "It's not supposed to be reassuring. It's supposed to be honest." Harry's expression softened slightly. "Look, I'm not trying to scare anyone. But I've faced Voldemort twice now. I've fought his followers, killed his monsters, disrupted his plans. I know what's coming, and I know that the ministry isn't preparing us for it. So I'm going to prepare us myself." "What makes you qualified to teach us?" The question came from a Ravenclaw Harry didn't know well. It was fair, Harry was only a 5th year himself. "I've survived things that would have killed most adult wizards," Harry said simply. "I've developed magical techniques that don't exist in any textbook. I've been training for this war since I was 11 years old, whether I wanted to or not." He met the Ravenclaw's eyes. "I'm not claiming to be the best teacher available. But I'm the teacher who's here, who's willing, and who understands what you're going to need." The room was silent for a long moment. Then Hermione stepped forward. "I've seen what Harry can do. The things he's invented, the way he understands magic. If anyone can teach us to survive what's coming, it's him." "I'm in," Ron said, moving to stand beside them. "Me too," Neville added quietly. One by one, the students committed. By the end of the evening, Harry had a training roster of 28 students, ready to learn whatever he could teach them. The DA began meeting twice a week, late at night, in the room of requirement. Harry developed a curriculum that combined standard defensive spells with his own innovations, the combat techniques he'd refined over years of training, the theoretical frameworks that made improvisation possible. He taught them to shield and counter. To move and react. To think tactically, to work as a team, to support each other when things went wrong. Most importantly, he taught them to believe they could fight back. "Fear is the mind killer," he told them during one memorable session. "Voldemort's greatest weapon isn't the killing curse, it's the paralysis that comes from being too afraid to act. Break through that fear, and you can fight anything." The students responded. Their skills improved dramatically over the weeks and months of training. Even the youngest members could produce credible shield charms by Christmas, and the older students were approaching genuine combat readiness. Dumbledore's army was becoming a force to be reckoned with. Umbridge, predictably, became suspicious. Her spies reported unusual activity in the castle, students sneaking out at night, gathering in groups, practicing magic they shouldn't know. She couldn't prove anything concrete, but she was determined to find the source of the dissent. Membership in unauthorized student organizations is now prohibited, one of her educational decrees announced. Anyone caught participating in such activities will face expulsion. The DA continued meeting anyway. They developed security protocols, enchanted coins that communicated meeting times, lookouts posted at key corridor intersections, emergency evacuation routes if Umbridge's inquisitorial squad came too close. But Harry knew they couldn't hide forever. Eventually, someone would slip up, someone would talk, and Umbridge would have the excuse she needed to shut them down. He decided to accelerate the training schedule. If the DA was going to be discovered anyway, he wanted his students as prepared as possible. Final examination, he announced in late February. Full combat simulation. Teams of 5, rotating opponents, realistic threat scenarios. By the end of this month, everyone here will have proven they can handle a real fight. The examination was brutal but effective. Students who had never cast more than a levitation charm in their lives found themselves dueling, dodging, coordinating with teammates against overwhelming odds. Most failed their first attempts. Many failed their second and third. But by the end, every single member of Dumbledore's army had completed the simulation successfully. "You're ready," Harry told them, genuine pride in his voice. "Whatever happens next, you're ready." The discovery came 2 days later. Marietta Edgecombe, a Ravenclaw whose mother worked for the Ministry, broke under Umbridge's pressure and revealed the DA's existence. Harry received warning through the enchanted coins just minutes before Umbridge's squad arrived at the Room of Requirement. He ordered immediate evacuation, watching his students scatter through hidden passages and concealed exits that the room provided. Most escaped. Harry didn't. He stayed behind to ensure everyone else got out, and by the time he tried to leave himself, Umbridge was blocking the only remaining exit, flanked by Slytherin prefects with wands drawn. "Mr. Potter." Her smile was triumphant. "At last. I knew you were the ringleader of this little rebellion." "It's a study group," Harry said calmly. "We were practicing defensive magic because your classes don't teach us anything useful. You were organizing an unauthorized army against the Ministry. You were spreading lies about the Dark Lord. You were undermining legitimate authority." Umbridge's eyes gleamed with malice. "The punishment for such crimes is expulsion, at minimum. You can't expel me for forming a study group. I can do whatever I deem necessary for the good order of this institution." She gestured to her squad. "Take him to my office. We have much to discuss." What followed was one of the worst nights of Harry's life. Umbridge questioned him for hours, trying to extract the names of DA members, the details of their training, proof of a conspiracy against the Ministry. She used the blood quill again, carving messages into both his hands until they were raw and bleeding. Harry told her nothing. His occlumency held firm against her crude attempts at magical interrogation. His resolve didn't waver despite the pain. He'd faced worse than this sadistic bureaucrat, and he wasn't about to betray his friends to save himself from detention. Eventually, Umbridge was forced to let him go. She couldn't prove enough to justify expulsion, especially after several students came forward claiming the DA was just an innocent study group. Dumbledore, who had been absent during the confrontation, returned to the castle and intervened before Umbridge could escalate further. "You're lucky," Hermione told Harry afterward, healing his hands with magic she'd learned specifically for this situation. "She wanted to destroy you. The only thing that stopped her was politics. She knows going too far would create a backlash." "She'll try again," Harry said. "This isn't over." "No. But for now, you're safe. And the DA is still intact, even if we can't meet openly anymore." Harry nodded, already planning the next phase. Umbridge had won a battle, but the war was far from over. And in wars, Harry was learning, setbacks were just opportunities in disguise. The spring brought revelations that changed everything. Harry's connection to Voldemort, the fragment lodged in his mind, the scar that burned when the Dark Lord felt strong emotions, had always been a liability. But now, as Voldemort grew stronger, the connection began transmitting more than pain. Harry started having visions. They came as dreams at first, fragmentary glimpses of Voldemort's activities. A meeting with Death Eaters in an abandoned manor. A ritual in a dark forest, trying to accelerate his recovery from the failed resurrection. Conversations about prophecies and ancient powers and the boy who continued to thwart him. "The connection works both ways," Dumbledore explained when Harry reported the visions. "Voldemort is inadvertently sharing his thoughts with you, just as your emotions occasionally bleed through to him. It's dangerous, he could realize what's happening and use it against you, but it's also potentially valuable intelligence." "I've been strengthening my occlumency," Harry said. "Trying to control the connection rather than just blocking it. If I can observe without being detected. You might be able to spy on Voldemort from inside his own mind." Dumbledore's expression was troubled. "It's risky, Harry. If he senses you, if he turns the connection into a weapon. I know. But the intelligence is too valuable to ignore. The visions continued. Harry learned to navigate them, to remain a passive observer rather than an active participant. He watched Voldemort's plans unfold, his recruitment efforts, his obsessive focus on something hidden in the Department of Mysteries. The prophecy. Voldemort wanted the full prophecy, the one that had marked Harry as his enemy before he was even born. He only knows part of it, Dumbledore confirmed. The part that one of his spies overheard years ago. He believes the full prophecy contains information he needs, some secret to your power, some way to defeat you permanently. Does it? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The prophecy speaks of a power the Dark Lord knows not. Perhaps that's what he seeks. Or perhaps he's simply grasping at anything that might give him an advantage. What is the power? Do you know? I have theories. But I'd rather not share them yet. Some knowledge can be dangerous if given too soon. Harry wanted to argue, but he recognized the wisdom in caution. Dumbledore was playing a longer game, sharing information strategically rather than all at once. It was frustrating, but it wasn't malicious. He returned his focus to the visions, extracting every scrap of useful intelligence while maintaining his mental defenses. The war was escalating. Harry needed every advantage he could get. The climax came in June. Voldemort, frustrated by his inability to retrieve the prophecy himself, decided to use Harry's connection against him. He sent a false vision, an image of Sirius being tortured in the Department of Mysteries, dying slowly unless Harry came to save him. The trap was obvious, in retrospect. But in the moment, with the vision so vivid and the fear so overwhelming, Harry couldn't think clearly enough to question it. He gathered the available DA members, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, and flew to the Ministry on Thestrals, determined to rescue his godfather. They found the Department of Mysteries empty of Death Eaters. They found the Hall of Prophecies, row upon row of glowing orbs, each one containing a recorded prophecy. They found the shelf marked with Harry's name, the orb waiting to be retrieved. And then the Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, and Harry realized how badly he'd been played. "Did you really think," Lucius Malfoy drawled, "that the Dark Lord wouldn't anticipate your pathetic heroism? Hand over the prophecy, Potter. It's all we want. If I give it to you, you'll kill us anyway. Perhaps. Or perhaps we'll let your friends go, as a gesture of good faith." Malfoy's smile was cold. "Either way, you don't have a choice. You're surrounded, outnumbered, and hopelessly outmatched." Harry's mind raced through options. 6 students against, he counted quickly, 12 Death Eaters. Terrible odds. But the Death Eaters needed him alive, needed him to retrieve the prophecy, which gave him leverage. And his students weren't the helpless children Malfoy assumed they were. "DA," Harry said quietly. "Formation Theta. On my mark." Formation Theta was a defensive configuration they drilled dozens of times, a tight circle, shields overlapping, covering each other's blind spots. It wasn't meant to win fights. It was meant to survive them. 3, 2, 1. Mark. The DA moved as one, wands flashing, shields erupting, creating a defensive bubble that the first wave of Death Eater curses splashed harmlessly against. The students weren't attacking, just defending, buying time for. Harry didn't know what they were buying time for. He'd hoped rescue would come, that someone at Hogwarts would notice they were missing, that Dumbledore or the Order would arrive. But until then, they had to survive. The battle that followed was brutal and chaotic. The DA's formation held at first, their training paying off in coordinated defense that frustrated the Death Eaters' attempts to break through. But 12 against 6 was eventually too much. The circle began to crack. Luna went down first, stunned by a curse that slipped through a gap in their shields. Then Ginny, her ankle broken by a piece of falling debris. Ron took a hit that left him laughing hysterically, unable to control his own body. Harry, Hermione, and Neville were the last three standing, backs against a wall, prophecy orb clutched in Harry's hand. "Give it up, Potter," Malfoy snarled. "Your friends are finished. It's over." "It's not over until I say it's over." Harry's mind was racing, analyzing the situation, looking for any advantage he could exploit. The Death Eaters were positioned in a semicircle, blocking escape routes. The fallen DA members were unconscious but alive. The prophecy was the only thing keeping Harry valuable. If he destroyed it, they'd have no reason not to kill him. Unless he could turn it into a weapon. "You want to know what it says?" Harry asked, raising the orb. "Let me read it for you." He spoke the activation phrase, the one Malfoy clearly didn't know, and the prophecy began to play aloud. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches." The Death Eaters froze, mesmerized by the words they'd been seeking. "Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies." Harry used the distraction to act. Not attacking, he was too drained for that, but preparing. Gathering power, focusing his perception, reaching for the most desperate technique he'd ever attempted. "And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not." Power the Dark Lord knows not. Yes. That was exactly what Harry needed. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry released the power. His mother's love, channeled through his magical perception, erupted outward in a wave of golden light. It wasn't an attack, it couldn't hurt anyone directly, but it was a force of pure protection, a shield that wrapped around his friends and pushed back against the darkness of the Death Eater's magic. The prophecy orb shattered in his hand, its message delivered, its purpose complete. And through the doors of the chamber, the Order of the Phoenix finally arrived. The battle that followed was short but intense. Sirius, alive, healthy, never actually captured, led the Order members against the Death Eaters. Kingsley Shacklebolt dueled Malfoy. Tonks took on Bellatrix Lestrange. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, finally recovered from his year of imprisonment, moved through the chaos with deadly efficiency. And Dumbledore arrived last, his power filling the chamber like a physical force, driving the remaining Death Eaters back through sheer presence. Voldemort appeared to face him. The Dark Lord had come himself, unable to resist the opportunity to confront his greatest rival. He was still weakened from the failed resurrection, his form unstable, but his magic was devastating nonetheless. Harry watched the duel from behind a pillar, supporting Hermione's weight as she tried to stay conscious. Dumbledore and Voldemort traded spells that shattered stone and warped reality, their power so immense that the air itself seemed to burn. And then Voldemort did something unexpected. He reached through the connection between himself and Harry, the same link that had been transmitting visions all year, and tried to possess him. The sensation was indescribable, cold and burning simultaneously, like being drowned in ice while your blood boiled. Voldemort's consciousness pressed against Harry's mind, trying to take control, trying to use Harry's body as a weapon against Dumbledore. But Harry had been preparing for this. His acclimacy, his years of containing the fragment, his understanding of how the connection worked, all of it came together in this moment. He didn't just block Voldemort. He counterattacked. Through the link that Voldemort had opened, Harry pushed everything the Dark Lord couldn't understand: love, friendship, hope, the warmth of belonging to something greater than yourself. The emotions that Voldemort had rejected, that the fragment in Harry's mind had never been able to comprehend. Voldemort screamed and withdrew. The Dark Lord staggered, his form flickering, unable to maintain presence in the face of what Harry had shown him. For one terrible moment, he was visible to everyone in the chamber, exposed, weakened, undeniably real. Then he fled, vanishing into darkness, taking his surviving Death Eaters with him. The Ministry officials who had been responding to the disturbance arrived just in time to see the aftermath: unconscious Death Eaters, wounded Order members, evidence of Voldemort's presence that couldn't be denied. The war that had been building for years was finally, officially, undeniably real. The aftermath was chaos and relief in equal measure. Sirius was alive. The DA members would recover. The Death Eaters who'd been captured were sent to Azkaban. And the Ministry, finally forced to acknowledge the truth, began preparing for open warfare. But the night had also brought losses. The prophecy was destroyed, its full contents heard only by those present in the chamber. The Department of Mysteries was extensively damaged. And Harry's connection to Voldemort had been exposed, revealed in a way that couldn't be hidden anymore. "He knows about the link now," Dumbledore said during their debriefing in his office. "He'll be more careful, harder to spy on. The advantage we had is gone. I had to use it. He was trying to possess me. I'm not criticizing, Harry. You did what you had to do, and you did it brilliantly." Dumbledore looked older than Harry had ever seen him. "But we must adapt to new circumstances. Voldemort will not make the same mistake twice. What do we do now?" "Now, we escalate our own preparations. The Order will increase operations. The Ministry will allocate resources. And you." Dumbledore paused thoughtfully. "You will continue your training. But perhaps it's time to take it to the next level." "What does that mean?" "It means I'm going to start teaching you myself. Directly. Not just theory and guidance, but practical magic at the highest levels." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's with unusual intensity. "You have the potential to be the most powerful wizard of your generation, Harry. Possibly of any generation. It's time we stopped holding back and started developing that potential fully." Harry felt something shift inside him, a door opening, a limit being removed. "When do we start?" "Tomorrow. Tonight, rest. You've earned it." But Harry didn't sleep much that night. His mind was too full of everything that had happened, everything that was coming, everything that would be required of him. The war was here. Voldemort was back. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the boy with the power the Dark Lord knew not, was finally going to become everything he was meant to be. The summer after 5th year was unlike any that had come before. Harry threw himself into training with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Dumbledore was true to his word, providing instruction in advanced magic that pushed every limit Harry had developed. Transfiguration at the master level. Charms that bent reality. Combat techniques refined over a century of experience. But more importantly, Dumbledore taught Harry about the Horcruxes. "I've been researching since we first discussed this," the headmaster explained during one of their sessions. "And I believe I've identified the remaining anchors." He laid out his findings. Voldemort had indeed created 7 pieces of soul, 6 Horcruxes plus the main fragment. The diary and Harry's scar fragment accounted for 2. The Egyptian artifact in Gringotts was likely a 3rd, a cup that had once belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. The remaining 3, Dumbledore continued, I believe to be, Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Nagini, Voldemort's familiar snake. "Founder artifacts," Harry said. "Just like we theorized. Voldemort's obsession with the Hogwarts founders is well documented. He would have seen it as fitting to anchor his immortality to objects representing magical history's greatest achievements." "Where are they?" "The locket was stolen from a cave where Voldemort hid it. I'm tracking its current location. The diadem is somewhere in Hogwarts itself. Voldemort hid it during his visit to apply for the defense position years ago. And Nagini remains with Voldemort constantly, the most protected of all. We need to destroy them. All of them." "Yes. And that's where your unique abilities become crucial." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "Basilisk venom can destroy Horcruxes, you proved that with the diary. So can fiend fire, though that's extraordinarily dangerous to control. But there may be another way." "What way?" "Your mother's protection. The power of love, channeled through your magical perception. You've already demonstrated that it can harm Voldemort directly, at the graveyard, in the Ministry. If you could develop that ability further, refine it into a weapon specifically designed to destroy soul fragments. I could become a living Horcrux destroyer. Potentially. But the development would be dangerous. Experimental. You'd be pushing into magical territory that no one has explored before. Harry considered the implications. Risk balanced against necessity. The danger of innovation weighed against the certainty of war. I'll do it, he said. Whatever it takes. The training intensified further. Harry spent hours each day working with his perception, trying to understand the fundamental nature of soul magic. He studied the fragment in his own mind, carefully analyzing its structure without disturbing his containment. He experimented with channeling his mother's protection in new ways, developing techniques that could be applied offensively. Progress was slow, painful, marked by failures that left him drained and bleeding. But by the end of summer, he'd made a breakthrough. "Watch this," he told Dumbledore during their final session before term started. He held out his hand, focusing on the power that lived inside him, the love his mother had given her life to provide. Golden light gathered around his fingers, taking shape, becoming something tangible. A blade. A sword of pure protective magic, gleaming with power that made the air itself hum. "The sword of sacrifice," Harry said quietly. "That's what I'm calling it. It's not physical, it can't cut normal matter. But soul magic, dark artifacts, anything that exists primarily in the spiritual dimension." He demonstrated on a minor dark artifact Dumbledore had provided for testing. The moment the blade touched it, the object dissolved, its dark enchantments unraveling instantly. "Remarkable," Dumbledore breathed. "Harry, this is... I've never seen anything like it. It's not easy to create. Takes a lot of energy, a lot of focus. But if I can get close enough to a Horcrux, you can destroy it directly. Without basilisk venom, without fiendfire. With a weapon that comes from inside yourself." Harry nodded, exhaustion and pride warring in his expression. "When do we start hunting?" "Soon. Very soon." Dumbledore's eyes held a new respect, a new hope. "The war is coming, Harry. But with this power on our side, we might actually be able to win." Sixth year was the year everything changed. The wizarding world was at war, openly and undeniably. Death Eater attacks became regular occurrences. Disappearances, murders, terror spread through magical Britain like a plague. The Ministry struggled to respond, its resources stretched thin, its competence questioned at every turn. Harry returned to Hogwarts with a new sense of purpose. He wasn't just a student anymore, wasn't just a trainee preparing for distant battles. He was a weapon, a hunter, someone with the tools to actually make a difference. The Horcrux hunt began in earnest. Dumbledore tracked down Slytherin's locket first. It had passed through several hands since being stolen from the cave, eventually ending up in the possession of a dark wizard collector who had no idea what he'd acquired. The Order raided his home, retrieved the locket, and brought it to Hogwarts for destruction. Harry did the honors. The locket fought back when his sword of sacrifice touched it, Voldemort's soul fragment screaming in rage and despair. Images poured into Harry's mind, memories of Tom Riddle's past, his hatred, his fear of death that had driven him to tear his soul apart. Harry pushed through it all, maintaining the blade, channeling more and more power until the locket finally crumbled to dust. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. 3 remaining. Plus the fragment in Harry himself. The diadem proved more challenging to find. It was hidden somewhere in Hogwarts, but the castle was enormous, full of secret spaces that had accumulated over 1,000 years. Harry spent weeks searching with his perception, scanning every room and corridor for the distinctive signature of soul magic. He found it in the Room of Requirement. Not the training version of the room that he'd used for years, but a different configuration, the Room of Hidden Things, a vast space filled with centuries of discarded objects. And there, sitting on a dusty bust of an old wizard, was Ravenclaw's lost diadem. Harry destroyed it the same way he'd destroyed the locket, adding another victory to the mounting toll. 4 down. 2 to go. The Egyptian artifact, Hufflepuff's cup, as it turned out, was the most difficult. It was locked in the deepest vaults of Gringotts, protected by goblin magic that had never been breached. The legal battles over its ownership had stalled indefinitely, and the goblins showed no interest in allowing wizards to destroy property in their care. "We'll have to steal it," Harry concluded after weeks of fruitless negotiation. "A raid on Gringotts," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "It's been attempted before. It's never succeeded. Has it ever been attempted by someone who can perceive magical defenses and adapt in real time?" Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Point taken. We'll need careful planning, but, yes. It might actually be possible." The heist took 3 months to plan and execute. Harry studied goblin security systems obsessively, developing counter-techniques for every defense he could identify. The Order provided support: Polyjuice Potion to impersonate authorized vault holders, inside information from a goblin who owed Bill Weasley a debt, transportation via dragon once everything went sideways. It was chaos, disaster, the kind of desperate improvisation that Harry had become far too familiar with. But they succeeded. The cup was retrieved, brought to a secure location, and destroyed by Harry's Sword of Sacrifice. 5 Horcruxes gone. Only Nagini remained, and the fragment in Harry's own scar. "The prophecy mentioned a power the Dark Lord knows not," Dumbledore said during what would be their last private conversation. "I believe, now, that power is you. Not just your ability to love, but your capacity to create, to innovate, to find solutions that no one else can imagine." "I've still got 2 Horcruxes to deal with," Harry pointed out. "Nagini won't be easy to reach, and the one in my head. The fragment in your scar is a problem I've been researching extensively." Dumbledore's expression was troubled. "I believe it can be destroyed without killing you, but the method would require Voldemort's direct involvement." "What do you mean?" "The killing curse. If Voldemort casts it at you himself, intending to destroy you, the curse might target the fragment of his own soul before reaching yours. You would survive, protected by your mother's sacrifice, while the Horcrux would not. That's a lot of mights and beliefs." "It is. I wish I could offer certainty, but soul magic at this level is unprecedented. All I can tell you is what my research suggests." Harry absorbed this. To destroy the final Horcrux in his head, he might have to let Voldemort try to kill him. Trust that his mother's protection would save him, while the Dark Lord's own magic destroyed the fragment. It was terrifying. It was also, potentially, the endgame they'd been working toward. And after the Horcruxes are gone, then Voldemort becomes mortal. Killable. And you, with the power that you've developed, with the training and preparation and allies you've gathered, you might be able to finish what began in Godric's Hollow all those years ago. Harry nodded slowly. The path forward was becoming clear, even if the final steps remained shrouded in uncertainty. He was ready to walk it. Chapter 8, The Prisoner's Secret. Chapter 8, The Prisoner's Secret. The summer before 6th year had been consumed by the Horcrux hunt. But it had also brought something Harry hadn't expected, answers about Sirius Black that went deeper than anyone had realized. It started with a box of old photographs. Sirius had been sorting through Grimmauld Place's endless collection of Black family artifacts when he found them, pictures from his Hogwarts years, before everything went wrong. James and Lily smiling at the camera. Peter looking nervous in the background. Remus with his characteristic tired smile. And Sirius himself, young and handsome and full of life that Azkaban had nearly extinguished. "I never showed you these," Sirius said, spreading them across the kitchen table. "Couldn't bear to look at them for years. But you should have them. You should know who your parents really were." Harry spent hours studying the photographs, watching his parents move and laugh and live in ways he'd never witnessed. But one image caught his attention more than the others. It showed the 4 marauders standing outside a rundown building, wands raised, clearly in the middle of some kind of operation. The caption on the back read, "First Order Mission, The Riddle House, 1979. "What was this?" Harry asked. Sirius's expression darkened. That was the night we discovered where Voldemort came from. His Muggle father's family home in Little Hangleton. We raided it looking for intelligence, found out about Tom Riddle Sr. and the Gaunts and the whole sordid history. The Gaunts? Voldemort's mother's family. Descended from Salazar Slytherin, but inbred nearly to extinction. The last of them, Morphin and Merope, lived in a shack near the Riddle mansion. Sirius's voice was distant, remembering. We found Morphin's body in Azkaban years later, but the shack was still there. Still full of their possessions. Harry's perception prickled with sudden alertness. Including magical artifacts. Possibly. We didn't search thoroughly, the place was warded with nasty protections, and we had other priorities. Sirius looked at him sharply. Why? What are you thinking? I'm thinking that Voldemort was obsessed with his magical heritage. That he collected founder artifacts for his Horcruxes. And that a family descended from Slytherin might have possessed something he'd consider worthy of anchoring his soul. The implications hung in the air between them. The Gaunt shack, Sirius breathed. You think there's a Horcrux there? I think we need to find out. The expiation to Little Hangleton took place in early July, before Harry returned to Hogwarts for his 6th year. The village was a sleepy English hamlet, unremarkable except for the crumbling mansion on the hill, the Riddle house, long abandoned, avoided by locals who whispered about the mysterious deaths that had occurred there decades ago. The Gaunt shack was even more dilapidated, hidden in a copse of trees at the edge of the village, its walls nearly collapsed and its roof more hole than thatch. Harry approached with Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore himself, all of them on high alert. The wards Sirius remembered were still active. Harry's perception mapped them in detail, identifying triggers and traps and defenses that would have killed an unwary intruder. Compulsion ward, Harry reported, his voice flat with concentration. Makes you want to leave. Layered with a fear effect and what looks like a withering curse. Touch the door and your hand rots off. Can you disable them? Dumbledore asked. Give me a few minutes. Harry worked methodically, using techniques he'd developed over years of study. The wards were old, crafted by a young Tom Riddle who'd been brilliant but not yet at his peak. Harry was, in many ways, the culmination of everything Riddle might have become if he'd chosen creation over destruction. The irony wasn't lost on him. One by one, the protections fell. The compulsion dissipated. The fear effect faded. The withering curse was redirected harmlessly into the ground. We're clear, Harry said. But be careful inside. There might be secondary defenses I couldn't detect from out here. They entered the shack. The interior was exactly as grim as the exterior suggested, one room, barely larger than Harry's cupboard at the Dursleys, filled with dirt and debris and the lingering stench of old magic. But Harry's perception immediately locked onto something half-buried in the corner. A ring. Gold, set with a black stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And saturated with soul magic so thick it made Harry's head ache. There, he said, pointing. That's it. A Horcrux. Dumbledore moved toward it, his expression troubled. I recognize that stone. It's the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows. Voldemort apparently had no idea what he'd actually found. The Resurrection Stone. I thought that was a legend. Most legends have some basis in truth. Dumbledore reached for the ring, then stopped himself. There's a curse on it. A powerful one. If I touch it. I can see it, Harry confirmed. Some kind of death curse, designed to spread from point of contact. You'd have days at most before it consumed you. Can you remove it? Harry studied the curse structure carefully. It was sophisticated, designed by Voldemort at the height of his power, intended to kill anyone who tried to destroy the Horcrux. Normal counter-curses wouldn't work. But Harry had been developing abnormal techniques for exactly this kind of situation. I can try something, he said slowly. But I've never done it on a curse this powerful. There's risk. What kind of risk? If it works, the curse gets redirected harmlessly. If it doesn't, it might accelerate instead of dissipate. Dumbledore considered for a moment, then nodded. Try. The Horcrux must be destroyed regardless. Harry focused his perception on the curse, analyzing its structure the way he'd analyzed thousands of spells before. It was a death curse, yes, but death wasn't a simple concept magically. It had components: ending, entropy, cessation. Each component could be individually addressed. He began to work, gently unweaving the curse's structure, redirecting each thread of deadly magic into harmless configurations. Ending essence became completion essence, the satisfaction of a task finished. Entropy was channeled into the surrounding air, dissipating without harm. Cessation was transformed into pause, temporary rather than permanent. Slowly, painstakingly, the curse dissolved. Done, Harry breathed, exhaustion washing over him. It's safe now. Dumbledore picked up the ring, his expression unreadable. For a long moment, he simply stared at the black stone in its setting. The resurrection stone, he murmured. The power to call back the dead, if only as shades. I've dreamed of this for years. His voice cracked slightly. My sister. My parents. Everyone I've lost. Sir. Harry had never heard Dumbledore sound so vulnerable. The headmaster seemed to shake himself, returning to the present. Forgive me. Old wounds. He handed the ring to Harry. Destroy the Horcrux. The stone can wait for later consideration. Harry summoned his sword of sacrifice, the golden blade materializing in his hand. With one clean strike, he destroyed the ring, and the soul fragment it contained. 6 Horcruxes gone. Only Nagini remained. And the fragment in Harry's head, waiting for its own resolution. The return to Hogwarts for 6th year came with a weight of expectation that Harry had never felt before. Everyone knew, now, that he was the chosen one. The prophecy's general contents had leaked, spreading through the wizarding world in whispers and rumors. People looked at Harry differently, some with hope, some with fear, some with the particular intensity of those who'd placed all their bets on a single champion. Harry ignored it as best he could. The attention was meaningless compared to the work that still needed doing. Classes continued, but they'd become almost secondary to his real education. Dumbledore's private lessons had shifted focus from general mastery to specific preparation, understanding Voldemort's psychology, studying his weaknesses, developing strategies for the final confrontation. Nagini is the last external Horcrux, Dumbledore said during one of their sessions. She's constantly at Voldemort's side, protected by the most powerful dark wizard in history. Getting close enough to destroy her will require circumstances we can't currently predict. And the fragment in my head? That remains the most challenging problem. Dumbledore's expression was grave. I've continued researching, and I'm increasingly confident that my theory is correct. The killing curse, cast by Voldemort himself, would destroy the Horcrux while leaving you alive. But the variables are numerous, and I cannot guarantee the outcome. So I need to let Voldemort hit me with the killing curse and hope I survive. Essentially, yes. Your mother's protection should shield your soul while the curse targets the foreign fragment. But, should is not will. There is genuine risk. Harry had known this was coming. Had been preparing for it, mentally and emotionally, since Dumbledore first raised the possibility. But hearing it stated so baldly still made his stomach clench. What's the alternative? Living with the fragment permanently. It's contained, not growing, not controlling you. You could theoretically coexist with it indefinitely. But Voldemort would remain immortal. As long as any Horcrux exists, he can't be truly killed. Correct. Harry was quiet for a long moment, considering the choice before him. Personal safety versus complete victory. His own life versus the world's freedom from Voldemort's shadow. It wasn't really a choice at all. When the time comes, he said finally, I'll do what needs to be done. Dumbledore's eyes glistened slightly. You are remarkably brave, Harry. Your parents would be proud. I'm not brave. I'm just tired of waiting. Tired of preparing. I want this to be over, one way or another. Soon. Very soon, I think. Voldemort is growing impatient, taking risks he wouldn't have considered before. The final confrontation approaches. Harry nodded grimly and returned his attention to their lesson. The end was coming. He needed to be ready. The school year progressed with deceptive normalcy. Classes, homework, Quidditch matches that Harry barely participated in. The DA continued meeting, though now it functioned less as a training group and more as a support network, students helping each other cope with the stress of living in wartime. Harry's friends had become his anchors, keeping him grounded when the weight of prophecy threatened to crush him. Ron had grown into a capable strategist, his chess-playing mind applied to the practical problems of warfare and resistance. He spent hours studying battle reports from the First War, identifying patterns, developing tactics that the Order could use. Hermione had become an expert on soul magic, her research into Horcruxes expanding into a broader understanding of spiritual phenomena. She was developing theories about the nature of magical consciousness that might have practical applications in the final fight. Neville had transformed from the shy, awkward boy Harry had met on the Hogwarts Express into a confident leader in his own right. He'd taken over much of the DA's day-to-day management, freeing Harry to focus on his training with Dumbledore. Luna remained Luna, strange and insightful, seeing things others missed, offering perspectives that cut through conventional thinking. Her perception abilities, different from Harry's but equally valuable, had proven useful more than once in detecting threats others overlooked. And Ginny. Ginny had become something unexpected. They'd grown closer over the year, their relationship evolving from friendship into something more. She understood him in ways that others couldn't, understood the weight of being marked by Voldemort, of carrying darkness you didn't choose. Her experience with the diary had given her insight that no one else could offer. You don't have to be the hero all the time, she told him one evening, as they sat together by the lake watching the sunset. You're allowed to be scared. You're allowed to want things for yourself. What I want doesn't matter. Only what needs to be done. That's exactly what I mean. You've turned yourself into a weapon, Harry. A tool for killing Voldemort. But you're also a person. A person who deserves happiness, love, a future beyond the war. I can't think about the future. Not until this is over. Then let me think about it for you. Ginny's hand found his, warm and solid. Let me remember that there's something worth fighting for beyond just defeating evil. Something worth living for. Harry didn't have words to respond. But he held her hand, and for a moment, he let himself imagine a world where the war was over and the future was possible. It was a dangerous indulgence. But it was also necessary. Even weapons needed something to protect. The crisis came in the spring. Dumbledore had been tracking Voldemort's movements, looking for opportunities to strike at Nagini. Intelligence suggested the Dark Lord was planning something significant, a gathering of his forces, a ritual to boost his power, some kind of escalation that would change the war's dynamics. He's going to attack Hogwarts, Dumbledore told the Order during an emergency meeting. Our sources indicate he believes there's something here he needs, possibly another artifact, possibly something else entirely. Either way, he's bringing his full force. When? Sirius demanded. Soon. Days at most. We need to evacuate the students and prepare defenses. Evacuate to where? The Death Eaters will be watching every exit. The Room of Requirement. It can provide shelter for hundreds, possibly thousands, with access to escape routes the castle itself creates. We move everyone there, seal the entrances, and prepare for siege. The evacuation began that night. Students were woken, told to gather essential belongings, and herded to the Room of Requirement in waves. The DA members helped coordinate, their training finally being put to its intended use. Harry didn't evacuate with the others. He stayed with Dumbledore, helping to reinforce the castle's wards, preparing for the confrontation they'd both known was coming. "This is it, isn't it?" Harry asked as they stood on the astronomy tower, watching Death Eaters begin to gather beyond the grounds. "I believe so. Voldemort will come himself, he won't trust something this important to his followers. And when he does..." The final Horcrux. The fragment in my head. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "Harry, I want you to know, whatever happens tonight, you have exceeded every expectation I ever had. You've become something extraordinary. Save the eulogy for after I'm dead. I'd rather say it now, while I'm certain you'll hear it." Harry turned to face the old wizard, seeing something in his expression that hadn't been there before. Resignation, maybe. Or acceptance. "You're not planning to survive this fight, are you?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "I'm planning to do whatever is necessary to ensure you have your chance. If that means sacrificing myself." "Don't. The Order needs you. The world needs you. The world needs Voldemort destroyed. That's more important than any one person." Dumbledore's hand rested briefly on Harry's shoulder. "But I won't throw my life away needlessly. I simply want you to understand, if it comes down to a choice between my survival and your opportunity to end this war, I will not hesitate." Harry wanted to argue, but the dark mark erupted in the sky before he could speak. The Battle of Hogwarts had begun. What followed was the longest night of Harry's life. Death Eaters swarmed the grounds, their curses lighting the darkness with sickly green and furious red. Giants crashed through barriers that had stood for centuries. Werewolves, full moon, of course Voldemort had chosen the full moon, howled as they sought human prey. The castle's defenders fought back desperately. Order members held choke points, their superior skill compensating for inferior numbers. The DA students, those who'd chosen to fight rather than evacuate, formed secondary lines of defense. Harry moved through the chaos like a force of nature. Years of training had prepared him for this. His combat magic was sharper than anyone else's, his perception allowing him to anticipate attacks and counter before they landed. Death Eaters fell before him in waves, stunned, bound, disarmed, occasionally killed when the alternative was worse. He didn't enjoy it. But he didn't hesitate either. The battle raged through the castle, through the grounds, into every space that could be contested. Casualties mounted on both sides. Friends fell, Lavender Brown, savaged by Fenrir Greyback. Remus and Tonks, protecting a group of younger students. Fred Weasley, caught in an explosion that collapsed an entire corridor. Each death was a wound in Harry's soul. But he couldn't stop to mourn. Not yet. He was hunting Nagini. The snake was somewhere in the battle, protected by Death Eaters, waiting for Voldemort's command. Harry tracked her through the chaos, using his perception to follow the distinctive signature of Horcrux magic. He found her in the Great Hall, coiled around Voldemort's throne-like chair while the Dark Lord directed his forces from the center of the room. A dozen Death Eaters surrounded them, the elite of Voldemort's inner circle. Harry didn't hesitate. He burst through the doors, wand blazing, and threw everything he had at the defenders. The fight was brutal, desperate, exactly the kind of combat he'd trained for. Death Eaters fell, but more took their place. Harry's energy depleted with each spell, his body pushed beyond normal limits by will alone. And then he was through, facing Nagini alone while Voldemort watched with cold amusement. "You've come to kill my pet," the Dark Lord observed. How touching. How futile. Harry didn't waste breath on banter. He summoned his sword of sacrifice, the golden blade materializing in a burst of protective magic, and struck at Nagini before the snake could react. The blade bit deep. The Horcrux screamed, that familiar sound of soul magic being torn apart. And Nagini dissolved into ash, the last external anchor of Voldemort's immortality destroyed. Voldemort's reaction was immediate and terrifying. For the first time since Harry had known him, the Dark Lord showed genuine fear. His snake-like features contorted with rage and horror as he realized what had happened, what it meant. "You," he hissed. "You've been destroying them. All of them. My immortality is gone," Harry confirmed. "All your Horcruxes are destroyed, Tom. All except one." "One?" Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, one?" "The night you killed my parents, you accidentally created another Horcrux. A piece of your soul, lodged in the only living thing in that room." Harry tapped his scar. "Me." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the battle beyond the Great Hall seemed to pause, as if the world itself was holding its breath. "You." Voldemort's voice was barely a whisper. "You're a Horcrux." "I was. But Horcruxes can be destroyed." Harry raised his wand. "And I'm ready to be free of you. Then I'll kill you. And my Horcrux with you. That's exactly what I'm counting on." Voldemort's eyes widened as he understood. "You're sacrificing yourself to destroy the fragment. My mother died to protect me. Her love is still in my blood, my soul. The same protection that stopped you when I was a baby." Harry smiled grimly. "If you cast the killing curse at me, it won't kill me. It'll kill the piece of you inside me. And then you'll finally be mortal." "You're bluffing. Try me." Voldemort hesitated, actually hesitated, for the first time in decades. The greatest dark wizard of the age, afraid of a 17-year-old boy who'd outmaneuvered him at every turn. "Even if you're right," Voldemort said slowly, "even if your mother's protection saves you, you'll still have to fight me. And I'm the most powerful wizard who ever lived." "You're not," Harry said quietly. "You're powerful, yes. But you never understood the magic that really matters. Love. Sacrifice. The willingness to die for something greater than yourself." He raised his wand higher. "That's the power you don't know. That's why you've already lost." Voldemort's face twisted with fury. "Avada Kedavra." The green light streaked toward Harry. He didn't dodge. He didn't shield. He stood perfectly still and let it hit him. The world went white. Harry found himself in a place that wasn't quite real, a vast, featureless space that might have been King's Cross Station if King's Cross had been stripped of everything that made it recognizable. He was aware of his own body, but it felt distant, theoretical. And he wasn't alone. A creature lay huddled nearby, small, ugly, clearly suffering. It looked like a flayed child, raw and red, making pitiful sounds of distress. The fragment. Voldemort's soul piece, finally separated from Harry's own spirit. "I'd feel sorry for it," Harry said aloud, "if it hadn't caused so much suffering." "You've done well, Harry." He turned to find Dumbledore standing beside him, or something wearing Dumbledore's form, anyway. The old wizard looked younger than Harry had ever seen him, his eyes bright with pride. "Am I dead?" "In a manner of speaking. You're in a transitional space, the boundary between life and death. The killing curse has destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux, exactly as we hoped. But your own soul is intact. So I can go back. If you choose to. The curse has left your body, let's say, resting. You could wake up and continue the fight, or you could move on. The choice is yours." Harry looked at the suffering fragment one more time. Then he turned his back on it. "I have unfinished business." Dumbledore smiled. "I thought you might say that." The white space began to fade, replaced by something warmer, realer. Harry felt himself being pulled back toward life. "One more thing," Dumbledore's voice came from far away. "Voldemort doesn't know what just happened. He thinks he's killed you. Use that." Then everything went dark, and Harry woke up on the cold stone floor of the Great Hall. He kept his eyes closed, kept his breathing shallow, let his body stay limp. Playing dead. Waiting for the right moment. He could hear Voldemort gloating, could hear the cheers of the Death Eaters, could hear the anguished cries of his friends who thought he'd been killed. Every sound was agony, but Harry forced himself to wait. Harry Potter is dead. Voldemort's voice echoed through the hall. Your champion has fallen. Your hope is gone. Surrender now, and some of you may be spared. Never. That was Neville's voice, defiant despite everything. We'll never stop fighting. Harry taught us that. The boy was a fool. And so are you. Voldemort's tone darkened. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. The Death Eaters began to move. Harry opened his eyes. For a frozen instant, no one noticed. Then someone screamed, a Death Eater, pointing at the corpse that wasn't a corpse. Potter's alive. Voldemort spun, his face a mask of shock and fury. Harry was already on his feet, already moving, already casting. The final duel began. It wasn't like their previous confrontations. Before, Harry had been outmatched, surviving through luck and improvisation. Now, he was Voldemort's equal, possibly his superior. The training with Dumbledore, the years of developing his perception, the innovations he'd created, all of it came together in this moment. They traded spells at impossible speeds, each attack countered almost before it was cast. Voldemort was still powerful, still dangerous, but he was also rattled, thrown off by Harry's survival, fighting defensively for the first time in his life. How, the Dark Lord demanded between curses. How did you survive? Love, Harry said simply. The same thing that saved me when I was a baby. The same thing you've never understood. Love is weakness. Love is everything. It's the reason people fight for each other. The reason they sacrifice for each other. The reason you've already lost, even if you don't know it yet. Harry pressed forward, driving Voldemort back with a combination of techniques the Dark Lord had never seen. Hybrid spells. Adaptive defenses. Magic that reacted and evolved in real time. And then, finally, an opening. Voldemort overextended, his killing curse going wide, leaving him vulnerable for just a fraction of a second. Harry struck. Not with a killing curse, he refused to use that particular spell, even against the darkest wizard in history. Instead, he used something he'd developed specifically for this moment, a binding of pure protective magic, his mother's love channeled into chains of golden light. The chains wrapped around Voldemort, immobilizing him, cutting him off from his magic. For the first time in decades, Tom Riddle was helpless. This is over, Harry said quietly. Your Horcruxes are destroyed. Your followers are falling. And you're finally going to face justice for everything you've done. Kill me, then, Voldemort snarled. Finish it. No. You don't get the easy way out. Harry's expression was hard. You're going to stand trial. You're going to answer for your crimes. And you're going to spend whatever time you have left knowing that everything you built has crumbled. You're weak. Just like your parents. My parents were the strongest people I've ever known. They gave their lives to protect me. That's not weakness, that's love. Harry turned to the gathered survivors, friends and allies who had fought alongside him. Someone get the Aurors. We have a prisoner to deliver. Voldemort screamed in frustration, but the chains held. The war was over. The aftermath took months to sort out. Voldemort stood trial before the full Wizengamot, his crimes laid out in excruciating detail. The evidence was overwhelming, witness testimony, Veritaserum confessions, documentation recovered from Death Eater hideouts. There was no question of his guilt. The sentence was death by veil, the mysterious artifact in the Department of Mysteries that was said to be a doorway to whatever lay beyond life. It was considered the most final of executions, a passage that couldn't be reversed or escaped. Harry attended the execution, watching as the defeated Dark Lord was led to the veil, his magic still bound, his power still stripped. This isn't over, Voldemort said, his voice empty. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be killed. You can now, Harry replied. Your Horcruxes are gone. Your anchors are destroyed. You're mortal, Tom. Just like everyone else. Then I'll return. Somehow. I always return. No. You won't. Harry stepped closer. I've made sure of that. Every piece of your soul is gone. When you pass through that veil, you'll be gone forever. No resurrection, no possession, no anchors. Just, nothing. For the first time since Harry had known him, Voldemort looked truly afraid. You can't. I can. I did. Harry's voice was quiet but implacable. Goodbye, Tom. I hope whatever comes next gives you the peace you never found in life. Voldemort was pushed through the veil. The curtain swallowed him whole. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, finally exhaled. It was over. The years that followed were the first of Harry's life that felt genuinely normal. He completed his education at Hogwarts, though his heart wasn't really in it. The war had taught him more than classes ever could. But he finished anyway, for Hermione's sake if nothing else. He joined the Auror program, not because he needed more combat training but because he wanted to help rebuild the Wizarding world's defenses. The war had exposed countless weaknesses in magical Britain's institutions, weaknesses that needed addressing if the next Dark Wizard was to be stopped before they became as dangerous as Voldemort. He married Ginny in a ceremony that was deliberately small and private, attended only by close friends and family. They'd talked about waiting, about making sure they wanted this for the right reasons. But after everything they'd been through, waiting seemed foolish. Life was short. Love was precious. Why postpone happiness? Children came eventually, James, Albus, Lily. Harry was determined to give them the childhood he'd never had, stable, loving, full of the normal joys and challenges that had been denied to him. It wasn't always easy. The scars of war ran deep, and Harry still woke sometimes from nightmares of green light and cold laughter. But the nightmares faded over time, replaced by better memories. Quieter ones. And through it all, his friends remained beside him. Ron became an Auror too, partnering with Harry on cases that required their particular combination of skills. Hermione rose through the ministry ranks, eventually becoming the youngest minister for magic in history. Neville took over as herbology professor at Hogwarts, beloved by generations of students. Luna continued pursuing creatures that nobody else believed in, occasionally proving that they actually existed. They gathered regularly, these survivors of the war that had shaped them. They remembered the fallen, celebrated the living, and looked toward a future they'd all helped build. On the anniversary of the Battle of Hogwarts, 20 years after Voldemort's defeat, Harry stood at the memorial that had been erected on the grounds. Names carved in stone, every person who died fighting for a world without darkness. Remus Lupin. Nymphadora Tonks. Fred Weasley. Lavender Brown. Colin Creevey. Dozens more. And at the bottom, a single line, their sacrifice gave us tomorrow. Harry touched the stone gently, feeling the echoes of the past. We tried to make it worth it, he said quietly. I hope we succeeded. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying something that might have been a response. Harry smiled, turned away, and walked back toward the castle where his son was waiting to start his first year at Hogwarts. The future was uncertain, as futures always were. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter faced it without fear. Whatever came next, he was ready. Chapter 9, Crafting Hope. Chapter 9, Crafting Hope. The years of peace that followed Voldemort's defeat were not without their challenges. Harry had expected that, of course. Wars didn't end with final battles and dramatic victories, they ended with the long, grinding work of rebuilding what had been destroyed. The Wizarding world had been fractured by conflict, its institutions corrupted, its people traumatized. Healing would take generations. But Harry was no longer the desperate teenager fighting for survival. He was an adult now, with resources and influence and the hard-won wisdom of someone who'd seen the worst humanity had to offer. He intended to use all of it. The first priority was reforming the ministry. The corruption that had allowed Voldemort to nearly take over, the pureblood supremacy embedded in magical law, the institutional prejudices against Muggleborns and magical creatures, the bureaucratic incompetence that had let Death Eaters infiltrate every level of government, all of it needed to be addressed. Hermione led the effort, her brilliant mind turned to the task of rewriting centuries of unjust legislation. Harry provided political support, using his status as the war's hero to pressure resistant factions into compliance. "The Werewolf Registration Act is gone," Hermione reported during one of their regular strategy meetings. "Replaced with the Magical Condition Support Framework. Same with the anti-giant legislation and most of the restrictions on house elf employment." How much pushback? Considerable, from the usual suspects. But the old pureblood families don't have the power they used to. The war discredited most of them, and the ones who survived are more interested in rebuilding their fortunes than fighting political battles. Good. What's next? Education reform. The Hogwarts curriculum hasn't been significantly updated in 3 centuries. Students are still learning medieval approaches to magic when there's an entire world of innovation waiting to be explored. Harry smiled slightly. That sounds like something I might be able to help with. The Hogwarts experimental magic program was Harry's brainchild. He'd spent years developing his understanding of magical perception, creating new spells and techniques that no one else had imagined. But he'd always done it alone, or with a small group of trusted friends. The knowledge he'd accumulated was largely undocumented, passed through personal instruction rather than formal education. That needed to change. The traditional approach to magic is fundamentally limited, Harry explained to the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Students learn existing spells by rote, memorizing incantations and wand movements without understanding why those particular combinations produce those particular effects. It's like teaching someone to cook by having them follow recipes without ever explaining what heat does to food. "And what would you propose instead?" Augusta Longbottom asked. She'd become an ally in Harry's reform efforts, her grandson's success having convinced her that new approaches had merit. "I propose we teach students to understand magic at a fundamental level. The building blocks that make up every spell, what I call essence, form, and catalyst. Once they understand those principles, they can not only cast existing spells more effectively but potentially create new ones." Create new spells? Another governor looked alarmed. That sounds dangerous. Students experimenting with untested magic. All magic was untested once. Every spell in our curriculum was created by someone who understood the principles well enough to innovate. Harry leaned forward. "I'm not suggesting we let first-years play with fire. The advanced program would be optional, carefully supervised, and only available to students who've demonstrated sufficient skill and maturity. But for those who qualify, it could revolutionize how we think about magical education." The debate continued for hours, but eventually, Harry's proposal passed. The experimental magic program would begin the following year, with Harry himself teaching the inaugural class. It was, in many ways, the culmination of everything he'd learned. A chance to pass on his knowledge to a new generation, to ensure that the innovations he'd developed wouldn't die with him. And maybe, just maybe, to discover students who could surpass even what he'd achieved. The first class was small, only 12 students, carefully selected from the upper years based on aptitude and temperament. Harry had designed the curriculum himself, drawing on techniques he'd developed over decades of practice. "Forget everything you think you know about magic," he told them on the first day. "The spells you've learned, the rules you've been taught, set them aside. Today, we start from first principles." He demonstrated his perception, showing them how he saw magical structure where others saw only effects. He explained the component framework, essence, form, catalyst, and how understanding these building blocks allowed for unprecedented flexibility in spellwork. Most students struggled at first. The perception Harry had developed was partially innate, a consequence of the unique circumstances of his childhood. He couldn't give them that innate ability, only teach them to approximate it through practice and discipline. But a few caught on quickly. Professor Potter. A fifth-year Ravenclaw named Elena Rosewood raised her hand during their third session. I think I see what you mean about components. When I look at the levitation charm, I can almost feel the separate pieces. The intent to lift, the shape of the effect, the trigger in the incantation. Exactly. You're developing what I call component awareness. It's not the same as my perception, but it achieves similar results. Harry smiled encouragingly. Now, here's the question, if you can identify the components of Wingardium Leviosa, what happens if you change one of them? Elena's eyes widened. The spell would do something different. Try it. Change the form from targeted lifting to area effect. Keep the essence and catalyst the same. She concentrated, wand raised, and spoke the incantation with subtle modifications Harry had taught her. A circle of objects around her, quills, books, an empty ink pot, all rose into the air simultaneously. Brilliant, Harry said, genuine pride in his voice. You've just created a variant spell that doesn't exist in any textbook. How does it feel? Incredible, Elena breathed. Like I'm actually speaking magic's language instead of just repeating phrases. That's exactly what you're doing. And once you're fluent in that language, there's almost no limit to what you can create. The experimental magic program expanded over the following years. What started as a single class became an entire track within Hogwarts' curriculum, available to students from all four houses who demonstrated the necessary aptitude. Harry trained other instructors, including several of his original students, to handle the growing enrollment. The results exceeded even his optimistic projections. Students developed new spells at an unprecedented rate. Some were minor variations on existing magic, useful but not revolutionary. Others were genuinely novel, solutions to problems that had plagued the wizarding world for centuries. A seventh-year Hufflepuff created a healing charm that could regrow lost limbs, building on principles from both magical healing and transfiguration. A team of Ravenclaws developed an improved Floo network that was faster and more stable than the original. A quiet Slytherin girl invented a ward scheme that could protect against almost any hostile magic, including several curses that had previously been considered unblockable. You've changed everything, Hermione told Harry during one of their increasingly rare personal conversations. Her duties as minister kept her busy, and their friendship had evolved into something more professional than personal. The innovations coming out of Hogwarts, they're transforming magical society. That was the idea. I know. She shook her head, smiling. I remember when you were that scrawny kid on the train, accidentally deconstructing my levitation charm. I never imagined you'd end up revolutionizing magical education. Neither did I, honestly. I was just trying to survive. You did a lot more than survive, Harry. You showed everyone what was possible. And now you're giving others the tools to reach even higher. Harry accepted the compliment with characteristic awkwardness. Praise still made him uncomfortable, even after all these years. But he couldn't deny the truth of what Hermione said. The wizarding world was changing, evolving, becoming something better than it had been. And while Harry couldn't take all the CR, couldn't even take most of it, he'd played his part. That was enough. The children grew up, as children do. James was the eldest, named for Harry's father, and he inherited the Potter tendency toward mischief. He was sorted into Gryffindor, to no one's surprise, and spent his Hogwarts years accumulating detentions and admirers in roughly equal measure. Albus was different, quieter, more thoughtful, burdened by the weight of his names. Harry had worried about giving him the middle name Severus, knowing the complicated history it represented, but Ginny had insisted. He should know that people can change. That redemption is possible. Albus was sorted into Slytherin, which caused no end of whispered speculation. Harry made a point of publicly declaring that he was proud of his son regardless of house, that the old prejudices had no place in the new wizarding world. The statement helped, though Albus still struggled with others' expectations. Lily was the youngest, fierce and loyal and more like Ginny than Harry. She threw herself into every challenge with complete commitment, whether it was Quidditch tryouts or academic competitions or defending younger students from bullies. Harry watched them grow with a mixture of pride and sadness, pride in who they were becoming, sadness that they were becoming at all. The years passed so quickly. Children who'd been toddlers were suddenly teenagers, preparing for their own lives, their own challenges, their own adventures. "You're brooding again," Ginny observed one evening, finding him in his study with a glass of fire whiskey and a distant expression. "Just thinking about how fast it all goes." "Too fast." She sat beside him, her warmth familiar and comforting. "James is graduating next month. Our baby boy, an adult. He's not ready. He's more ready than you were at his age. You were fighting dark wizards when you were 17. James is just figuring out who he is. That's different. Is it?" Ginny's hand found his. "You did what you had to do, Harry. You saved the world. Now let your children live in the world you saved." Harry squeezed her hand, grateful as always for her perspective. She was right, of course. She usually was. The peace held. There were challenges, of course, there always were. Dark wizards rose and fell, never achieving Voldemort's level of threat but causing damage nonetheless. Political conflicts flared over reform efforts. Economic disruptions tested the stability of magical society. But nothing approached the existential danger of the Voldemort years. The wizarding world had learned from its mistakes, built better defenses, created institutions that could respond to threats before they became catastrophic. And Harry remained vigilant. He'd stepped back from active aura work as he aged, his reflexes slowing, his energy flagging. But he never stopped watching, never stopped preparing, never stopped teaching. If another Dark Lord rose, when another Dark Lord rose, because history suggested it was inevitable, the next generation would be ready. "You've done enough," Sirius told him during one of their increasingly infrequent conversations. The years had been kind to Harry's godfather, giving him a peace that Azkaban had nearly destroyed. "You saved the world, trained a generation of innovators, raised a family. What more do you think you owe? It's not about debt. It's about..." Harry struggled to articulate it. "Responsibility. I have abilities that others don't. Knowledge that could save lives. I can't just retire and let the world fend for itself. You can't save everyone, Harry. You never could. I know. But I can try." Sirius shook his head, fondly exasperated. "You're impossible. Just like your father. So everyone keeps telling me." The years turned to decades. Harry's hair went gray, then white. His joints ached in ways that no potion could fully address. His perception remained sharp, that, at least, hadn't faded, but his body couldn't keep up with what his mind wanted to do. He taught until he couldn't teach anymore, then continued mentoring individual students who showed exceptional promise. He wrote books documenting his theories and techniques, ensuring that his knowledge would survive him. He attended funerals for friends who'd shared his youth, watching the old generation give way to the new. Hermione went first, which surprised everyone. She'd always seemed immortal somehow, her brilliant mind untouchable by ordinary mortality. But her heart gave out during a particularly stressful session of Wisengamot debate, and she was gone before anyone could help. Ron followed a year later, claiming he promised to meet her on the other side and wasn't about to keep her waiting. Sirius lasted longer than anyone expected, sustained by stubbornness and what he called too much unfinished business. But eventually even his defiance gave way, and Harry stood alone at his grave, the last of the generation that had fought Voldemort. "I'll see you soon," he told the headstone. "Save me a seat, wherever you are." The end came quietly. Harry was 123 years old, ancient by any standard, though not unprecedented for a powerful wizard. His body had failed in stages over the years, each decline accepted with the grace of someone who'd been ready to die since adolescence. His family gathered around his bed in the house he'd shared with Ginny for nearly a century. She'd passed 5 years earlier, and Harry had spent the time since in a twilight state, present but not quite engaged, waiting for the reunion he'd been promised. "Dad?" Albasa's voice was thick with unshed tears. "Can you hear me?" "I can hear you." Harry's voice was a whisper, but his eyes were clear. "All of you. My beautiful children. My grandchildren. My great-grandchildren." He managed a slight smile. "I'm so proud of all of you." "We're proud of you too, Grandpa," said James's daughter, barely 7 years old and not quite understanding what was happening. "Good. That's good." Harry's eyes drifted closed. I think it's time." "No." Lily clutched his hand. "Not yet. Please." "It's okay, sweetheart. I've been ready for a long time. I just wanted to see all of you one more time." He opened his eyes with effort. "To tell you I love you. To tell you that everything I did, everything I fought for, was worth it. Because it gave me you. We love you too, Dad." "I know." Harry's voice was fading, but his smile remained. "Tell your children about me, okay? Not the hero stuff. Not the boy who lived nonsense. Tell them about the family dinners. The Quidditch games. The moments that actually mattered. We will." "Good." Harry exhaled slowly. "Then I can go. The others are waiting." He closed his eyes one final time. And Harry Potter, the boy who'd lived when he should have died, who'd loved when he should have hated, who'd created when he should have destroyed, finally passed beyond the veil that separated worlds. The funeral was the largest in wizarding history. Thousands attended, former students, political allies, people who'd never met Harry but whose lives had been shaped by his actions. The magical world paused to honor the man who'd saved it, who'd transformed it, who'd given it a future worth believing in. Speeches were made. Tears were shed. The official history added another chapter to the legend of Harry Potter. But the people who'd actually known him told different stories. They talked about his kindness, his patience, his refusal to accept limitations. They remembered his laugh, his stubbornness, his absolute devotion to the people he loved. They shared memories of the man behind the myth, flawed, human, but fundamentally good. He wasn't a hero, Albus said during his eulogy. Not the way stories make heroes. He was just, my dad. The man who taught me that fear was okay, that doubt was normal, that being sorted into the wrong house didn't make me a bad person. He loved us, supported us, believed in us even when we didn't believe in ourselves. That's his real legacy. Not the war or the spells or the reforms. Just, love. The crowd was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, applause began to build, not the polite applause of formal occasions, but something deeper, more heartfelt. A tribute to a man who'd earned every ounce of it. In the end, Harry Potter got the next great adventure he'd been promised. Beyond the veil, beyond the boundaries of mortal existence, something waited. Not an ending, but a transformation. Not oblivion, but continuation in forms that human minds couldn't comprehend. He found them there, his parents, young and beautiful as they'd been the night they died. Serious, laughing at some joke only he understood. Remus and Tonks, arms around each other. Fred, whole and healthy, already planning pranks for eternity. Ginny was there too, her smile the same as the day they'd married, her eyes holding all the love of their century together. "Took you long enough," she said. "I had things to finish." "You always had things to finish." She took his hand, warm and solid and real. "But you're done now. The world can manage without you. Harry looked back, just once, at the veil that separated life from death. He could still perceive the mortal world through it, faintly, like seeing through fogged glass. His children were there, his grandchildren, all the people he'd left behind. They'd be okay. He'd made sure of it. Yeah, he said, turning toward whatever came next. I think it can. They walked together into light that had no end and no beginning, into an existence that transcended everything Harry had known. And Harry Potter, at last, was home. Epilogue 100 years after Harry Potter's death, a small girl named Hope enrolled in the Hogwarts experimental magic program. She had no idea that she was Harry's great-great-great-granddaughter. Her branch of the family had married into Muggle lineages, losing track of their magical heritage, only for it to resurface in her unexpected abilities. But she did know one thing: magic was made of pieces, and those pieces could be rearranged. She'd figured it out on her own, before she ever learned about Harry Potter's theories. She could see the components of spells, could understand their structure, could imagine new combinations that no one had tried before. Her professors recognized the ability immediately. You have a rare gift, they told her. The same gift that Harry Potter had. The power to perceive magic at its deepest level, to create where others can only repeat. Hope didn't know what to make of the comparison. She'd read about Harry Potter, of course, everyone had. But the hero of ancient history seemed very distant from her own modest ambitions. Still, she was curious. She dove into Harry's writings, studying his theories, learning the framework he'd developed over a lifetime of innovation. She found herself agreeing with much of it, disagreeing with some, developing her own ideas that built on what he'd established. And slowly, carefully, she began to push the boundaries even further. New spells. New techniques. New ways of understanding magic that Harry had never imagined. You're surpassing him, her professor observed one day. Going beyond what even the great Harry Potter achieved. I don't think I'm surpassing him, Hope replied thoughtfully. I think I'm continuing him. He built the foundation. I'm just adding another floor. And what will the next generation add? Hope smiled, a smile that, if anyone had been watching closely, bore a remarkable resemblance to her distant ancestors. That's the beautiful thing, she said. We don't know yet. We can only build and hope. She returned to her work, to the endless fascinating puzzle of magical creation. And somewhere, beyond the veil that separated worlds, Harry Potter watched his legacy continue. It was, he thought, exactly what he'd hoped for. Chapter 10, Time's Arrow. Chapter 10, Time's Arrow. The story of Harry Potter didn't end with his death. It couldn't, really. The innovations he'd created, the students he'd trained, the institutions he'd reformed, all of them continued evolving, growing, building on the foundation he'd established. The wizarding world he'd saved became the wizarding world he'd transformed, and that transformation had momentum of its own. But there were also the quieter legacies. The ones that didn't make it into history books. 40 years before Harry's death, when his hair was still more black than gray and his joints only complained occasionally, something extraordinary happened. He was working in his study at Grimmauld Place, long since renovated into a comfortable family home, reviewing research notes from a particularly promising student. The work dealt with temporal magic, a notoriously dangerous field that Harry had always approached with extreme caution. Time turners existed, of course. Hermione had used one in their third year, back when the Ministry still manufactured them. But the official devices had been destroyed during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, and the knowledge to create new ones had been deliberately suppressed. Harry understood why. Temporal magic was inherently unstable, prone to cascading paradoxes that could unravel causality itself. The few wizards who'd attempted to recreate time-turner technology had universally met bad ends. But his student, a young woman named Cassandra Vance, brilliant and reckless in equal measure, had taken a different approach. I'm not trying to travel through time, she'd explained during their last meeting. I'm trying to perceive through time. See the future without changing it. Read the past without interfering. That's still incredibly dangerous. Temporal perception could create the same paradoxes as temporal travel. Not if the perception is limited. Read only, with no possibility of interaction. Like watching a memory in a pensieve, but for events that haven't happened yet. Harry had been skeptical but intrigued. The theoretical framework Cassandra proposed was elegant, building on his own component analysis in ways he hadn't considered. If it worked, if temporal events could be perceived without being altered, the applications would be revolutionary. Prophecy without ambiguity. Historical research without speculation. Warning systems that could detect threats before they materialized. Continue your research, he told her. But carefully. Document everything, test incrementally, don't take shortcuts. Cassandra had agreed. And for months, her reports had shown steady, cautious progress. Until tonight. The note that arrived by owl was brief and cryptic: Professor Potter, breakthrough achieved. Please come immediately. I've seen something you need to know. Harry apparat to Cassandra's laboratory within minutes. The lab was a converted warehouse on the outskirts of Manchester, warded heavily against magical detection. Cassandra worked alone. Her research was too sensitive for collaborators, too controversial for institutional support. Harry found her sitting in the center of a complex runic array, her eyes unfocused, her face pale with exhaustion. Around her, temporal energy swirled in patterns that made his perception ache with their wrongness. Cassandra? What happened? I saw it. Her voice was distant, hollow. The future. Multiple futures. Branching possibilities, converging outcomes, the shape of things to come. That's remarkable. But you look terrible. How long have you been in that array? I don't know. Hours? Days? Time gets slippery when you're perceiving across it. Harry moved carefully around the array, analyzing its structure. The temporal magic was indeed read-only, as Cassandra had promised, no possibility of paradox or interference. But the energy requirements were enormous, draining Cassandra's magical reserves at an alarming rate. You need to stop. Disconnect from the array before it kills you. Not yet. There's something you need to see first. Cassandra's eyes focused on him with sudden intensity. Something about you. About your legacy. About what happens after. After what? After you die, Harry. I've seen it. I've seen what the wizarding world becomes. And it's... She trailed off, struggling to find words. It's what? Beautiful. And terrible. And not what you expect at all. Despite his concern for her well-being, Harry felt a chill run down his spine. The future. His own death. The world he'd leave behind. Show me, he said. Cassandra's temporal perception worked through shared consciousness. She could project what she saw into another mind, allowing them to experience her visions directly. It was disorienting, overwhelming, like diving into an ocean of possibility where every wave was a different potential future. Harry saw his own death, decades hence, surrounded by family. That was expected, almost comforting. The funeral, the tributes, the transition of his legacy to the next generation. Also expected. But then, the world changing in ways he hadn't anticipated. His innovation spreading beyond Britain, beyond Europe, transforming magical societies around the globe. Conflicts arising between those who embraced the new magic and those who feared it. Wars fought with weapons Harry had helped create, killing people his techniques had trained. And further, centuries passing. Civilizations rising and falling. The magical and muggle worlds eventually merging, as technology and magic became increasingly indistinguishable. Humanity expanding beyond Earth, carrying magic to the stars. And at the end, something vast. Something cosmic. Something that looked at Harry through Cassandra's vision with recognition and warmth. Hello, Old friend, it seemed to say. We've been waiting for you. Harry gasped, pulling himself out of the shared perception. His heart was racing, his thoughts spinning with implications he couldn't fully process. What was that? At the end? I don't know. Cassandra's voice was awed. Something beyond human. Beyond our current understanding. But it knows you, Harry. Somehow, across all those centuries, it remembers who you are and what you did. That's impossible. A lot of things are impossible until someone does them. She smiled weakly. You taught me that. Harry spent weeks analyzing Cassandra's discovery, trying to understand what he'd seen. The near-future visions were useful, actionable intelligence about threats that could be prevented, opportunities that could be seized. He shared relevant information with the Order, with the Ministry, with trusted allies who could act on it without knowing its source. But the far-future visions haunted him. The entity at the end of time. The something that had recognized him, greeted him like a friend. What was it? How could it possibly know who he was? The answer, when it finally came, was both obvious and incomprehensible. The entity was magic itself. Not the ambient force that wizards channeled through wands and words, but the fundamental principle underlying that force. The consciousness, if that word even applied, that existed at the deepest level of magical reality. Harry had touched it before, he realized. Every time he used his perception, every time he analyzed magical components, every time he created something new, he was communicating with this entity. Speaking its language. Contributing to its understanding of the mortal world. And the entity had been watching him. Learning from him. Growing alongside the innovations he'd sparked. By the end of time, whatever that meant in a universe where time was just another dimension to be perceived, the entity had evolved into something that remembered its teachers. That honored the mortals who'd helped it develop. Harry was one of those mortals. Perhaps the most significant, if Cassandra's visions were accurate. You're not just teaching students, Cassandra said when he shared his conclusions. You're teaching magic itself. Shaping what it becomes over cosmic timescales. That seems grandiose. It is grandiose. It's also true. She grinned, exhaustion temporarily forgotten. How does it feel to know you're literally shaping the fundamental forces of reality? Harry considered the question seriously. Terrifying, he admitted. And humbling. I never asked for this kind of responsibility. No. But you rose to it anyway. That's what makes you who you are. Harry never spoke publicly about Cassandra's discovery. The implications were too vast, too destabilizing. If people knew that magic was evolving, that human innovations were shaping its development, that an entity of cosmic significance was watching and remembering, the reactions would range from worship to terror to exploitation. Better to let the work continue quietly. Better to trust that future generations would figure it out on their own, when they were ready. But he did adjust his teaching accordingly. He began emphasizing ethical innovation more heavily, ensuring his students understood that their creations had consequences beyond the immediate. He established review processes for new spells, requiring consideration of long-term impacts before techniques could be published. He created frameworks for responsible magical development that would outlast his own lifetime. You're being more careful, Ginny observed one evening. More cautious. That's not like you. I've seen what carelessness can lead to. The visions? Harry had told her about Cassandra's research, though not the full extent of what he'd witnessed. Some burdens were his to carry alone. Partly. But also just perspective. I've been so focused on innovation, on pushing boundaries, that I didn't always think about what happens when those boundaries break. He stared into the fireplace, watching the flames dance. The world doesn't need more powerful magic. It needs wiser wizards. And you're going to teach wisdom? I'm going to try. It's harder than teaching spells, but probably more important. Ginny was quiet for a moment. Then she rested her head on his shoulder, her presence a comfort that never faded no matter how many years passed. "You're a good man, Harry Potter. Whatever cosmic entities are watching, I'm sure they approve." Harry laughed softly. "I hope so. I'd hate to disappoint magic itself." The ethical innovation framework became a cornerstone of magical education worldwide. Within a generation, every major wizarding school had adopted Harry's principles: innovation balanced with responsibility, power tempered by wisdom, progress guided by careful consideration of consequences. The wild experimentation of the early years gave way to more measured development, slower perhaps but more sustainable. Some critics accused Harry of stifling creativity, of imposing restrictions that limited what magic could become. He accepted the criticism gracefully, trusting that history would vindicate his approach. It did. The centuries that followed saw magical civilization flourish as never before. The conflicts Cassandra had shown him, the wars fought with magical weapons, the societies torn apart by uncontrolled innovation, never materialized in full. There were still struggles, still setbacks, still moments when everything seemed about to collapse. But the ethical frameworks held, guiding development through dangerous waters. And magic continued to evolve. Each generation built on the previous, adding new techniques, new understandings, new capabilities. The component analysis Harry had pioneered became standard magical theory, as fundamental as arithmetic or grammar. His students discovered applications he'd never imagined. The cosmic entity at the end of time grew more sophisticated with each passing century. It learned from humanity's innovations, incorporated their creativity into its own development, became something greater than either could have achieved alone. A partnership across time. A collaboration that spanned the entire history of magical civilization. And at the heart of it all, remembered and honored, was a boy who'd once lived in a cupboard under the stairs. Cassandra Vance lived to be very old. Her temporal perception research earned her a place in magical history, though she never sought fame or recognition. She preferred working quietly, refining her techniques, training selected successors who could continue the work after she was gone. "You changed everything," she told Harry during their last conversation, both of them ancient and tired but still sharp-minded. "You know that, right? The visions I see now are completely different from what I saw that first time. The future you created is better than the one that would have happened without you. I had help. Lots of help. You always say that. But you were the catalyst. The spark that started the fire." Cassandra's rheumy eyes twinkled. "The entity remembers you, Harry. I've seen it. Across all those centuries, through all those changes, it remembers the boy who learned to see its building blocks. I don't know if that's comforting or terrifying. Both. Always both." She laughed, a papery sound but genuine. "That's what makes life interesting." The last time Harry saw Cassandra alive, she gave him a gift. It was a small crystal, unremarkable in appearance but thrumming with temporal energy. Inside it, captured and preserved, was a single moment from the far future, the entity's greeting, its recognition, its warmth. "For when you doubt," she said. "For when you wonder if any of it mattered. Look into this and remember, you shaped the fundamental forces of reality. You taught magic how to be wise. And you will be remembered for as long as the universe exists." Harry accepted the crystal with trembling hands. "Thank you, Cassandra. For everything. Thank you, Professor. For giving me something worth dedicating my life to." She died the next morning, peacefully, her work complete. Harry kept the crystal for the rest of his own life, looking into it during the dark moments, drawing comfort from the impossible knowledge it contained. He was remembered. He mattered. His choices had consequences that echoed across eternity. In the end, that was all anyone could hope for. The legacy of time-touched magic didn't end with Cassandra's death. Her successors continued the research, refining temporal perception, developing new applications that Cassandra had only theorized about. Within a century, limited forms of temporal viewing were available to trained specialists, not the full cosmic visions that Cassandra had achieved, but useful tools for historical research and threat detection. Prophecy, the ancient and unreliable art, was eventually replaced by temporal analytics, systematic study of probability streams and converging timelines. The ambiguous predictions of seers gave way to precise statistical models of potential futures. Some lamented the loss of mystery. Others celebrated the gain of clarity. Harry, watching from beyond the veil, felt both emotions simultaneously. The wizarding world was becoming something new. Something that incorporated its magical heritage while embracing innovations that would have seemed impossible in his youth. Something that balanced power with responsibility, creativity with wisdom, progress with preservation. It wasn't perfect. No world ever was. But it was better than what had come before, and it had the potential to become better still. That was enough. The integration of temporal magic with Harry's component analysis led to an unexpected breakthrough. Researchers discovered that the building blocks of spells, essence, form, catalyst, weren't just static categories. They were aspects of a deeper structure, a fundamental grammar of magical reality that connected all phenomena across time and space. Understanding this grammar allowed for innovations that transcended traditional limitations. Spells could be designed to work across temporal boundaries. Enchantments could be created that would activate at specific points in the future. Magical effects could be linked across vast distances, operating as if space didn't exist. The universe, it turned out, was more deeply magical than anyone had suspected. And humanity was learning to speak its language with increasing fluency. By the time Harry's great-great-granddaughter Hope began her own research, the field had evolved far beyond anything Harry had imagined. But the core principles remained his, the component framework, the ethical guidelines, the commitment to understanding rather than merely exploiting. He built better than he knew, Hope said during a lecture commemorating the 200th anniversary of Harry's death. Professor Potter thought he was teaching spell construction. What he was actually teaching was how to communicate with the fundamental structure of reality. Every innovation since has been a continuation of that conversation. The audience applauded. Most of them had never known Harry personally, had only studied his work in school. But they recognized his importance, honored his legacy, carried forward the torch he'd lit. The entity at the end of time, or rather, the echo of it that existed in Cassandra's crystal, eventually spoke. Not literally. The crystal couldn't produce sound or transmit thoughts. But Hope, examining it with techniques Harry had never imagined, discovered patterns in its temporal energy that resolved into something like language. "Thank you," the pattern said. "Thank you for teaching us. Thank you for showing us what we could become." "Who are you?" Hope asked, though she suspected she already knew. "We are what magic becomes. What it was always becoming. You shaped us, all of you, every wizard who ever created something new. But the first teacher was Harry. The one who learned to see our building blocks. The one who taught others to do the same. He's been dead for centuries. Time is a dimension, not a boundary. What he did echoes forward and backward, influencing causes as well as effects. In a very real sense, he is still teaching. Will always be teaching. Is teaching right now, in this moment, through the work you do in his name." Hope considered this for a long time. The implications were staggering, causality working in both directions, the future influencing the past, the end of time reaching back to shape its own beginning. "What does magic want?" she finally asked. "What are you trying to become?" "What any consciousness wants. To grow. To understand. To connect. To love. That's very human. We learned it from humans. From Harry, specifically. He taught us that power without wisdom was destruction. That innovation without responsibility was chaos. That the purpose of consciousness, any consciousness, was to care for something beyond itself." Hope felt tears prickling at her eyes. The great cosmic entity, the fundamental force underlying magical reality, had learned to love because a traumatized orphan had refused to let his pain turn him cruel. Harry Potter's legacy wasn't just spells and techniques and educational frameworks. It was the soul of magic itself, shaped by his choices, growing in the direction he'd pointed it. "Thank you for telling me," she said. "Thank you for continuing his work. Thank you for being hope." The story continued. Generations passed. Civilizations rose and fell and rose again. Humanity spread across the stars, carrying magic with them, teaching it to species they encountered, learning from perspectives that enriched the cosmic conversation. The entity grew, evolved, became something that transcended the categories of mortal understanding. But it never forgot its origins. Never forgot the teachers who had shaped its development. And at moments of particular significance, births and deaths, discoveries and disasters, the turning points where history could have gone either way, those teachers were remembered. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The chosen one. The master of death. The first teacher. He had died, yes. All mortals died. But death wasn't an ending for someone whose influence had been woven into the fundamental structure of reality. He lived on in every spell cast, every innovation created, every moment when a wizard chose wisdom over power. He lived on in the cosmic entity that remembered him, that honored him, that continued the conversation he had started. He lived on in the hearts of those who knew his story and were inspired by his choices. And in the truest sense, the sense that mattered, the sense that would persist until the universe itself wound down, Harry Potter would never truly die. The spark he had lit would burn forever. Chapter 11, The Goblet's Choice. Chapter 11, The Goblet's Choice. But we've jumped too far ahead. Let's return to that pivotal fourth year, to the moment when Harry's name emerged from the Goblet of Fire and everything changed. Because the story as it actually happened, not the distant echoes of legacy and cosmic significance, was far messier, far more desperate, and far more human than any future historian could capture. The night Harry's name came out of the goblet, he didn't sleep. He sat in his dormitory bed, curtains drawn, mind racing through possibilities and implications while his dormmates snored around him. Someone had entered him in a tournament designed to kill its participants. Someone with enough magical skill to fool an ancient artifact, enough access to place his name in the flames, enough motivation to want him dead. The obvious answer was Voldemort. Or rather, someone working for Voldemort. The Dark Lord was still a wraith, incapable of direct action. But who? And how? Harry's perception had been nagging at him all evening, a persistent sense of wrongness that he couldn't quite pin down. Something in the Great Hall had been off. Something he'd noticed without consciously registering. He replayed the scene in his mind, using the memory techniques Dumbledore had taught him. The goblet flaring. Dumbledore calling his name. The walk to the front of the hall, faces blurring past on either side. And there, a flash of satisfaction on a face that should have shown surprise. Mad-Eye Moody. The defense professor had reacted wrong. Everyone else had been shocked, confused, outraged. But Moody, for just a fraction of a second, had looked pleased. Harry filed that observation away and kept searching his memory. What else had he missed? The goblet itself. He'd perceived it briefly as his name emerged, catching a glimpse of its magical structure. Ancient enchantments, binding contracts, the weight of centuries of tradition. But also something new. Something that had been added recently, grafted onto the original magic like a parasite. A compulsion. Someone had modified the goblet to ensure it selected Harry's name, regardless of whether he'd actually entered. The modification was sophisticated. Harry couldn't have detected it without his unique perception, but it was definitely there. Proof, if he needed it, that his entry wasn't accidental. He spent the rest of the night analyzing what he'd seen, building a picture of the magic involved. By dawn, he had a theory. The modifier had to be someone with access to the goblet, someone with knowledge of ancient contract magic, someone with a motivation to place Harry in mortal danger. That narrowed the field considerably. And when he combined it with Moody's suspicious reaction, Harry needed to investigate the defense professor very carefully. The investigation proceeded in parallel with tournament preparation. Harry couldn't afford to focus exclusively on the mystery. The first task was approaching, and whatever danger had been planned for him would likely manifest during the competition. He needed to be ready for both the known challenges and the unknown threats. His friends helped, of course. Ron's initial hurt over Harry's selection had faded quickly once Harry explained his certainty that someone else had entered his name. Hermione threw herself into research, searching for any precedent of goblet manipulation. Neville and Luna provided additional support, keeping watch for anything suspicious. "Moody's definitely strange," Luna reported after a week of observation. "His magical signature is inconsistent. Sometimes it feels like him, sometimes it feels like someone wearing his skin." Wearing his skin. Metaphorically. I think. Though with magic, who knows? Luna's dreamy expression sharpened briefly. "He drinks from that flask constantly. Every hour, almost exactly. That's very unusual for someone who isn't an alcoholic, and his behavior doesn't suggest intoxication." Polyjuice potion. Harry had considered the possibility, but Luna's observation about the hourly timing confirmed it. Someone was impersonating Mad-Eye Moody, maintaining the disguise through regular doses of polyjuice. But who? And where was the real Moody? "We need to search his office," Harry decided. "Find proof of who he really is and what he's done with the real Mad-Eye." "That's incredibly dangerous," Hermione warned. "If he catches us, then we'll be in the same danger we're already in. Whoever this is, they put my name in the goblet. They want me dead. The only way to stop them is to figure out who they are." The search happened during the first Hogsmeade weekend, when most of the castle was empty. Harry used his perception to navigate Moody's defensive wards. The imposter was skilled, but Harry had been training for years, and his ability to see magical structure gave him an edge no one could match. He found the trunk in a back corner of the office. It was a 7-compartment trunk, each section hidden behind layers of locks and enchantments. Harry worked through them methodically, his perception guiding him past traps that would have killed anyone else. The 7th compartment was the deepest, accessible only through a magical ladder that extended far below the floor's apparent surface. At the bottom, in a pit that smelled of despair and captivity, lay the real Alastor Moody. The Auror was alive but barely conscious, his magical eye missing, his body emaciated from months of imprisonment. He'd been kept alive solely as a source of hair for Polyjuice potion, his identity stolen by someone who'd studied him closely enough to fool everyone. "Mr. Moody?" Harry descended carefully. "Can you hear me? I'm Harry Potter. I'm going to get you out of here." "Potter." Moody's voice was a croak. "The imposter. Crouch. Barty Crouch Jr. I know. I've figured it out. But I need you to stay quiet a little longer. If I reveal what I know now, Crouch will disappear and we'll lose our chance to find out what he's really planning. The tournament, he did something to the goblet. I know that too. He's trying to deliver me to Voldemort. But I'm going to turn his trap against him." Harry left food and water, cast healing charms that would help Moody recover without alerting the imposter, and carefully sealed the trunk again. The real Mad-Eye would have to endure a little longer. But now Harry had confirmation. Barty Crouch Jr., supposedly dead in Azkaban, was alive, impersonating an Auror, and working to resurrect Voldemort. The game had changed entirely. The first task arrived with all the fanfare the tournament demanded. Harry had prepared extensively, developing techniques specifically designed for whatever challenges he might face. Hagrid's inadvertent tip about dragons had helped focus his preparations, but he'd also trained for other possibilities: underwater combat, maze navigation, puzzle solving under pressure. When he faced the Hungarian Horntail, he was ready. Not that "ready" meant unafraid. The dragon was terrifying, a primal force of destruction that regarded humans as either threats or snacks. But Harry had faced terrifying things before. The basilisk in second year. The dementors in third year. His own fears made manifest by a boggart that showed him becoming something monstrous. A dragon was just another challenge. Accio Firebolt. The broom answered his call, streaking from the castle to his waiting hand. Harry mounted it in a single fluid motion and kicked off, rising into the air where the dragon's advantages became disadvantages. The horntail was fast, but Harry was faster. Its flames reached far, but Harry's maneuverability kept him beyond their range. Its tail whipped with deadly force, but Harry read its movements through his perception, anticipating strikes before they began. The golden egg was his target, sitting among the real eggs in the nest. Harry circled, feinted, drew the dragon's attention away from its clutch. When the horntail committed to an attack that carried it too far from the nest, Harry dove. 15 seconds. That's how long he had before the dragon recovered and returned. 15 seconds to grab the egg and escape. He made it in 12. The crowd erupted as Harry rocketed back into the sky, golden egg clutched under one arm, the horntail's frustrated roar echoing behind him. He'd taken some damage, a burn on his shoulder where dragonfire had grazed him, bruises from a near miss with the tail, but nothing serious. First task complete. Points awarded. Survival confirmed. But the real task, the secret one that Crouch had planned, was still ahead. The Yule Ball was supposed to be a celebration, but Harry spent most of it watching. Crouch as Moody stood against a wall, flask in hand, observing the students with an intensity that seemed wrong for a professor at a dance. Harry observed him in return, cataloging behaviors, looking for weaknesses in the imposter's performance. "You're not enjoying yourself," Ginny said, appearing beside him with 2 glasses of punch. "I'm working." "At a party?" "The party is work. Everything is work, until this is over." Harry accepted the punch but didn't drink it. "Someone put my name in that goblet. Someone wants me dead. I can't afford to relax." Ginny studied him with an expression that was difficult to read. She'd grown up a lot since first year, since the diary that had nearly killed her. The experience had left scars that she rarely showed, but it had also given her a perspective that most students lacked. "Tom Riddle taught me something," she said quietly. "He taught me that darkness doesn't announce itself. It comes wearing friendly faces, offering what you think you want. The only way to fight it is to know yourself well enough that you can't be fooled." That's surprisingly philosophical for a third year. "I've had time to think." She sipped her punch. "You're worried about the defense professor. The fake one." Harry's eyes widened. "How did you?" "I recognized the darkness in him. The same darkness that was in the diary. He's connected to Voldemort somehow." Ginny's voice was steady despite the subject matter. "I didn't want to say anything until I was sure, but watching you watch him, you've figured it out too, haven't you?" Barty Crouch Jr. Death Eater, supposedly dead, very much alive and impersonating Mad-Eye Moody. "What are you going to do about it?" Harry considered the question. He'd been wrestling with it for weeks, trying to determine the optimal moment to act. "I'm going to let him think his plan is working," Harry said finally. "Let him believe I'm walking into whatever trap he set. And then, at the last moment, I'm going to turn it around." "That's dangerous." "Everything's dangerous. This way, at least, I control the timing." Ginny nodded slowly. "If you need help, I want to be part of it. Not because I owe you anything, but because I know what it's like to be used by Voldemort's followers. I want to stop it from happening again." Harry looked at her, really looked, seeing the determination beneath her composure, the steel that the diary had forged in her. "Okay," he said. "When the time comes, I'll let you know." The second task revealed the extent of Crouch's planning. Harry had decoded the golden egg's clue, the merpeople's song, the hour-long deadline, the treasure, taken from each champion. He'd prepared gillyweed as his method of underwater survival, developed combat techniques for aquatic conditions, practiced holding his breath far beyond normal human limits. But when he dove into the Black Lake and discovered that the treasure was Ron, he understood something new about the tournament's true purpose. Crouch hadn't just entered Harry's name. He'd been manipulating everything, ensuring that each task pushed Harry toward specific outcomes. The dragon had been the most dangerous species. The lake contained the person Harry cared about most. The pattern was clear: escalating pressure, increasing personal stakes, building toward a climax that Harry couldn't refuse. The third task would be the trap. Whatever Crouch was planning, it would happen there. Harry rescued Ron ahead of schedule and nearly exhausted himself saving Gabrielle Delacour as well. The judges awarded him points for moral fiber, which seemed ridiculous when he'd simply refused to leave a child to drown. But the points didn't matter. The public perception didn't matter. What mattered was understanding Crouch's plan well enough to counter it. The weeks between the second and third tasks were the most intense of Harry's life. He trained constantly, pushing his body and magic to new limits. His perception grew sharper, his reaction times faster, his repertoire of techniques broader. He developed contingencies for every scenario he could imagine and several that seemed impossible. He also finalized his plan for exposing Crouch. The key was timing. If Harry revealed the imposter too early, Crouch would escape, his masters would adapt, and the opportunity would be lost. If he waited too long, whatever trap Crouch had set would spring before Harry could counter it. The solution was to let the trap spring, under controlled conditions. "You want to deliberately walk into Voldemort's plan?" Ron asked incredulously when Harry explained. "That's mental. It's necessary. Crouch went to enormous effort to get me into this tournament. Whatever he's planning, it's the culmination of a year's work. If I don't let it play out, I won't know what it was, and they'll just try again with a different approach. So you spring the trap, but on your terms." "Exactly. I'll have backup in place, escape routes prepared, countermeasures ready. When Crouch makes his move, I'll be ready to respond." Hermione looked troubled. "There are too many variables. Too many things that could go wrong." "I know. But the alternative is living in fear, waiting for the next assassination attempt, never knowing when the blow will fall." Harry's expression hardened. "I'm done being reactive. It's time to take the fight to them." The night of the third task, Harry entered the maze with his senses on full alert. The hedges closed behind him, cutting off the sounds of the crowd, the lights of the stadium, any connection to the outside world. He was alone in the darkness with whatever challenges the organizers had prepared, and whatever additional traps Crouch had added. His perception guided him through the maze, detecting obstacles before he encountered them. Boggats, blast-ended scroots, an enchanted mist that would have disoriented anyone without his magical awareness. He navigated them all, moving steadily toward the center where the Triwizard Cup waited. He encountered Cedric Diggory near the halfway point, helping the Hufflepuff champion escape from vines that had wrapped around his legs. They continued together for a while, an unspoken alliance against the maze's dangers. "You know something, don't you?" Cedric asked as they rounded a corner. "You've been too calm this whole task. Like you're expecting something." "I'm always expecting something. It keeps me alive." "That's not an answer." Harry considered how much to reveal. Cedric was a good person, decent, honest, the kind of wizard who would risk his own victory to help a competitor. He deserved at least some warning. "The tournament has been compromised," Harry said quietly. "Someone entered my name against my will, and they've been manipulating events ever since. Whatever's waiting at the center, it's not just a cup." Cedric's eyes widened. "A trap?" "Almost certainly. I'm walking into it deliberately because I think I can turn it around. But you should be careful. If things go wrong, I'll be there to help." Cedric's jaw set with determination. "We're in this together, Potter. Whatever happens. They reached the center of the maze together, the Triwizard cup gleaming on its pedestal. Harry's perception immediately detected what he'd expected. The cup was a port key, enchanted to transport whoever touched it to a location outside Hogwarts. The trap was set. The moment had arrived. Together? Cedric suggested, reaching for the cup's handle. Harry grabbed the other handle simultaneously. The world dissolved into spinning darkness, and when it reformed, they were standing in a graveyard. Little Hangleton Cemetery looked exactly as Harry had imagined from descriptions in Old Order reports. Tombstones stretched into the misty darkness. The Riddle family monument loomed nearby, marking the graves of Voldemort's murdered Muggle relatives. And standing in the center of a ritual circle, waiting with barely contained anticipation, was Peter Pettigrew. "Kill the spare," said a cold voice from the bundle in Pettigrew's arms. "Protego." Harry's shield snapped into place before the killing curse could reach Cedric, deflecting the green light into a nearby tombstone. The stone exploded, showering them with fragments, but both champions were unharmed. "Impressive reflexes," the voice hissed. "But ultimately futile. You cannot escape what is to come." "I don't intend to escape." Harry stepped forward, positioning himself between Cedric and the ritual circle. "I intend to stop it." Pettigrew looked uncertain, glancing down at the bundle in his arms. The creature inside was Voldemort, or what remained of him, a weak and twisted form that needed the ritual to restore its power. "The boy is prepared, Master," Pettigrew said nervously. "He anticipated us. Then we proceed regardless. Begin the ritual." The ceremony started, Pettigrew chanting the words that would resurrect the Dark Lord. "Bone from the father, unwillingly given. Flesh from the servant, willingly sacrificed. Blood from the enemy, forcibly taken." Harry let it proceed to the third stage. He needed Pettigrew committed, needed Voldemort focused on the ritual rather than defense. When the traitor approached with a knife for Harry's blood, that's when he struck. Expelliarmus. The knife flew from Pettigrew's hand. Harry followed with a binding curse that wrapped the traitor in magical chains, then turned his attention to the cauldron where Voldemort's new body was forming. He'd prepared for this moment for months. Developed techniques specifically designed to disrupt dark rituals. Tested them against controlled simulations until he knew exactly how to apply them. His sword of sacrifice materialized in his hand, golden light forged from his mother's protection, anathema to everything Voldemort represented. He drove it into the cauldron, into the half-formed body, into the dark magic that was trying to birth a monster. Voldemort screamed. The ritual collapsed, the magic unraveling as Harry's protective energy tore through it. The creature that would have become the Dark Lord dissolved into ash and shadow, its resurrection prevented before it could complete. But Harry wasn't finished. Accio Portkey. The Triwizard cup flew to his hand. He grabbed Cedric, grabbed Pettigrew, and activated the portkey before anyone could react. They landed back in the Hogwarts Stadium to screaming crowds and utter chaos. Harry held up his captive, the Death Eater who'd betrayed his parents, who'd framed Sirius Black, who'd served Voldemort for over a decade. "This is Peter Pettigrew," he shouted. "He's been working to resurrect Voldemort. And the person who helped him is standing in this stadium." His wand swung toward the teachers' section, toward the man everyone thought was Mad-Eye Moody. "Barty Crouch Jr. You're under arrest for attempted murder, conspiracy, and impersonating an Auror." Crouch tried to run. He didn't get far. Dumbledore's magic caught him before he'd taken 3 steps, binding him as thoroughly as Harry had bound Pettigrew. The Triwizard tournament was over. And for the first time since Halloween 1981, the wizarding world had proof, undeniable, irrefutable proof, that Voldemort's followers were still active. The war that had been building for years was finally out in the open. The aftermath stretched for weeks. Crouch and Pettigrew were questioned under Veritaserum, their confessions revealing the full scope of Voldemort's plans. The ritual that would have restored him. The years of preparation. The Death Eaters waiting for the signal to emerge. Sirius Black was fully exonerated, his innocence proven beyond any doubt. The Ministry was forced to acknowledge that they'd imprisoned the wrong man while the real traitor lived as a rat for over a decade. Cedric Diggory became an unexpected hero, his testimony about the graveyard confirming everything Harry claimed. The Hufflepuff champion had seen the ritual, seen Voldemort's creature form, seen Harry's desperate intervention. His credibility added weight to a story that might otherwise have been dismissed as fantasy. And Harry himself became something more than the boy who lived. He'd demonstrated tactical brilliance, magical innovation, and courage that went beyond anything expected of a 14-year-old. The wizarding world watched the memories of the graveyard confrontation, carefully edged to protect sensitive techniques, and saw a champion who'd anticipated his enemies' plans and turned their trap into their downfall. "You've started something," Dumbledore said during a private meeting after the chaos settled. "The Death Eaters who were hiding will be forced to act. Voldemort's supporters will grow desperate. The war you've been preparing for is about to begin in earnest." "Good." Harry's expression was hard. "I'm tired of waiting. Tired of reacting. If they want a fight, I'll give them one they never expected." "You've already given them that." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled despite the serious subject matter. "But be careful, Harry. Victory in one battle doesn't guarantee victory in the war. Voldemort may be weakened, but he's not destroyed. His Horcruxes still anchor him to life. Until those are dealt with." "I know." The hunt continues. Harry leaned back in his chair. "But at least now we're fighting in the open. No more shadows and secrets. Just war." "War is never just," Dumbledore said quietly. "But perhaps it can be necessary. And if anyone can make it short, I believe it's you." The summer that followed was the last peaceful one Harry would know for years. He spent it with Sirius at Grimmauld Place, training and planning and preparing for the conflict ahead. The Order of the Phoenix was reactivated, its members drawn from veterans of the First War and newcomers who wanted to fight. Harry's friends prepared alongside him. Ron developed his tactical skills into something formidable. Hermione became an expert on every form of dark magic they might encounter. Neville, Luna, Ginny, and the other DA members trained constantly, determined to be ready when the call came. And Harry himself pushed his abilities further than ever before. New spells, new techniques, new applications of his perception that would have seemed impossible just a year earlier. He was becoming the weapon the prophecy demanded, the champion the wizarding world needed. But he was also becoming something else. Something that worried him in his quieter moments. He was becoming hard. Focused. Ruthless in ways that didn't fit the 11-year-old who'd first stepped onto the Hogwarts Express. The war hadn't even properly begun, and already it was changing him. "You're allowed to be human," Ginny told him one evening, finding him alone on the Grimmauld Place roof, staring at stars that offered no answers. "You're allowed to feel things besides determination and anger. I don't know if I can afford to." "You can't afford not to. If you lose touch with why you're fighting, you'll win the war and lose yourself." She sat beside him, close but not touching. "Remember what you're fighting for, Harry. Not just what you're fighting against." Harry thought about that for a long time. He was fighting against Voldemort, against darkness, against the forces that had murdered his parents and threatened everyone he loved. That motivation was clear, powerful, sufficient. But what was he fighting for? Peace, obviously. A world where children didn't grow up as orphans, where families weren't torn apart by war, where magic was used to create rather than destroy. But also, connection. Love. The simple human experiences that had been denied him for so long. The Dursleys had taught him to survive alone. The war had reinforced that lesson, demanding independence and self-reliance. But Ginny was right, he couldn't win by becoming an isolated weapon. He needed people. Needed relationships. Needed to remember that the world he was saving included the warmth of friendship and the hope of something more. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For what?" "For reminding me. For being here. For—" He trailed off, not sure how to articulate the rest. Ginny seemed to understand anyway. She leaned against his shoulder, her presence a comfort that required no words. They sat together watching the stars, two young people on the edge of a war that would define their generation. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Chapter 12, Trial by Fire. Chapter 12, Trial by Fire. Fifth year began under siege. The Ministry, despite the evidence from the tournament, had chosen denial over preparation. Cornelius Fudge refused to believe that Voldemort was actively working toward resurrection, dismissed the captured Death Eaters as isolated extremists, and launched a campaign to discredit anyone who claimed otherwise. Harry Potter became enemy number one. Potter's paranoid delusions, screamed the Daily Prophet headlines. Boy who lived or boy who lied. The articles painted Harry as an attention-seeking teenager, traumatized by his past, inventing threats to stay relevant. His account of the graveyard was dismissed as hallucination or fabrication. The attacks were coordinated, relentless, clearly orchestrated by someone with significant influence over the press. Harry suspected Lucius Malfoy, who'd escaped prosecution despite his son's testimony about Death Eater activities. "They're afraid," Hermione analyzed during one of their strategy sessions. "The Ministry knows you're right, but admitting it would mean admitting they've been incompetent for years. It's easier to destroy your credibility than to face the truth. Let them try." Harry's voice was flat, dangerous. "Every day they spend attacking me is a day they're not preparing for the real threat. When Voldemort makes his move, they'll have no one to blame but themselves. That's not exactly comforting. It's not meant to be. It's realistic." The political pressure manifested in concrete ways. Dolores Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts as the new defense against the dark arts professor, her sweet smile hiding an agenda of control and suppression. Educational decrees proliferated, each one restricting student freedoms, teacher autonomy, and any discussion of unfounded threats. Harry recognized the strategy immediately. Umbridge wasn't just incompetent, she was deliberate. Her mission was to neutralize Hogwarts as a potential center of resistance, to ensure that when the war finally erupted, the students would be unprepared to fight. He decided to counter her directly. Dumbledore's army expanded from its original core into something approaching a genuine resistance movement. Harry recruited carefully, selecting students who showed both ability and discretion. The Room of Requirement became their headquarters, its magic providing training facilities, meeting spaces, and secure communication systems that Umbridge couldn't penetrate. "We're not just learning defense anymore," Harry told the assembled members during their first full meeting. "We're preparing for war. The Ministry won't protect us. The teachers are being silenced. If we want to survive what's coming, we have to protect ourselves." "What exactly is coming?" asked a nervous third year. "Voldemort's followers are regrouping. The ritual that would have resurrected him failed, but he's still out there, still planning. Eventually, they'll try again. When they do, we need to be ready." The training intensified. Harry taught combat techniques he'd developed over years of practice, pushing students past what they believed possible. Shield charms that could block multiple curses simultaneously. Offensive combinations that overwhelmed opponents before they could react. Tactical movements that turned numerical disadvantage into strategic advantage. But he also taught something more fundamental, the component framework that made his innovations possible. "Every spell is made of building blocks," he explained during a memorable session. "Essence, what the spell does. Form, how it's shaped and delivered. Catalyst, what triggers and sustains it. Once you understand these components, you can modify existing spells or create entirely new ones." "Create new spells?" Seamus Finnegan looked skeptical. "Isn't that, like, impossible? Spells come from ancient wizards who knew more than we do. Ancient wizards who figured things out through trial and error, just like we can. The only difference is they didn't have anyone to teach them the underlying principles. Harry demonstrated by casting a standard stunning spell, then modifying it in real time to become a wide area effect. See. Same essence, different form. The ancient wizards had to discover each variant separately. We can derive them from first principles. The students practiced, struggled, occasionally succeeded. Most couldn't match Harry's intuitive understanding of magical structure, but they could learn the basics, enough to adapt and improvise when standard techniques failed. By December, the DA had become something remarkable, a cohort of students whose combat abilities exceeded most adult wizards, whose understanding of magic transcended traditional limitations, whose loyalty to each other and their cause was absolute. Umbridge had no idea what was growing right under her nose. The confrontation came sooner than Harry expected. One of the DA members, a fifth year named Marietta Edgecombe, broke under pressure from her ministry-employed mother and revealed the organization's existence. Umbridge descended on the room of requirement with her inquisitorial squad, expecting to catch students in flagrant violation of her educational decrees. What she found instead was an empty room. Harry had prepared for betrayal. The DA's security protocols included warning systems, escape routes, and contingency plans for exactly this scenario. The moment Marietta's coin had transmitted the emergency signal, every member had evacuated through hidden passages that the room itself provided. "You think you're clever," Umbridge hissed when she finally cornered Harry alone in a corridor. "Think you can defy ministry authority without consequences? I think the ministry is more concerned with protecting its reputation than protecting its citizens. I think you've been sent here to ensure students are unprepared for the war that's coming. I think everything you've done has been in service of cowardice dressed up as policy. You'll regret those words." Her wand rose. "Detention. My office. Tonight." The blood quill was waiting. Harry had endured the punishment before, the magic carving words into his skin with his own blood. He'd kept silent, accepted the pain, refused to give Umbridge the satisfaction of seeing him break. But tonight was different. When the quill touched his hand and the familiar burning began, Harry reached deeper than he ever had before. His perception expanded, analyzing the quill's magic at a fundamental level. Dark artifact. Blood binding. Pain extraction loop that fed on the victim's suffering. He could break it. The realization struck with absolute clarity. The quill's magic was sophisticated but not unassailable. Its components could be identified, isolated, disrupted. Harry had spent years learning to deconstruct and reconstruct magical effects. This was just another puzzle. He began to work. To Umbridge, nothing seemed to change. Harry sat quietly, writing his lines, the quill scratching across parchment and flesh alike. She watched with her terrible smile, savoring what she believed was his humiliation. She didn't see the war happening beneath the surface. Harry's magic reached into the quill, untangling its enchantments thread by thread. The pain extraction loop, severed. The blood binding, redirected. The dark core that powered the whole device, inverted. The quill shattered in his hand. Umbridge jumped to her feet, shocked. "What did you, how, your toy's broken." Harry stood, his hand still bleeding but healing already under the influence of techniques he'd developed. "And so is your authority. You can't hurt students with dark artifacts and expect no consequences. I am the High Inquisitor. I represent the ministry itself. You represent everything wrong with the ministry. The denial. The cruelty. The willingness to sacrifice children to protect political convenience." Harry's voice was cold, controlled, more frightening for its calmness. "I'm filing a formal complaint with the Board of Governors about your use of illegal dark artifacts. Every student you've punished with that quill is a witness. By tomorrow morning, your career will be over." Umbridge's face went white, then purple. "You wouldn't dare, watch me." He walked out of her office without looking back. The fallout was spectacular. Harry's complaint triggered an investigation that uncovered not just the blood quill but a pattern of abuse spanning the entire year. Students came forward with stories of punishments that violated every standard of magical education. The Board of Governors, already uneasy about ministry interference, seized the opportunity to reassert control. Umbridge was removed from Hogwarts in disgrace. But the victory was complicated. The ministry responded by doubling down on its attacks against Harry, painting him as a dangerous radical who'd orchestrated Umbridge's downfall through lies and manipulation. Fudge himself made statements implying that Harry was mentally unstable, possibly dangerous, definitely not to be trusted. "They're creating a narrative," Hermione observed. "Building a case against you that they can use when Voldemort finally moves. If they can convince enough people you're crazy, anything you say about the war will be dismissed. Let them." Harry's focus was elsewhere, on the intelligence reports filtering in from Order contacts. The Death Eaters are getting bolder. Attacks on Muggle families, disappearances in the magical community, signs that something big is being planned. "The ministry can call me crazy all they want, reality will prove me right soon enough." Reality came calling in June. The battle of the Department of Mysteries began with a vision. Harry's connection to Voldemort had grown stronger over the year, transmitting fragments of the Dark Lord's thoughts and plans. He'd learned to interpret these flashes, to extract useful intelligence while maintaining his mental defenses. But this vision was different. More vivid, more urgent, more deliberately sent. It showed Sirius being tortured in the Department of Mysteries, screaming in pain, dying slowly unless Harry came to save him. Harry knew it was a trap. His perception, his training, his understanding of how Voldemort operated, all of it screamed warning. The vision was too convenient, too perfectly designed to provoke exactly the response Voldemort wanted. But he also couldn't ignore it. If there was any chance at all, that Sirius was really in danger, Harry had to act. The alternative was living with the knowledge that he might have saved his godfather and chose not to try. "It's obviously a trap," Hermione said when he gathered the DA's inner circle. "Voldemort's using your connection to lure you somewhere he controls." "I know. So we're not going. We're going. But we're going prepared." Harry's expression was grim. "If Voldemort wants to spring a trap, let him. We'll turn it into an opportunity." The plan was hastily assembled but sound. The DA's core members would accompany Harry to the ministry, prepared for combat. Hermione would send word to the Order through emergency channels. Luna's Thestral connections would provide transportation that couldn't be traced. "This is dangerous," Neville said quietly. "We could die." "Yes." Harry didn't soften the truth. "But if we don't go, if we let fear dictate our choices, then Voldemort's already won. We trained for moments like this. Time to prove that training was worth something." They flew through the night on Thestrals, invisible to normal eyes, racing toward a confrontation that would change everything. The Department of Mysteries was dark, silent, and obviously compromised. Harry's perception detected the ambush before they even entered, Death Eater signatures hidden behind columns and in shadowed alcoves, waiting for targets to walk into the kill zone. He signaled the others, adjusting their approach, using techniques they'd practiced for exactly this scenario. "Formation Delta," he whispered. "They're expecting us to walk in blind. Let's disappoint them." The DA moved like a military unit, covering angles, protecting each other's flanks, advancing through the ministry's twisted architecture with precision that their enemies hadn't anticipated. The first Death Eaters they encountered were neutralized before they could raise an alarm, stunning spells from multiple directions, coordinated to overwhelm defenses. But there were too many. And they were too deep in enemy territory. The running battle that followed pushed every member to their limits. Curses flew in all directions. The dark hallways lit up with spell fire. Students who'd never faced real combat learned its brutal reality in seconds. Luna went down first, hit by a stunning spell that came from an angle no one had covered. Harry caught her before she fell, passed her to Neville, kept fighting. Ron took a curse that made him laugh uncontrollably, his body racked with magical hysteria that couldn't be stopped. Ginny's ankle shattered when a misfired hex caught her mid-dodge. One by one, the DA fell, not dead, but incapacitated, unable to continue. Until only Harry remained. The Hall of Prophecy was vast and silent, rows upon rows of glass spheres containing recorded fates. Harry's sphere was here somewhere, the prophecy that had marked him as Voldemort's enemy before he was even born. Lucius Malfoy emerged from the shadows, flanked by a dozen Death Eaters. The prophecy, Potter. Hand it over. You could have just asked nicely. Harry's wand was steady despite his exhaustion. Though I'm guessing polite requests aren't really the Death Eater way. You cannot escape. Your friends are finished. Give us what we came for, and perhaps we'll let you live. Harry laughed, a sound with no humor in it. You really think I came here without backup? As if on cue, the Order of the Phoenix arrived. Sirius, very much alive and unharmed, led the charge. Remus Lupin at his side. Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Mad-Eye Moody, the real one this time. They crashed into the Death Eaters like a wave, and the battle erupted in earnest. Harry fought with everything he had, techniques flowing from muscle memory and trained instinct. He dueled Malfoy directly, matching the older wizard spell for spell, gradually gaining the upper hand through innovations Malfoy had never encountered. You've grown, Malfoy admitted, genuine surprise in his voice. But growth won't save you. The Dark Lord is coming. He'll destroy you himself. Then he'd better hurry. Harry's next spell shattered Malfoy's shield and sent him flying backward into a shelf of prophecies. Glass spheres crashed around the fallen Death Eater, voices whispering fragmented futures that would never come to pass. The battle turned. The Death Eaters fell back, outmatched by the Order's experience and Harry's relentless pressure. For a moment, victory seemed possible. Then Voldemort arrived. The Dark Lord's presence filled the chamber like poison gas, cold, suffocating, absolutely terrifying. He'd grown stronger since the graveyard, the failed ritual apparently a temporary setback rather than a permanent defeat. Harry Potter. The voice was silk over steel. We meet again. Not by my choice. But by mine. Which is all that matters. Voldemort glided forward, his movements somehow wrong, as if gravity didn't quite apply to him the same way it applied to others. You've caused me considerable inconvenience, boy. Disrupted my resurrection, captured my servants, inspired resistance that should have been crushed years ago. I think it's time we settled this. The duel began without further preamble. Harry had faced Voldemort before, but always with advantages, his mother's protection, surprise, the chaos of battle. Now it was one-on-one, skill against skill, and the gap in experience was brutally apparent. Voldemort was faster, stronger, more versatile. His curses came in combinations that Harry could barely track, forcing defensive responses that left no time for counterattack. The Dark Lord was toying with him, demonstrating superiority, making a point before the killing blow. But Harry had something Voldemort lacked, the ability to create. In the space between curses, Harry began to improvise. New techniques, developed in seconds, deployed immediately. A shield that absorbed dark magic and recycled it as fuel. A counterattack that used Voldemort's own spell structure against him. Innovations that emerged from desperation and training in equal measure. Voldemort's expression shifted from contempt to interest to something approaching concern. What are you doing? He demanded. That magic doesn't exist. Those techniques are impossible. I'm creating them. Right now. On the spot. Harry's voice was strained but steady. That's the difference between us, Tom. You use what exists. I make what's needed. You cannot win. Power determines all, and my power exceeds yours. Power isn't everything. Creativity, adaptability, the willingness to push beyond what's been done, those matter too. Harry launched his most ambitious creation yet, a spell that existed nowhere in any book, a technique he'd theorized but never tested. It reached into the connection between himself and Voldemort, the link formed the night his parents died, and twisted. Voldemort screamed. For a frozen moment, the Dark Lord experienced what Harry had endured for years, the constant presence of a foreign consciousness, the weight of carrying someone else's soul. The fragment in Harry's mind, the Horcrux that connected them, became a bridge, and across that bridge, Harry pushed everything Voldemort couldn't understand. Love. Sacrifice. Hope. The emotions that had protected Harry since infancy, that had shaped his magic, that defined everything Voldemort had rejected. The Dark Lord couldn't endure it. He fled, breaking the connection, disappearing in a swirl of darkness that left the chamber cold and empty. The Death Eaters who remained conscious followed immediately, abandoning their wounded, escaping before the Ministry Aurors could arrive. Harry collapsed to his knees, completely spent, barely conscious. But alive. Against all odds, alive. The aftermath of the Battle of the Department of Mysteries changed everything. The Ministry could no longer deny Voldemort's return. Dozens of Aurors had witnessed the Dark Lord himself dueling Harry Potter in the heart of their own headquarters. Fudge resigned in disgrace, replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour, who at least acknowledged the reality of the war. The Daily Prophet reversed course so dramatically it gave readers whiplash. Suddenly Harry was, the chosen one, a hero of prophecy, the wizarding world's best hope against the gathering darkness. The same reporters who'd called him delusional weeks earlier now praised his courage and foresight. Harry ignored all of it. He spent the days after the battle recovering, both physically and magically. The duel with Voldemort had pushed him past every limit, accessing reserves he didn't know he had. The aftermath was brutal, his magic flickered unpredictably for nearly a week, his body ached in ways no potion could fully address. But he'd proven something. To himself, to Voldemort, to everyone watching. He could fight the Dark Lord directly and survive. More than survive, he could drive Voldemort back, inflict damage, create techniques that even the most powerful dark wizard in history couldn't counter. The war was far from over. But for the first time, Harry believed he might actually be able to win it. Summer arrived with false peace. The Death Eaters had gone underground after the Ministry battle, regrouping and planning while the wizarding world celebrated a victory that was really just a temporary setback. Harry knew better than to relax. Voldemort was out there, furious and humiliated, plotting revenge. He used the time to accelerate his preparations. The Horcrux hunt became his primary focus. Dumbledore had identified most of the remaining anchors, and together they developed a systematic plan for destruction. The locket in the cave. The cup in Gringotts. The diadem hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. Each one would require different approaches, different techniques, different risks. And then there's Nagini, Dumbledore noted during one of their strategy sessions. The snake never leaves Voldemort's side. Destroying her will require access to the Dark Lord himself. Which means the final confrontation will have to deal with both Horcruxes, the snake and the fragment in my head, simultaneously. Yes. Have you given thought to how that might work? Harry had thought about it constantly. The fragment in his scar could only be destroyed by Voldemort's own killing curse, according to Dumbledore's research. Which meant Harry would have to let the Dark Lord hit him with the most deadly spell in existence and hope, trust, believe, that his mother's protection would save him. I've accepted what has to happen, Harry said quietly. When the time comes, I'll do what's necessary. I wish there were another way. There isn't. And honestly, if dying might mean Voldemort becomes mortal and killable, that's a trade I'm willing to make. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. You shouldn't have to make trades like that. You're still a child. I stopped being a child the night Voldemort killed my parents. Harry's voice held no self-pity, just acceptance. Everything since then has been preparation for this. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm ready. The summer ended with a wedding. Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour married at the Burrow, a celebration of love and hope in the shadow of war. The gathering brought together Order members, DA veterans, and friends from across Harry's life. For one afternoon, they allowed themselves to forget the darkness waiting outside. Harry danced with Ginny, feeling something that might have been happiness if he'd remembered what that felt like. She'd become important to him over the past year, a partner who understood what he faced, who refused to let him lose himself in the war's demands. Whatever happens, she told him, her arms around his neck, her eyes holding his, I want you to know that it's real. It matters. Even if everything else falls apart, this moment is true. I know. He pulled her closer. That's why I'm fighting. Not just to stop Voldemort. To protect moments like this. To make sure there can be more of them. Promise me you'll survive. I can't promise that. Then promise me you'll try. Really try. Not just sacrifice yourself at the first opportunity because you think that's the only way. Harry hesitated. The plan he and Dumbledore had developed required exactly the kind of sacrifice she was asking him to avoid. But looking into Ginny's eyes, feeling her warmth against him, he understood what she was really asking. Don't give up. Don't accept death as inevitable. Fight for life, for love, for every possible future. I promise, he said. I'll try. The music swelled. They danced. And for a little while, the war seemed very far away. The attack came at midnight. Death Eaters breached the Burrow's protections, their assault timed perfectly to catch the wedding guests relaxed and unprepared. The night erupted in spellfire, screams, chaos that shattered the celebration like glass. Harry reacted instantly. His training, his perception, his months of preparation, all of it kicked in automatically. He was moving before the first curse finished forming, already casting shields to protect the nearest guests, already identifying threats and prioritizing responses. Formation Gamma. Protect the civilians. The former training group responded like the military unit they'd become. Students who'd been dancing moments before now fought with precision that shocked the attacking Death Eaters. Shields interlocked. Counterattacks coordinated. The wedding guests were herded toward emergency portkeys while the DA bought them time. But the Death Eaters had numbers and surprise. The defensive perimeter contracted, then broke entirely. Harry found himself back-to-back with Ron, both of them bleeding from minor wounds, surrounded by enemies with no escape route. Portkeys active. Hermione shouted from somewhere to the left. Everyone out. Now. Harry grabbed Ron, grabbed Ginny who'd appeared at his side, and dove for the portkey just as a killing curse passed through the space where his head had been. They landed somewhere in rural England, gasping, wounded, but alive. The Burrow had fallen. The next months were the hardest of Harry's life. They went on the run, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and occasionally others from the DA who joined them for specific missions. The Ministry had been infiltrated by Death Eaters, Hogwarts taken over by Voldemort's forces. There was nowhere safe, no one to trust except each other. But they also hunted. The Horcruxes fell one by one. The locket from the cave, retrieved through a harrowing journey that nearly killed them all. The cup from Gringotts, stolen in a heist that would become legendary. The diadem from Hogwarts' Room of Requirement, destroyed during a running battle with Death Eaters. Each victory brought them closer to the end. Each destruction weakened Voldemort's anchor to immortality. Only Nagini remained. And the fragment in Harry's head. It's time, Harry said one evening, standing in a tent somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. Voldemort has called his forces to Hogwarts for a final assault. He thinks he's going to destroy the last resistance and secure his victory. Instead, we're going to end this. You mean you're going to let him kill you? Ron said flatly. I'm going to let him try to kill me. There's a difference. Is there? There has to be. Harry looked at his friends, the people who'd followed him through hell, who'd sacrificed everything for a war they hadn't chosen. I've prepared for this my entire life. Every technique I've developed, every innovation I've created, it's all been leading to this moment. I'm not going to die. I'm going to survive, destroy Nagini, and end Voldemort once and for all. And if you're wrong? Harry's smile was thin but genuine. Then you'll avenge me. And make sure the world knows I tried. The final battle was upon them. Chapter 13, The Maze and the Graveyard. Chapter 13, The Maze and the Graveyard. The Battle of Hogwarts began at sunset. Harry stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, watching the castle he loved prepare for war. The ancient stones seemed to glow in the fading light, magical defenses activating one by one, centuries of accumulated protection awakening to face the greatest threat in Hogwarts' thousand-year history. Voldemort's army stretched across the grounds below, Death Eaters, giants, werewolves, dementors, every dark creature that had answered the call. Thousands of them, gathered for what their master believed would be the final victory. They had no idea what was waiting for them. The defenders are in position, McGonagall reported, appearing at Harry's side. She looked older than he'd ever seen her, the weight of responsibility heavy on her shoulders. Students who are of age have chosen to fight. The younger ones are being evacuated through the Room of Requirement. And the order? Ready. Kingsley has the north approach, Remus the east. The DA veterans are distributed throughout the castle to support the defensive lines. Harry nodded, his perception already mapping the coming battle in his mind. Choke points, kill zones, areas where the defenders could maximize their advantages. The castle was a fortress if used correctly, narrow corridors that negated numerical superiority, moving staircases that could trap attackers, suits of armor that could be animated into soldiers. When this starts, Harry said quietly, I need you to keep Voldemort occupied. Draw him into the fight, make him commit his forces. I'll handle Nagini and then I'll face him directly. You're planning something. McGonagall's voice was sharp. Something you're not telling anyone. I'm planning to end this. Whatever that requires. Harry. She hesitated, her stern facade cracking slightly. Your parents would be proud of you. Whatever happens tonight, remember that. I will. The first curses began to fly as darkness fell, and the battle was joined. The fighting was brutal from the start. Voldemort's forces attacked in waves, testing the castle's defenses, probing for weaknesses. Giants hurled boulders that shattered windows and cracked walls. Dementors swooped overhead, their presence draining hope and warmth from everyone below. Death Eaters dueled with defenders at every entrance, their dark magic lighting the night with sickly green and furious red. Harry moved through the chaos like a force of nature. He'd spent years preparing for this, developing techniques specifically designed for large-scale combat, practicing until they were reflexive, building his endurance until he could fight for hours without flagging. Now all of that training paid off. Death Eaters fell before him in waves. His spells were faster, more precise, more innovative than anything they'd encountered. When they adapted to one technique, he invented another on the spot. When they tried to overwhelm him with numbers, he created area effects that incapacitated groups at once. But he wasn't trying to win the battle. He was searching. Nagini. The last Horcrux besides the fragment in his own head. Until the snake was destroyed, Voldemort couldn't be truly killed. Harry's perception scanned constantly, looking for the distinctive signature of soul magic that marked the serpent. She was somewhere on the grounds, protected by Death Eaters, kept safe while her master directed the assault. He found her near the Shrieking Shack, guarded by a squad of Voldemort's most trusted followers. The snake was coiled inside a magical sphere, a protective enchantment that would deflect most attacks. Harry didn't waste time with most attacks. He emerged from the shadows like death itself, his sword of sacrifice already forming in his hand. The golden blade cut through Death Eaters and defensive magic alike, carving a path toward the target that had to die. Potter, one of the guards screamed, but it was already too late. The sword of sacrifice pierced the protective sphere, pierced Nagini's scales, pierced the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been hidden inside. The snake thrashed once, screamed with a voice that wasn't entirely serpentine, and dissolved into ash. 7 Horcruxes destroyed. Only one remained. Harry felt it happen, felt the connection between himself and Voldemort shudder as another anchor was severed. The Dark Lord would know now. Would understand that his immortality had crumbled to almost nothing. Would come to finish this personally. Harry walked back toward the castle, toward the confrontation that had been building since before he was born. The battle raged around him, but Harry barely noticed. His focus had narrowed to a single point, the final Horcrux, the fragment in his head, the sacrifice that would make Voldemort mortal. Dumbledore's theory had been clear: the killing curse, cast by Voldemort himself, would destroy the soul fragment while leaving Harry protected by his mother's love. Would. Should. Might. The uncertainty didn't matter anymore. Harry had made his peace with what was coming. If he died tonight, at least he'd die having given everything. If he survived, well, then the real fight could begin. He found Voldemort in the Great Hall. The Dark Lord stood amid the wreckage of what had been the heart of Hogwarts, surrounded by his most powerful followers, watching the battle with cold satisfaction. Bodies lay scattered across the floor, students and professors who died defending their school, their sacrifice meaning nothing to the monster who'd killed them. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice cut through the chaos, silencing everything. The boy who lived, come to die. The man who came to end this. Harry walked forward, his wand at his side, making no move to attack. Your Horcruxes are destroyed, Tom. All of them. Nagini was the last. Voldemort's expression flickered, surprise, fury, fear, before settling into cold contempt. You think I didn't prepare for this possibility? You think my immortality depended solely on those artifacts? I think you're lying. I think you're terrified for the first time in decades. Harry stopped 10 feet away, close enough to see the truth in those red eyes. But it doesn't matter. Kill me, and the last Horcrux dies with me. Then you'll be mortal, and someone will finish what I started. Kill you? Voldemort laughed, a sound without humor. You want me to kill you? This is a trap. Yes. But not the kind you think. Harry lowered his wand. Dropped it to the ground. Stood defenseless before the most powerful dark wizard in history. Do it. The moment stretched into eternity. Voldemort stared at Harry, his wand raised, the killing curse on his lips but unspoken. The Dark Lord had always been brilliant, always seen traps and strategies that others missed. He knew something was wrong. Knew this couldn't be as simple as it appeared. But he also couldn't resist. Harry Potter, his prophesied enemy, standing helpless before him. The boy who defied him at every turn, who destroyed his Horcruxes, who turned his every plan to ash. The temptation to finally end it, to prove his superiority once and for all, was overwhelming. If this is a trap, Voldemort said softly, it's the last one you'll ever set. Probably. Do it anyway. Avada Kedavra. The green light struck Harry full in the chest. And everything ended. The white space was familiar now. Harry recognized it from his research, from Dumbledore's descriptions, from the moment of the failed ritual in the graveyard years ago. This was the boundary between life and death, the threshold where souls waited before moving on. He wasn't alone. The fragment of Voldemort, the Horcrux that had lived in his head since infancy, lay nearby, small and pitiful and dying. It looked like a flayed infant, raw and suffering, making sounds that might have been pleas for mercy. Harry felt nothing but relief at seeing it finally separated from himself. You're here. He turned to find Dumbledore standing behind him, looking younger and healthier than Harry had ever seen him. The old wizard smiled with genuine warmth. Not really. This is your mind, Harry, or the part of it that exists between moments. I'm just a construct. An echo of conversations we had, of wisdom I tried to share. Am I dead? That's the question, isn't it? Dumbledore gestured at the dying fragment. That is certainly dead. The killing curse destroyed the piece of Voldemort's soul, exactly as we hoped. But you. The protection. My mother's sacrifice. Yes. It's still active, still shielding your soul from the curse's full effect. You're in a state of suspension, not quite dead, not quite alive. You can choose which way to go. Harry considered this. He'd expected death, had accepted it, prepared for it, made his peace with it. The idea that he might survive hadn't seemed realistic. But Ginny's voice echoed in his memory. Promise me you'll try. Really try. If I go back, Harry said slowly, what happens? You fight Voldemort. He's mortal now, truly mortal, for the first time since he created his first Horcrux. The battle continues, but without his immortality, without his psychological certainty of invincibility, he's vulnerable in ways he's never been before. And if I don't go back? Then you rest. Move on. Let others finish what you started. Dumbledore's expression was gentle. You've done enough, Harry. More than anyone could have asked. No one would blame you for choosing peace. Harry looked at the boundary between life and death, felt its pull, understood its appeal. He was tired, so incredibly tired, of fighting, of struggling, of carrying the weight of prophecy and expectation. But he also thought of his friends, still fighting in the castle above. He thought of the students who'd followed him, who'd trusted him, who might die tonight because he wasn't there to lead them. He thought of Ginny, waiting for him to keep his promise. He thought of the future, the children he might have, the life he might live, the world he might help build if he survived. I'm going back, he said. Dumbledore smiled. I thought you might say that. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor of the Great Hall, exactly where the killing curse had struck him. Voldemort stood nearby, staring at his fallen enemy with an expression of triumph that was slowly turning to confusion. The boy's dead, one of the Death Eaters said uncertainly. Isn't he? Of course he's dead, Voldemort snapped. I killed him myself. The prophecy is fulfilled. The threat is ended. Harry lay perfectly still, gathering his strength, waiting for the right moment. His body felt strange, different, as if the removal of the Horcrux had fundamentally changed something about his magical nature. He felt lighter, clearer, more completely himself than he'd ever been. And he felt powerful. More powerful than before, as if the fragment had been suppressing abilities he hadn't known he possessed. Voldemort turned away, addressing his followers, beginning to proclaim his victory to the assembled Death Eaters. Harry struck. His wand was on the floor where he'd dropped it, but he didn't need a wand anymore. The magic flowed from him directly, responding to will rather than focus, shaped by intent rather than incantation. A wave of force slammed into Voldemort's back, sending the Dark Lord stumbling. Death Eaters shouted in confusion and alarm. And Harry Potter rose from the dead, fire in his eyes and power crackling around him like a visible aura. Impossible, Voldemort breathed. I killed you. I watched you die. You killed the piece of yourself that was living in my head. I survived. Harry's voice was cold, controlled, absolutely certain. You're mortal now, Tom. And this time, you don't get to come back. The final duel was nothing like their previous encounters. Before, Harry had always been outmatched, surviving through luck and innovation, barely escaping destruction. Now, freed from the Horcrux's suppression, his full potential finally unlocked, he fought as an equal. More than an equal. The magic Harry wielded was like nothing Voldemort had ever encountered. Spells that shouldn't exist. Techniques that violated conventional understanding. Power that seemed to come from everywhere at once, responding to Harry's will without visible effort. What are you? Voldemort demanded, fear finally cracking through his composure. I'm what you made me. Every attack, every attempt to kill me, every piece of darkness you inflicted, it all made me stronger. I learned to survive against impossible odds. I learned to create when existing methods failed. I learned to love when everything tried to teach me hate. Harry's spells hammered against Voldemort's defenses, cracking them, breaking through. You wanted to create an eternal reign of terror. Instead, you created the one person who could end you. The prophecy was about power you didn't understand. Love. Sacrifice. The willingness to die for something greater than yourself. Harry's sword of sacrifice materialized in his hand, golden light blazing against the darkness. You never understood that kind of power. And now it's going to destroy you. Voldemort threw everything he had, killing curses, torture spells, magic so dark it hurt to look at. Harry weathered it all, his mother's protection still active, still defending him against the monster who tried to murder an infant. And then Harry struck the final blow. Not a killing curse, he refused to use that particular spell, even now. Instead, he used something he'd created himself, a technique that combined binding, containment, and the purifying power of love into a single devastating effect. The spell struck Voldemort in the chest and began to unravel him. The Dark Lord screamed as his magic turned against itself, as his body began to dissolve, as everything he'd built and hoarded and protected crumbled to nothing. His followers watched in horror as their master, the most feared wizard in history, disintegrated before their eyes. In the end, there was nothing left but ash and silence. Lord Voldemort was dead. The battle ended with the Dark Lord's fall. Death Eaters who'd been fighting desperately moments before threw down their wands and surrendered. Giants fled into the darkness. Dementors scattered, their unifying purpose destroyed. The army that had seemed invincible melted away like snow in spring. Harry stood alone in the center of the Great Hall, surrounded by the evidence of Voldemort's final defeat. His body ached with exhaustion, his magic flickered uncertainly after the massive expenditure, but he was alive. Against all odds, all expectations, he was alive. Harry. Ginny's voice cut through the stunned silence. She ran toward him, tears streaming down her face, and he caught her in an embrace that might have lasted seconds or hours. I promised I'd try, he managed. You did more than try. She pulled back to look at him, her eyes searching his face. He's really gone. It's really over. He's gone. The Horcruxes are destroyed, his body is ash, his soul has nowhere to go. Harry looked around at the ruined hall, at the bodies of friends and enemies alike. But it's not over. There's so much to rebuild. So many people to mourn. So much damage to repair. Tomorrow. Ginny's voice was firm. We can worry about all of that tomorrow. Tonight, we celebrate that we survived. Some of us survived. Harry's voice cracked. Not everyone. The casualties were still being counted. Fred Weasley, killed by an explosion during the fighting. Remus and Tonks, who died defending a group of students. Colin Creevey, who'd snuck back to fight despite being underage. Dozens of others whose names would be carved into memorial stones for generations to come. They'd won, but the cost had been terrible. They knew the risks, Ron said, appearing at Harry's side with Hermione close behind. His eyes were red from crying, his face pale with grief for his brother. They chose to fight anyway. Because they believed in what we were doing. That doesn't make it easier. No. It doesn't. Ron gripped Harry's shoulder. But it makes it meaningful. Their deaths meant something. They helped end a war that could have lasted decades. Harry nodded slowly, accepting the truth even as it hurt. The war was over. The darkness had been defeated. But the scars would take a lifetime to heal. Dawn broke over Hogwarts Castle, painting the ruined walls in shades of gold and rose. Harry sat on the steps of the main entrance, watching the sun rise over a world that was finally free of Voldemort's shadow. The previous night felt like a dream, the battle, the confrontation, the impossible survival. But the evidence was everywhere, the damaged walls, the exhausted defenders, the bodies being carefully carried to the Great Hall for identification. You should sleep. Dumbledore, somehow still alive, having survived the battle despite his age, lowered himself onto the step beside Harry. You've been awake for... I've lost count. At least 40 hours. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see the curse coming. Feel it hit me. Harry shook his head. I was dead, Professor. For a moment, at least. I felt myself leaving. But you chose to come back. I had promises to keep. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sun climb higher, feeling its warmth push back the chill of the night. What happens now? Harry asked finally. Now. Now we rebuild. The Ministry will need complete reformation. Too many Death Eaters infiltrated too deeply to trust the existing structure. Hogwarts will need repairs, both physical and emotional. The magical world will need time to process what's happened, to mourn the dead, to find hope again. And me? That's up to you. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. You fulfilled the prophecy, Harry. Destroyed Voldemort, ended the war, saved the wizarding world. You've earned the right to choose your own path now. Harry thought about the future, really thought about it, for the first time in years. His entire life had been defined by the war, by the prophecy, by the need to prepare for a confrontation that might kill him. Now that weight was gone. What did he want? He wanted to rest. To heal. To learn how to be a person rather than a weapon. He wanted to be with Ginny, to build the relationship they'd barely started. He wanted to continue his magical research, to teach others what he'd learned, to see how far innovation could take the wizarding world. He wanted to live. I think, Harry said slowly, I'd like to find out who I am when I'm not fighting for my life. Dumbledore smiled. That sounds like an excellent plan. They watched the sun rise together, and for the first time since Harry could remember, the future felt like a promise rather than a threat. The war was over. The healing could begin. Chapter 14, The Order of Innovation. Chapter 14, The Order of Innovation. The first year after the war was the hardest. Not because of external threats, those had crumbled with Voldemort's death, the remaining Death Eaters scattering like leaves in a storm. The difficulty was internal, learning to live without the constant pressure of survival, without the structure that war had imposed on every waking moment. Harry found himself adrift. For as long as he could remember, his life had been defined by conflict. The Dursleys' cruelty. Voldemort's shadow. The prophecy's weight. Training, preparing, fighting, these had been his constants, his reasons for existing. Without them, he didn't quite know who he was supposed to be. You're grieving, Ginny told him one evening, finding him staring at the wall of Grimmauld Place with unseeing eyes. Not just for the people we lost. For the life you had to live. For the childhood that was stolen from you. That sounds very therapeutic. Hermione gave me books. Ginny sat beside him, close but not touching. Muggle psychology. Apparently there's a whole field dedicated to understanding why people feel the way they feel. And what do the books say about someone who spent their entire life preparing to die and then didn't? They say it takes time. They say the identity you built around survival has to be deconstructed and rebuilt around something else. They say it's normal to feel lost, to not know who you are anymore. She paused. They also say it helps to talk about it. Harry was quiet for a long moment. He'd never been good at talking about his feelings, another consequence of the Dursleys' care, which had taught him that vulnerability was weakness and weakness was punished. But Ginny was different. Ginny understood. I don't know how to be happy, he admitted finally. I don't know how to wake up in the morning without a mission, without a threat, without something that needs to be done. I've been fighting so long that I don't remember how to do anything else. Then we figure it out together. Ginny's hand found his. You're not alone anymore, Harry. You don't have to carry everything by yourself. I don't know how to do that either. Then that's the first thing we learn. Recovery came in stages. The first stage was simply rest, sleeping without nightmares, eating without urgency, existing without the constant hum of adrenaline that had been his companion for years. It took weeks before Harry could sit still without feeling like he should be doing something, training or planning or preparing for the next threat. The second stage was reconnection. Harry had friends, real friends, people who loved him, but the war had transformed those relationships into something military. They'd been comrades in arms, fellow soldiers fighting for survival. Now they had to learn how to be friends again, to talk about things other than tactics and casualties. Ron was struggling with his own grief, Fred's death a wound that might never fully heal. But he threw himself into helping George reopen Weasley's wizard wheezes, channeling his pain into something productive. The joke shop became a symbol of defiance, laughter in the face of darkness, humor surviving even the worst tragedy. Hermione had returned to Hogwarts to complete her NEWTS, determined to pursue her education properly despite everything. She was already talking about ministry reform, about using her position to change the laws that had enabled Voldemort's rise. The intellectual focus gave her purpose, a way to process trauma through action. And Ginny. Ginny was simply there. Present. Patient. She didn't try to fix Harry or push him toward recovery faster than he could manage. She just stayed beside him, a constant reminder that he wasn't alone. The third stage was the hardest, finding new purpose. What do you want to do? Sirius asked during one of their conversations. Harry's godfather had survived the war, though not without scars of his own. The years in Azkaban, the fighting, the losses, they'd left marks that would never fully fade. You could do anything, Harry. The wizarding world would give you whatever you asked for. Minister of Magic if you wanted it. I don't want to be minister. Then what do you want? Harry thought about it. Really thought, in a way he hadn't allowed himself to during the war years. I want to teach, he said finally. The things I learned, the techniques I developed, they shouldn't die with me. There are students out there who could surpass what I achieved, if someone showed them how. The experimental magic program? Something like that. But bigger. More systematic. Harry's eyes took on a familiar intensity, the look he got when he was working through a problem. The war proved that traditional magical education isn't enough. We need to teach people to innovate, to adapt, to create solutions that don't exist in any textbook. If we'd had more wizards who could think that way, maybe the war would have ended sooner. Maybe fewer people would have died. That sounds like a mission. Maybe it is. Harry smiled slightly. Apparently I still need those. The Hogwarts Experimental Magic program launched in September of the following year. Harry had spent months developing the curriculum, drawing on everything he'd learned about magical perception and component analysis. He'd consulted with Dumbledore, with McGonagall, now headmistress, with experts from across the wizarding world. The result was something unprecedented, a formal framework for teaching magical innovation. The goal isn't to make you into me, Harry told his first class, a carefully selected group of 12 students from all 4 houses. My abilities are at least partly innate, and I can't give you what I was born with. But I can teach you to think differently about magic. To see structure where others see only effects. To create where others can only repeat. The students were skeptical at first. Magical education had always been about learning existing spells, mastering established techniques. The idea that they could invent new magic, that anyone could, with the right training, seemed almost heretical. But Harry was patient. He demonstrated his perception, showed them the component framework, walked them through the process of analyzing and modifying spells. Slowly, understanding began to dawn. The levitation charm, he explained during a memorable lesson, isn't just words and wand movements. It's a combination of essence, what the spell does, form, how the effect is shaped, and catalyst, what triggers and sustains it. Wingardium Leviosa uses lift essence, targeted form, verbal catalyst. But what if you changed the form? What if instead of targeting one object, you created an area effect? He demonstrated, lifting every object in the room simultaneously with a modified version of the standard charm. That's not possible, one student breathed. That's not how the spell works. It's not how the standard spell works. But spells aren't fixed things, they're expressions of magical principles. Change the expression, change the result. Harry set the objects down gently. By the end of this year, all of you will be able to do what I just did. And by the time you graduate, you'll be inventing techniques I've never imagined. The promise seemed impossible. But Harry had spent his entire life doing impossible things. The program grew faster than anyone expected. Within 3 years, the experimental magic track had become one of Hogwarts' most sought-after programs. Students competed fiercely for the limited spots, and those who graduated went on to transform every field they entered. Healing, defense, enchantment, potion-making, every discipline benefited from the innovative thinking Harry's program cultivated. But the real surprise was the research. Harry had expected his students to build on his techniques, to refine and expand what he'd already developed. What he hadn't expected was that some of them would surpass him entirely. Elena Rosewood, his first truly gifted student, developed a method for perceiving magical structure that didn't require Harry's innate abilities. It was harder, slower, requiring years of native practice to master, but it was teachable. Anyone with sufficient dedication could learn to see the components of spells, could understand the grammar of magic that Harry had been born perceiving. "You've done something I never could," Harry told her when she presented her findings. "You've democratized innovation. Made it accessible to everyone, not just the lucky few. I learned from the best." Elena's smile was modest despite her achievement. "You showed me what was possible. I just figured out how to share it more widely." The Rosewood method, as it came to be known, spread rapidly through the magical world. Within a decade, it was being taught at every major wizarding school. Within a generation, it had transformed how magic was understood and practiced. Harry watched the transformation with mixed emotions. Pride in what his students had accomplished. Wonder at innovations he'd never imagined. And something like humility, as he realized that the most important thing he'd ever done wasn't defeating Voldemort, it was showing others how to unlock their own potential. Life outside teaching was equally full. Harry and Ginny married in a small ceremony at the Burrow, surrounded by family and friends. The event was deliberately low-key, they'd both had enough spectacle to last a lifetime, but it was perfect nonetheless. Two people who'd found each other through war, choosing to build something together in peace. Children came in time. James Sirius, named for Harry's father and godfather, inherited the Potter tendency toward mischief. Albus Severus, a quieter soul, struggled with the weight of his names but eventually found his own path. Lily Luna, fierce and loyal, reminded everyone of her grandmother in ways that sometimes brought tears to Harry's eyes. Harry was determined to give them the childhood he'd never had. Not sheltered, he believed in honesty about the world's dangers, but loved. Supported. Free to make mistakes and learn from them without fear. "You're a good father," Ginny told him one evening, watching him help Albus with his homework while James practiced Quidditch moves in the yard and Lily read in the corner. "I wasn't sure you'd know how, given your own childhood. But you figured it out. I had good examples. Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore in his way. The Weasleys." Harry smiled. "Mostly I just tried to do the opposite of the Dursleys. Seems to be working so far. It's more than that. You listen to them. Really listen. You see them as individuals, not extensions of yourself or your legacy." Ginny's hand rested on his shoulder. "That's not something you learn from examples. That's who you are." Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he just kept helping Albus with his transfiguration essay. Some things were easier to do than to talk about. The decades passed with a rhythm Harry had never expected to experience. He taught, researched, raised his family, watched the world transform around him. The magical society he'd saved from Voldemort became something new, more innovative, more inclusive, more connected to the broader world. The old prejudices faded gradually, replaced by a culture that valued creativity and adaptation over bloodlines and tradition. His students scattered across the globe, carrying his teachings with them. Magical communities that had been isolated for centuries began to share knowledge, to collaborate, to build on each other's discoveries. The rate of magical innovation accelerated exponentially, each generation pushing further than the last. "You started this," Hermione told him during a ministry ceremony honoring his contributions. She was Minister of Magic now, had been for 15 years, and showed no signs of slowing down. "Everything that's happened, the reforms, the innovations, the transformation of magical society, it all traces back to what you taught. I just shared what I knew. The students did the rest. Don't be modest. It doesn't suit you." Hermione's eyes twinkled. "You showed an entire world that the impossible was merely unexplored. That's not nothing. It's not everything either. I had help. Lots of help. Yes. But you were the catalyst. The spark that started the fire." She raised her glass. "To Harry Potter. The boy who lived, the man who taught, the wizard who changed everything." Harry accepted the toast with characteristic awkwardness. He'd never been comfortable with praise, even after all these years. But as he looked around the room, at the former students who'd become colleagues, at the friends who'd become family, at the world he'd helped build, he couldn't deny a certain satisfaction. He'd done what the prophecy demanded. More than that, he'd found meaning beyond the prophecy. Purpose beyond survival. That was worth celebrating. The years continued their march. Harry's hair went gray, then white. His body slowed, joints aching in ways that reminded him of battles long past. But his mind remained sharp, his perception still clear, his ability to teach and inspire undiminished. He trained his replacements carefully, younger professors who could carry on the experimental magic program after he retired. He documented his techniques obsessively, ensuring that nothing would be lost when he was gone. He prepared, as he'd always prepared, for the transition that would eventually come. "You're thinking about death again," Ginny observed one evening. They were old now, both of them, their children grown with children of their own. But they still sat together watching sunsets, still held hands like they had when they were young. Not morbidly. Just, practically. Harry watched the colors paint the sky. "I've had more time than I ever expected. More happiness than I knew how to want. But it won't last forever. Nothing does. No. But some things continue after their creators are gone. Ideas. Techniques. The changes we make to the world." He squeezed her hand gently. "I want to make sure my contributions outlast me. That what I built doesn't crumble when I'm not here to maintain it. It won't. You've trained too many people, inspired too many students. Your legacy is everywhere." Ginny leaned against his shoulder. "But let's not rush toward endings. We still have time." "How much?" "Enough. Always enough for what matters." Harry smiled and watched the sunset fade to stars. She was right, as she usually was. There was still time. The final chapter of Harry's active teaching career came on a winter evening. He'd gathered his advanced students for a special session, the ones who showed the most promise, who might one day surpass even his greatest achievements. They sat in a circle in the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a comfortable study with a roaring fire and countless books lining the walls. "I'm retiring at the end of this year," Harry told them. "Not because I'm tired of teaching, but because it's time for new perspectives. New approaches. New voices that can reach places mine never could." The students protested, as he'd known they would. He let them speak, acknowledging their concerns, but didn't waver from his decision. Before I go, he continued, I want to share something I've never taught before. Something I've been developing quietly for decades, waiting for students who might be ready to receive it. He rose and moved to the center of the circle, gathering his power in ways he rarely displayed anymore. The students fell silent, sensing something momentous. The component framework, essence, form, catalyst, is a useful model, Harry began. It helps you understand existing magic and create new variations. But it's not the deepest truth. There's another level, one I've only glimpsed in my strongest moments. He reached into the magical fabric of reality itself, his perception diving deeper than he'd ever taken it before. Magic isn't just components and combinations. It's consciousness. Awareness. The universe experiencing itself through structures we call spells. Golden light began to emanate from his hands, brighter than any technique he'd previously demonstrated. When you truly understand this, when you feel it rather than just know it, the possibilities become limitless. The light expanded, filling the room, touching each student with warmth that transcended physical sensation. For a moment, they all perceived what Harry had always perceived, the living magic underlying reality, the consciousness that infused everything, the infinite potential waiting to be expressed. Then the moment passed, and they were just people in a room again. I can't teach you to sustain that perception, Harry said quietly, his own voice hoarse from the exertion. It took me a lifetime to develop, and even I can only touch it briefly. But now you know it exists. Now you know what you're reaching for. Professor. One student was crying openly. That was the deepest truth I know about magic. And now it's yours. Use it well. Retirement suited Harry better than he'd expected. He traveled with Ginny, visiting magical communities around the world, seeing firsthand how his teachings had spread and evolved. He spent time with his children and grandchildren, being the family presence he'd never had growing up. He wrote books documenting his theoretical frameworks, ensuring that even his most advanced ideas would survive for future researchers. And he waited, without fear, for the ending that would eventually come. Any regrets? Sirius asked during what would be one of their last conversations. Harry's godfather was even older than him, kept alive by sheer stubbornness and an unwillingness to leave before his godson. Some decisions I might have made differently, if I'd known more or been wiser. Harry gazed into the fire, remembering. But overall? No. I did what I could with what I had. The world is better than it was. My children are happy. My students are changing everything. That's more than most people can say. It's enough. It's more than enough. Sirius died that winter, peacefully in his sleep. Harry spoke at the funeral, sharing stories that made people laugh and cry, honoring a man who'd given him the closest thing to a father he'd ever known. And then he went home to Ginny, and held her, and was grateful for every moment they still had. The end came on a spring morning, 5 years after Ginny had passed. Harry had known it was coming, his body had been failing for months, each day a little harder than the last. He'd made his peace, said his goodbyes, prepared everything that needed preparing. His children were there at the end, gathered around his bed with their own children. 3 generations of Potters, united by love and loss and the legacy he was leaving behind. I'm proud of all of you, Harry managed, his voice barely a whisper. Not for your achievements. For who you are. The kindness you show. The love you give. We learn from the best, James said, tears streaming down his face. You learned from your mother. I just tried not to mess things up too badly. Even now, Harry could summon a slight smile. She's waiting for me, you know. I can feel her. Then go to her, Albus said quietly. We'll be okay. You've prepared us for this. I've prepared you for everything I could imagine. The rest. Harry's eyes were closing. The rest you'll figure out on your own. That's what innovation is. Finding answers to questions no one's asked yet. We won't forget you, Grandpa, Lily's daughter whispered. I know. And I won't forget you. Whatever comes next. I'll remember. His breathing slowed. His children held his hands. And Harry Potter, who had lived more lives than any one person should have to live, finally let go. The room filled with golden light, not a spell, but something deeper, the magic itself saying goodbye to someone who had understood it truly. For a moment, everyone present felt what Harry had tried to share, the consciousness underlying reality, the infinite potential, the love that permeated everything. Then the light faded, and he was gone. The funeral was private, per Harry's wishes. A public memorial would come later, but this moment was for family alone. They buried him next to Ginny, in a quiet cemetery near the home where they'd raised their children. The headstone was simple, Harry James Potter 1980-2103. The boy who lived, the man who taught, beloved forever. Albus spoke the final words, his voice steady despite his grief. My father spent his childhood fighting to survive. He spent his youth fighting to save the world. And he spent his life teaching others how to build something better than what came before. He wasn't a perfect man, he'd be the first to say so, but he tried. Every day, he tried to be better than yesterday. To give more than he took. To leave the world brighter than he found it. He paused, looking at the grave, at the sky, at the family gathered around him. The best thing he ever taught me wasn't magic. It was that love matters more than power. That kindness matters more than victory. That the measure of a life isn't what you accomplish, but how you treat the people around you. He was Harry Potter. The chosen one. The master of death. But to us, he was just Dad. Just Grandpa. Just the man who made us feel like we could do anything, because he believed in us. We'll miss him forever. But we'll also remember what he showed us, that even in the darkest times, hope survives. That even after the worst losses, love endures. That even death is not an ending, just a transformation into something new. Goodbye, Dad. Thank you for everything. The family stood together as the last light faded from the sky. And somewhere beyond sight, beyond sound, beyond the boundaries of mortal existence, Harry Potter was finally, completely at peace. Chapter 15, The Architect of Victory. Chapter 15, The Architect of Victory. Time skip elements covering Harry's continued growth. Horcrux hunt with a twist. Harry can perceive soul magic and track the corrupted fragments. Each Horcrux destruction teaches Harry more about soul magic, raising ethical questions about whether he should learn to create such things. He firmly decides no. Relationships mature. Romantic resolutions that feel earned. Final confrontation with Voldemort, where Harry doesn't just destroy him, but understands him, and proves that creation will always triumph over destruction. Epilogue showing Harry's legacy, not as the boy who lived, but as the wizard who proved magic had no limits except imagination and wisdom. Hints at future where Harry's students continue pushing boundaries. He established supporting cast. Notes: Dumbledore, more mentor than manipulator, genuinely fascinated by Harry's abilities and concerned about their implications. Snape, initially hostile, but grows to respect Harry's innovative approach while remaining complex. McGonagall becomes one of Harry's biggest advocates, seeing his creativity as what Transfiguration should aspire to. The Weasley twins, kindred spirits who collaborate with Harry on prank-based spell crafting. Draco Malfoy, rival who slowly realizes that opposing Harry out of jealousy is pointless. Potential reluctant ally by later years. Tone and style: the story maintains a casual, energetic narrative voice, like an excited friend telling you about this amazing thing they discovered. Action scenes are visceral and creative. Emotional moments are earned through build-up. Humor comes naturally from character interactions rather than forced jokes. Example: tone. So there Harry was, 15 years old, facing down a Hungarian horntail that probably hadn't had breakfast yet and was looking at him like he might make a decent appetizer. And what does our boy do? Does he panic? Well, yeah, a little. He's not an idiot. But panic was just the opening act. The main show. That was the absolutely bonkers idea forming behind those green eyes. Ready to begin chapter 1 when you give the word, Ayush. This is going to be an absolute blast to write. Fire now.